Leisure time. Did you ever stop to think how much leisure time you really have? Some of us put our leisure time to good use. And some of us, Ken Michaels, for example, spend most of our leisure time just moping.
Moping? He thinks I'm moping. Well, who wouldn't mope? There's nothing to do, nobody's around. You know how it is. I went down to the bowling alley, went over to the drugstore. None of the gang was there. All my friends are busy, so what's for me to do?
Do you suppose Ken has more leisure time than his friends do?
Huh? Well, no, I don't have more time. We all spend about the same amount of time in school, and the rest is leisure time. I've got nothing to do but wait for supper. My friends have more things to do. They're lucky.
Ken's pretty lucky, too.
Listen to that. All right, I'll bite. Why am I lucky?
Because you have so much leisure time. Time in which you can do things you enjoy. Time in which you don't have to work.
Like this, huh? Is that good?
Let me show you a few things. Suppose you had lived 100 years ago. What would you have been like? Take a look.
Where? Oh, is that me? Is that what I would have looked like 100 years ago?
Well, perhaps. But now, well, let's look back 100 years again and see someone else.
Who? Hey, that's my dad.
Young man, you get off that bed and get to work. After you clean out the stable, you can build some new steps for the back porch. While I work 72 hours a week, no son of mine is going to loaf.
72 hours?
12 hours a day, 6 days a week. Tomorrow morning, young men, you're going out to get a regular job. You can work too, and earn your keep.
Not so good, Ken? Well, let's try another picture. Say about 50 years ago.
Oh, hello, son. Well, say, I've got some new pictures for the stereoscope. We'll look at them tonight. Don't forget about your chores. Have them all done by the time I'm through work. And keep the wood box full.
Boy, how long will you work, Dad?
Why, 10 hours. 10 hours a day, every day except Sunday.
60 hours a week? Boy.
Well, Ken, let's take a look at your father's time as it really is today.
Hi, Dad. You sure don't work as long hours as they used to.
That's right, Ken. It's a wonderful thing to be able to do so much work in so little time. This 40-hour week suits me fine. And some people even work shorter hours nowadays. But by the way, Ken, how'd you like to play a quick round of golf before supper? I think we can work it in. And then later I'd like to shellac that new bookcase I'm making.
Well, Ken?
Yes, Dad does enjoy his leisure time. And to think that a few years ago, people didn't have nearly so much time to themselves.
Yes, we've gained a lot of leisure time in the last century or so. All of us.
Wait a minute. All of us? Mother should hear you say that. She's always complaining that she doesn't have enough time.
Well, let's see about that. Can you picture your mother as she might have been 50 years ago?
I guess so.
My, that's hard work. It takes so much time, too. But that's woman's lot in life. Scrub clothes, carry water, bake bread, feed the chickens, till time to go to bed and then get up again to start all over again.
You see, Ken? Now, how about today?
My, this new washer certainly is a time saver. And I do need some extra time. Now, let's see, I want to do some shopping, but this first.
Wait a minute. This may be easier work, but it still looks like work.
Oh, well, I have to plan the program for the Women's Club next month. That's one of my favorite activities, you know. It does keep me busy, but, well, that's not work.
What do you think, Ken?
Well, Mother does have more leisure time now. But still, she's always busy. How does she find so many things to do? How can I find something to do with my extra time? Or for that matter, what about you? I don't know. It seems as if leisure time is a problem.
Well, let's see how your friends have met that problem.
I told him once my friends were all busy. Oh, busy. They have something to do with their time. Let's see. Last I saw of Dave, he was headed that-a-way.
You mean this way? Yes. Dave has a hobby of identifying birds. It's a pleasant way of spending his time, and besides, it helps him with some of his schoolwork. You can learn quite a bit from hobbies. Here's Bill. Some of his leisure time is spent doing part-time work at the bookstore. Along with earning some spending money, he's getting experience that will help him later on. And Alice is devoting some of her leisure to learning to sew. That's something she'll be glad she did when she's older. And right now, she gets a big kick out of it. Here's the way Marge spends...
Yeah, my stream transitions are not going well. I don't know why. I don't know if this is a recurring issue. That was rough. That was rough. I don't know what's going on. Hello. That was fucking rough. What the hell? Nothing's working today. Some things are working. I might have to reset my computer, which is a terrible thing to have to do. If I reset now, it would look really bad.
I chewed on all the wires during the night, sorry. Resetting anything sucks.
Fuck. Which is not good because this is supposed to be the this is the stream that's supposed to bring everyone together.
Oh my god, the crow is back.
I've let Parrot out of the cage. Past two
wait.
streams, but like only for the beginning. I know you can wait, but it's like how this affects the VOD is gonna be. And also I wonder if like my computer, if I need to do it, if I don't need to do it, it's fine, we can keep going.
Hi everyone, hi Parrot.
Because if I reset, it's gonna take at least like 3 minutes to come back. I think it's fine, but people are here already. It does feel rude to kind of just shut it off immediately.
Could always delay it like 20 minutes and just delete this VOD.
No, if I reset, I can just make it so that I jump back instantly. But then like in the VOD, but then the live experience is gonna suck.
That's
Maybe I
alright.
should, because I didn't realize my computer was this bad until I clicked go live, and then things started stuttering, and I was like, oh fuck, I don't know what's going on. I'm gonna do that really quickly because I don't want to do that midway through the stream. I don't want to risk that, so I'm gonna be right back. Be right back, everyone. Please hang tight. It'll take me about 3 minutes, maybe 3 to 5 minutes. Let's see.
Do it for the VID frogs.
We back? I think we're back. Okay, we're back. Technology is unreliable and shitty is what it is. Okay. It's not even that. It's just like I'm using the equivalent of like a laptop to stream. And I have been for the past 9 months. I have now been able to bring my PC to the Library of Alexandria. The problem is my PC is like not fixed. Something is wrong with it. I think something's loose, but I don't know where it is, and I've opened it up and it's not in any of the compartments I can reach. So I need to get it like diagnosed and fixed by someone professional, which could be done in a weekend. It's just I haven't done that yet because it's been such like a fucking hassle to have to deal with all of this that I haven't had the time to yet. But like it's like post the onslaught of stuff I'm doing for February, which is now March. Post the onslaught of this stuff, I should be able to just find time to just get this sorted, and then I'll be able to like be on a different, like I won't have to stream on my fucking ROG ally. I don't think I've ever said that. I don't think I've ever revealed what the fuck I've been streaming on. But I've been streaming on my ROG ally, my ROG ally, and it sucks. Okay, no, it's actually really good for what it's doing. I'm just pushing it to its limit. I'm just really limit testing it. But that's what I've been doing for like 9 months. There's a bit more lore for everyone who cares. But like I feel a little compelled to tell you because you can understand and expect things like this to happen and constant crashes, because I'm pushing hardware that fits in my like a bag, that fits in like a small pouch, like to its limit. I'm pushing it to its limit. I'm plugging in, there's 10,000 cables plugging into this thing, and it's like it's a trooper, I think. But hopefully I'll be able to get my computer actually fixed so I can stream on that and it won't be so fucking disastrous every time I launch. Never any good at relationships? Fantastic question. I'm gonna pretend like you hadn't asked that yet because I want to get some housekeeping out of the way, and then I'll answer your question, which we can kind of use to guide back into the central thesis status today. But thank you for the question. So wait, did I say housekeeping? I guess I meant housekeeping. Okay, here's what I mean by housekeeping. I usually stream at this time, which, is, what is it? It's like 4 or 6 p.m. UST. I don't remember. I used universal time because I didn't know. That's cool. That's a cool time zone. But that's like the time I usually stream. Okay. And I don't, for I think a good portion of my audience, this is too early, and for a good portion of my audience, it's too late. And to everyone, it's like, this is not a good time, but we're here anyways. Like, I don't think I've hit anyone's time zone, like, well, I think. I don't know. Anyways, what I'm trying to say is, I think in the near future, I won't be able to stream at this time. I'll probably be streaming maybe 3-4 hours from now. And then I'll be streaming, like, is when I'll start stream. With that said, currently I'll still be streaming at this time, relatively. EU friendly? Yeah, EU friendly. Speaking of EU friendly, I was watching a Northern Line clip. Of course I was. And like there was he kind of went on a bit where like and I quote, like, no, I don't quote really, but he said something along the lines of, you can't say fucking hell as an American, because if you're like a North American, like if your accent is like detectably North American, you can't say fucking hell. That is not, like, it just doesn't sound right. Like, it just sounds off. It is an exclusively British thing to do that. And I realize this amidst all of the fucking L's for me. Fucking hell. but I didn't even realize like I do that a lot. But I have a predominantly, usually American accent that occasionally sounds weird for certain words. So I suppose that makes it harder to dissect what my linguistic origins are, which I think is fair enough. You don't need to know me. You don't know it. Chema, can you please do a British accent? No, I cannot. As in, like, I aim to be able to, but it's difficult and I haven't been able to. Occasionally, I can do so for short phrases or sentences, but not for long. I revert back to a sort of amalgamation of various North American accents. It is what it is. It's whoever you. So that's what I'm saying. Is like it's not a good time for fucking anybody when I stream. I don't know why. I stream at times where nobody is like, yeah, this is like a good like evening time to just sit down and like, you know, just put something in the background while I do chores or something. No, it's not a good time for anyone. But that doesn't, you know, I guess that doesn't matter too much to me. So in the future we will be so main point is in the future I will not be streaming at this time. I'll be streaming probably a few hours later. But streams are gonna be probably just as frequent and probably the same length. Maybe not as long actually. They won't be as long. I need to because I need to, you know, put myself in a better schedule than right now. Right now I'm streaming like, well, I'm streaming degen hours, I suppose is the proper vocabulary for it. Anyways, today, what are we doing today? Today we're reading r/relationship advice. I don't do this. Yeah, you don't. You're not. No one in chat. If you speak, if you regularly participate in the live comments, you're not real. Sorry, I don't make the rules. But you're not real if you participate regularly in the live comments. It is what it. I'm speaking to everyone who doesn't. That's who I'm speaking. Anyways, I am. Sorry. Today we are. What are we doing? We're reading r/relationship advice. We're scrolling through Reddit. It's funny because before I started stream today, just now, I was a bit absent-minded, and for a second, I forgot, oh shit, I gotta go start stream because I was scrolling Reddit. So, I'm not unfamiliar with the platform, okay? However, I have never been on r/relationship advice. Now, if you're wondering why I've never been on r/relationship advice, it's because I've never needed it, okay? Why don't I need it? Because I am a philosopher vtuber, and philosopher vtubers don't make these mistakes. They are able to identify social issues, events and issues in social contexts very quickly, and realize when something's wrong or not wrong. Okay, that's what they're able to do. Did you know that? They can. But because in the spirit of what we're doing today, we will be browsing our relationship advice. Probably not so much to give advice to the people who like need that, because their queries are probably solved. Actually, we might do that. No, we shouldn't do that. We should not do that. That's a terrible fucking idea. I heard myself say it, and I heard how bad of an idea it was. No good. No good. I'm not sure what the outreach is going to be for today's stream as well. Which is funny because I was checking my analytics, and I think right now I'm like 60% female and then 40% male. Again, the NBs don't exist. Here. I don't know why recently. But then I checked my individual streams this week. I streamed Love and Deep Space. That has 100% female. It was 100% female viewership, which is funny. And then I went in my 5 Hearts Under One Roof stream, which was like I think last week. It was 86% male. So we've got like everyone. I caught the whole net. I caught everything. I caught the whole net of people. So I don't know who's gonna show up today for this stream, but if you, no matter who you are, you're very welcome to come and shit on the poor decisions people make on this webpage. Reddit.com. Okay. Am I logged in? I'm not logged in. Should I log in? No. No, I'm not logging in. Kenji was right. Women had taken over. I don't want to say Kenji was right about anything. Maybe he was though. Let's see. Should I log into my Reddit account? You can see my Reddit account. That's fine. I don't have anything damning on my Reddit account, I think. Should I? No, I'll show it. Why not? Fuck it. There's 100% female? No. I need men. My fellow men, you need to come back here and help me out. I need to have differing multiple perspectives in order to have chat, a chat that is not too biased or too angled in a perspective that is not grounded in like the average person. That's what I need. Stalk is Reddit and find out all the terrible comments you left in our philosophy. So the thing is, my Reddit is public. My Reddit is like, I've posted with my handle and everything. It links to my Twitter. Yes, it's me. Links to my Twitter, links to my YouTube channel. I don't really comment. I don't think so. I don't think I do. I don't remember if I do. But like, I don't make public, I don't do public engagement a lot on that website. Stop taking things out of context. Oh. Where are we? Here we are. This is my Reddit front page. Can I complain about that for a second? Can I fucking complain about my Reddit front page for a second? I'm about to go into my incel arc, guys. I'm about to Kenji all over the place. No. But, I'm on, because, okay, here's what happens when you are a small nobody VTuber that nobody gives a fuck about. Okay, here's what happens. You are on, if you want to promote yourself and you don't know where to promote yourself, because, you know, where the fuck do you promote yourself? And you don't have any, like, you don't have any connections to the industry or whatever. You don't fucking know anybody. You just have a model and you're like, I'm gonna start streaming. I don't know. And you want to tell people you're streaming. You go on r/virtual YouTuber and you talk about yourself and you promote yourself on that. Okay. You post funny memes or whatever. You go, hi, I stream at these times. Please join me. And I have found several small, and this is where you find the small indie VTubers. Okay, if anyone's wondering, like, this is one of the ways you do that. And 80% of them are not cooking, but the ones who are cooking, and you wouldn't be able to find them otherwise. You know, I occasionally peek the VODs of, and I'm mutuals on Twitter, sometimes via this subreddit. Now, those are the nice things I have to say about the subreddit. I open my Reddit front page on, like, you know, this account, on my Karen Sufrano account, and like, this is the shit I see. Okay, let's scroll. I want to scroll before we go into r/relationship advice. I want to scroll on r/virtual YouTuber a little bit, just to tell you what I mean. Okay, so I'm scrolling by like r/virtual YouTuber. View NSFW content? No, no. Fucking no, we're not doing that. Yeah, so this is like, okay, so this is like what, this is like this is r/virtual YouTuber, okay? Would you, yeah, okay, yeah. Yeah. Suffice it to say, I don't feel as though I'm the type I should be here. I feel as though I'm like, this is not, oh yeah, and I guess I'm on the Class of 09 subreddit as well, because like someone posted me there and now I have to like, now I'm conscious about it. Now I'm conscious about my legacy on this fucking subreddit. So I need to like make sure nothing's going on. What's your answer? I'm not okay. I'm not giving my answer. I'm not. I don't want to talk about it. Okay, so I have opinions about this, but I think my opinions are probably too spicy. Like, I don't think people want to know. I want to, like, I have some thoughts, but they're not developed well enough for me to make any comments that I want to be held under my name. You know what I mean? I just want to say that, like, the subreddit discomforts me, and shortly after I debuted, I have quickly decided to stop trying to post or interact on it at all in any way. I think I did somewhat recently, like a few months ago, but it's like rare. You can stalk my profile if you want. Everything I've put there is like I've intended for it to be consumed. It's like my front page. This is like, you know. Anyways. That's my fucking subreddit. Okay, relationship advice. There we are. Okay. We're on here, right? We are. I want to know every opinion you have. You really don't. You really don't want it. My Reddit handle is just KarasUForNor, I think. My Reddit handle is just KarasUForNor. Is it? U/KarasUForNor. What's on my profile? You can go into my profile. I did like a okay, I want to talk about like Reddit for a little bit before I delve into r/relationship advice. Like again, for people who watch, well, I'm just gonna put like I'm gonna put like timestamps so you can skip to when I get to the drama, right? The juicy bits. This is all like public, so I have no problem with it, no qualms with it. I posted like my fucking rant on Class of 09 the flip side, which is just fucking text. Like, nobody cares. Look at this. It's just text. Just text. No one cares. And there's like 18 upvotes. And then like I think the day after I posted it, yeah, nothing damning is on it, right? Yeah, you can see my kick day, which is when I made the account. Yeah, okay. And then people came to my stream afterwards, or my stream shortly, like a bit after I posted this post, going like, "Hey, I came from the subreddit," and I was like, "Oh wow, really? People like, you know, read it and enjoyed my post so much that they wanted to like, you know, come over to my YouTube stream, just to check out what I was doing over here." No, it wasn't. Nah. They didn't read that. No, they didn't. They read this post. That's what they did. Server error. What the hell? Deleted? There we are. Someone posted me. One Ozymandias one. I don't know who you are, but thank you. Because this gave me some amount of clout. And also gave me a heart attack when I saw it. It's over. He likes to post. No, you like you your posts are always liked when you post them. That's the thing on Reddit. So old yet so naive. Terrible. Anyways, this is like what was posted. I thought it was pretty funny. Because it's my joke. I thought it's funny because it's my joke. Anyways, this is what people were talking about. This is why people came to my stream. Which I am appreciative of. I want to thank, you know, people that did that. Anyways, that's enough talking about Reddit. Or like Reddit as it pertains to me. No one cares. Oh fuck, no, I clicked on one of the posts by accident. No one cares. Let's see. Top of all time. This is what we're here for. We're here today to read r/relationship advice. And judge it really hard, but also give advice, I think. Let me get Parrot out the way. Yeah, you don't need to be here for this. I'm trying to, sorry, give me a second. Okay. Now, before we begin, someone asked me a question. Okay, what the hell was the question? Son asked the question. Chairman, are you good at relationships? The short answer is yes. I like to think. I like to think that I'm relatively good at maintaining a relationship between people because I spend so much time fixating on thinking about it that I probably should, you know what, let's join it, why not? Okay. I'm probably decent. I'm probably pretty good because I have not had a falling out of any kind with anyone at all. I think anyone I've ever met in my life, I have not like left a bad impression on anyone I know that I've interacted with relatively extensively. That is because I am a healthy and honest and upfront communicator, and when I feel certain ways, I will say them. And I'm also relatively sensitive to the way people feel, especially when you're a guy and you kind of grow up around the guy culture of not talking about your feelings and, you know, just shoving it all down. One of the side effects of growing up with, you know, this within a culture that's like this is if you are like attuned to it, you get a lot of practice of learning how to read people's minds without them telling you, because they're not going to tell you how they feel, because other men are not going to tell you how they feel. Other guys are not going to spill their heart out and be honest with you, because that's, and I quote, gay. So you learn very quickly to be able to read what's going on without having to even ask them. And I've gotten relatively good at that too. Combined with the fact that I myself am a very clear and effective communicator, means that the relationship I've had with anyone in my life have all gone pretty smoothly. If the post is updated, make sure to go read the original post first. Oh yeah, of course. Which is to say that I have relatively strong opinions on how healthy relationships should be formed in general, not even romantic ones, just like in general. And so if I start rambling on about that, know that this is the context for which I come from. It's important that you know where I'm coming from before you hear me yap, because otherwise it gets messy, I suppose. And then you might start making assumptions about me that are not true. Anyways, this is the top of all time. This is the most popular post of all time on this subreddit. Let's see. Is this a joke post? My 32F husband. Should I lower the BGM a bit? Let me check. Is the BGM okay, or should I lower it a bit? Tell me if it's too loud, because right now it's like fine, but I don't know if it's too loud for the stream. Anyways, our relationship advice. 5 years ago, my 32F husband, 36M, became a robot and I don't know how to help him. Title sounds the same, but here I go. We've been married for 6 years and have 2 kids. I'm pregnant with a 3rd. My husband works from 9 to 5, comes home, does his chores, plays with our kids, talks to me for a little bit, and then goes to sleep, but he doesn't seem to enjoy doing any of it, like this whole thing is one big chore. He used to be this goofy guy who smiled and told jokes all the time, but I haven't seen the man smile in months. It's not like he's neglecting his duties as a husband and father, but he acts like it's just that, duties. Like hanging with the kids and me as a second job. I'm grateful for all he's doing, and he makes all of our lives so much easier, but it's like he's constantly on the clock, and I think he might be depressed. Tried asking him if he was doing okay, and he tells me he's doing fantastic, but I know he's not. That's the line he uses at work when customers try to make small talk and ask how he's doing. Classic men not talking about their feelings. Very classic example, yeah. He doesn't take any time for himself. He doesn't take any breaks. He stopped playing games and stopped watching TV. He just does what I feel he thinks needs to be done, and I don't know how to help him out. Our sex life has become one-sided. We do it frequently, but only because I initiate frequently. Even if he doesn't seem in the mood, he'll do it, like it's his responsibility to make me happy. It feels like he isn't there in the moment, like his mind is wandering the whole time we're intimate, and that to me feels worse than getting rejected. I don't know what's going on, and I don't know how to help because he won't let me in. To anybody else, he seems fine, but I know something is wrong, and I don't know how to fix this. I miss my husband, the guy who complained and told jokes, not this robotic shell that looks like him. Okay, before I read the comments, here's what I think. Like, something's going on and he needs to go get it, like, checked. Maybe you should go to shrink. That's like the first obvious, easy answer. But, you know, that might be something that's difficult to engage in for, like, men to talk about their mental health or whatever. I think one of the quicker ways to be able to see this really is, like, or, like, see how this plays out, which I would recommend. Because, so the wife is making the post. What I would tell the wife is probably, like, try to set up some time aside for, like, just not anything dutiful, but doing something leisurely that he's interested in doing. Like, I don't know what his hobbies used to be, but, like, you know, if he had any hobbies. They said, like, you know, what did she say? He used to be this goofy guy who smiled and told jokes all the time, and I haven't seen this man smile in months. Yeah, like, I don't know. Invite him to, like, do something fun and just see, like, if that's what he needed. You know, if he just needed to do something for him. You know, have someone look after the kids for a night, for an evening. Go to, like, you know, I don't know, a comedy cell or something. Do something fun and relaxing, but is something that he enjoys himself. And then assess the situation. If he's still kind of like this, like it looks like, oh, he's doing it like just to fulfill a duty or whatever, then you should definitely consult or consider at least going to some sort of therapy. I don't know. Because, you know, there's something clearly up with him that he's kind of just burying inside. He's not talking about. And, it's one of the, I think it's going to be one of the recurring themes of this subreddit, and like people who ask for this in general is like, hi, man in relationship cannot communicate because, you know, they don't say why. They just say man in relationship can't communicate. Please help. And there's a through line through all of this that I'm very aware of. And it is just that men are not educated well enough on how to communicate themselves in an appropriate way. That's not, you know, too overbearing, but also is genuine and honest enough that, you know, one soul is seen and validated. Regardless, yeah. So I know she posted an update. I know. And there's comments as well. That we clicked on the update originally. I don't want to read it yet. I just wanted to give my thoughts, and now I want to see what people are saying. Your husband sounds burnt out. He sounds completely exhausted with nothing but more exhaustion to look forward to. He's probably tired of the redundancy and depressed. Probably needs a long vacation from responsibilities and a new career. Obligatory thank you for the awards, kind strangers. Edit, forget to mention that your husband's probably telling you that everything's fine because he doesn't want you to feel guilty or leave you with the responsibility of everything on your own. I want to add to this that it might not just be because of this. It also could just be because the husband is probably in, like, you know, survival mode. It's like, if I tell my wife how I feel, it's going to make things, if I tell anyone how I feel, it's going to make things worse. And the stuff that I already have to slog through, I'm gonna have to slog through more. Like, I'm adding another problem to the pile, so I shouldn't do that. not understanding the fact that you not speaking about the way you feel is the problem, is what's adding to the problem pile, not talking about it. Talking about it is just addressing the problem pile. But, you know, men, especially task-oriented men, tend to not be able to see that. Sounds very familiar. 50M, been where he is. I was not interested in hearing that I might have depression either. Didn't sound right. Didn't think that was what depression feels like. Doing some research at the time, I found some stuff that got more open to getting help. The first is that it's not giving in. It's not about being weak. It's just a problem that needs help fixing. Fixing it is not a bad thing. Leaving it broken is a bad thing. My second thought for you is that often men have a hard time talking about feelings because we don't know what they are, how to describe them, how to recognize them. Ask him if he's depressed. He says no, because he doesn't know if that feeling is depression, boredom, work stress, a memory of a song he hates. He has no idea. It's a cliche, but here's the new part. We can recognize symptoms. Ask him about any strange symptoms he has. Can't sleep, forget stuff, decides not to do things that seem like stuff he would enjoy, naps where he can't fall asleep, late, early bedtime, missed work, lack of interest in sex, boner trouble, tummy issues, getting him talking about his symptoms, and you might recognize that some of them are not emotions or feelings. Gently point that out when it happens and look for symptoms of depression, not feelings. Third thing I learned, it's common for men to resist the diagnosis of depression. All that stuff we grew up with gets in the way. What I had was an adaptation disorder with depressed mood. That's when you can't adapt to something. It stresses you out and you get symptoms like depression. You can treat it with meds even if you can't identify or fix the problem. For me, it took pretty massive life change. Still on meds though, because the stress just doesn't end in 2020. Oh wow, the stress doesn't end in 2020. You have no idea what's ahead of you, man. Oh, or maybe he does. I don't remember when this post. I don't know when this post was. Just as 5 years ago. But yeah, that's true. I think okay. I do think one of the interesting lines is here. Often men have a hard time talking about their feelings because they don't know what they are, how to describe them, how to recognize them. That's interesting. Because so far I've always, I have mentioned, okay, men don't talk about their feelings, or it's almost like a cultural cliche to say, oh wow, men should talk about their feelings. But one of the problems we don't address underneath this is it's like generationally and systematically, men have not been taught how to recognize their feelings. They have not been taught to look inwards and think, oh, I'm feeling this way now. What am I feeling? What is this sensation? Is it anger? Is it sadness? Or is it something deeper? Is it guilt? Is it whatever? There's so many different, because it's not just, oh, I feel bad. There's different things that feel bad, but are more, that one should and can identify in order to move forward. But men have not been educated. Not only have men not been educated to do this, I'm obviously not everyone, but I mean systematically. Men have not been educated to identify and realize what they're feeling. They've been taught the opposite. They've been taught to not feel anything except anger. And that makes the problem doubly hard. Because the problem is now not just, okay, we need to teach them how to recognize how what they're feeling. You also have to help them unlearn not being able, unlearn the whole, your emotions are relevant except for justified anger in certain situations that spur you into action. That's my take on it. He doesn't know if that feeling is depression, boredom, work stress, a memory of song hates. He has no idea. Yeah, it is. Yeah. The new part is okay. So he says, okay, here's the new part. We can recognize symptoms. Ask about the symptoms. What's going on? Can you not? Are you struggling to sleep? Are you forgetting stuff? What is going on that's interfering with your day to day? Now, this is really helpful, but I do want to say that this is for the more extreme circumstances where your negative emotions are literally actually getting in the way and interfering with your day-to-day routine, the way you do things, to the point where it's noticeable, so you can see a symptom to diagnose, which does happen for a lot of men, which is good that this is an easy sign of help. But what about those that you can't see? What about those that have perhaps feelings like this, but have been able to mask it well, or have been able to avoid talking about it, or just have been able to get by and pass as being okay mentally? That's the difficult part, I think. Wife should talk to his boss to get him time off and plan a vacation and relax day. That sounds nice in theory. In practice, I don't know if that would work because I don't know if that would worsen the situation. Because then to the guy, it's like, no, oh shit, I'm being a bother. Like my emotions are making it troubling for everyone around me. That sucks. I should do a better job hiding my feelings. Is like a potential response from like the man. Anger is oftentimes a secondary emotion. Lots of men don't want to know how to solve the primary emotion. Yeah. There is a like difficulty in recognizing what's going on, and more than that, yes, it's true that we can recognize symptoms, but what if there are no symptoms, right? What if people are able to hide their emotions really well? That is a problem, I think, for a different time or for a different like discussion, I suppose. I need to go back up. Sorry. Can you show him this post? It's very well written. It's coming from a place of concern. Sounds like he's having extensive depression. I know, but I don't know what to do. When I bring it up, he tells me he's fine, and I feel like if I keep pushing, he'll dive in further. Whatever this is. I don't know if you should show him this post, because it's one thing if you wrote it up and didn't write it in a way that's like, this is an r/relationship post, but because you've written it and posted it and it's gotten a lot of traction, I feel like the guy would not necessarily respond positively to this. It'd be great if he does, but I don't know if that's true. I don't know if it wouldn't happen. It's possible he's getting burnt out. I think, yeah, a lot of people are saying he's burnt out. I think that could be true, but again, we need more information, I guess. To me, it's just something that's like, it needs to be like, you can tell by doing more things, like plan like a hangout or something. Then you can assess it further. Sometimes if you don't have new things happening today, it feels eerily like yesterday. It can feel like a loop, which then brings about emptiness and without purpose. Sounds like it needs a hobby or something you need to strive for. That's just general advice. I don't know if it's applicable to this post specifically. Newish dad here, similar age. Also expecting my next. Also working on not being able to make much time for myself. Love my family to bits. I'm proud of them. I want to be the best dad in the world, but it felt life draining sometimes. When I didn't work, I commuted. When I didn't commute, I changed diapers to fed my kid or soothed him because he was crying or just sang him a song because it helps him sleep. When I didn't do all that, I tried to spend some time with my partner or do some chores or both. Then I slept, sort of. The baby woke us up several times a night. I was exhausted but couldn't think of a single item I could or should or wanted to remove from my day because it felt like I'd fail at something if I left it undone. Then I did it all but took no pleasure in it because I always felt low. Low in resources, energy, morale, sleep. So definitely relate to the robot coping. If you can, try offering a break. Yeah, okay, that was the advice I gave initially. Get a family member, yeah, to look after the kid. Ask your husband to take a couple days of vacation, go fishing, hiking. Go do something he wants. Go do something he wants to do. He has to want to do something. There's no way he doesn't want to do anything at all. Like he has no interest, so you can offer to have him just do it by himself, or accompany him to do it as well. I didn't think about this, but if you as the wife accompany him to do it, you might also be unintentionally putting a pressure on him to be like, to fall back into robot mode of like, oh, I'm doing this for my wife or whatever. Will it be seen as sharing his business to randos on the internet? He might not like it. Like, yeah, that's what I was thinking. Yeah. I don't know if showing him the post would be a good idea. See all the comments asking to push him and ask questions that will drive him further into the depression state he currently is. I don't think it's guaranteed, but I think it's totally probable. I think it's very probable, yeah. Which is why my thing is like, don't ask him directly, but position yourself to be able to make assessments on the situation. So, plan the getaway, see what happens, see how he reacts to certain things. I guess and that's more in line with the comment earlier on like looking for symptoms, but yeah. Okay. Those are like the comments. Everything else is whatever. Let's see. Hey everybody, here's the update. I wrote this a couple days ago, but I couldn't post it because it was too soon. Husband came home at around 6 o'clock, and after he had something to eat, I took him to the bedroom to talk. I just sat him down on the bed and told him I was worried about him. I didn't know exactly how to phrase my worries, so I just showed him my original post. No, don't do that! When he finished reading the post, he started crying, like full on crying. In all the years that I've known this man, I've never seen a tear roll down his eye. I held him for a few minutes until he could recompose himself, and he told me everything. He told me that the world was in a shitty place right now. True. And that we're bringing a child into a stressful time. Also true. He said when I become pregnant, he felt he had to step up. He needed to take care of things because it was his responsibility. I feel it. He said that the weight of carrying the family was so much harder than he anticipated, so he thought if he doubled down, he could get... Okay, well, I guess that turned out well then. I was a bit against showing him the post, but I guess he's like... Because I don't know the guy. I don't know how he would react. But I guess, like, the wife could assess the situation and knew... like and recognize that he'd probably be okay with that, so she made that decision. Good on him. Good on her, I guess. He said it feels like he's constantly drowning. Oh, hold on, sorry, I skipped a line. He said that the weight of carrying the family was so much harder than he anticipated, so he thought if he doubled down, he'd get through it. But the more he tried, the darker the tunnel got, and eventually he couldn't see an end. He said that he feels like he's constantly drowning, and the only breath of fresh air is on the car ride between home and work. Fuck. Sorry, that just hit me for a second. Sorry. He said that sometimes the stress is so much that he throws up, but he doesn't tell anyone and instead keeps going on with his day. He then pulled out a pack of gum from his pocket and said this was for when it happens. I asked him why he couldn't tell me any of this, and he said he didn't want to burden me with the truth. He said that he thought if he told me everything that I would stop seeing him as a protector and provider, and that I would inevitably stop loving him. Hearing him say that brought tears to my eyes because I didn't know where he got the notion I would feel that way. I asked him, well, I'll tell you, he got it from his upbringing because the world has brought men up to be like that. It is what it is. Sorry. I asked him if he wanted to quit his job, but surprisingly he said the job doesn't bother him. He said the work in and of itself was fine. It's just that now he feels not a way to provide because not only was he fortunate enough to keep his job in the pandemic, but he also had a kid on the way. He said that some days he feels like packing a suitcase and running to some tropical island for a week and not telling anyone, but then he feels guilty and doubles down even more. That's great. Then he knows what he wants to do. I told him maybe he should go on a trip. I said that he deserved a break, and maybe if he did exactly that, he'd feel better. He tried to protest, but I insisted. In the end, he said he'd only go if we go together, like a romantic getaway between spouses. This is so nice. What? I was expecting like a fucking meteor shower of drama, not like this nice, wholesome conclusion. Once things start to clear up, and before the babies do, he wanted to take a week off from work, drop the kids off at grandma's house, and have us go on a vacation. Just the two of us, like we used to when we first got married. He also said he wants to take the day off tomorrow and just sleep in, so that's the plan. I'll call his boss tomorrow and say that he's sick and can't come in. It's not like they'll make a sick man come into work. There's a pandemic going on. Right now, he's playing with the kids and it doesn't feel like he's doing one of his chores. He actually seems to be enjoying himself. For the first time in months, I don't see the robot, I see my husband. Edit. Hey everyone, I want to thank everyone for the support, read all the comments, and appreciate everything. Didn't expect this to get so much traction, so clarifying things. Wanted to clarify the chores people talking about. No, as a SAHM, stay-at-home mom. The bulk of chores go to me. Sorry, people like abbreviate stuff a lot, and I have trouble with that a little bit. The bulk of chores go to me. I cook and clean, do laundry because it's no responsibilities. Husband's only chores are doing dishes, vacuuming every 3 days, and a few other house maintenance stuff. I should vacuum. I haven't vacuumed in a... Sorry. I didn't in fact call in sick for my husband, but I made sure that I said he had a migraine. I saw on Google that it was a symptom of COVID if it was an isolated symptom. His boss was okay with it and said he can come back whenever he feels better. The pregnancy wasn't an accident. We both wanted to have 3 kids. We were both raised in a 3-kid family. We actively tried for the first 2, but for baby number 3 it was kind of a, if it happens, it happens kind of thing. Both happy with the amount of kids. Okay. We realized that a 1-week vacation isn't enough to get rid of the stress, so we come up with a solution that alleviates the stress in a more sustainable way. Yes, get like a hobby or something. Right now we're thinking of setting up an hour or 2 a day that's daddy time, no kids, no me, no more time to relax. Yeah, just like sit home, just come home, sit down with like a beer and a sandwich and just like blank out into a TV, maybe for like a sport or something. I don't know, that's like a dad thing, right? To those of you who think this is fake, there isn't any way I can change your minds, but yeah, okay. This is very, very, very optimistic. Like, this is a very nice outcome. That's crazy. Like, this is not how I expected most of these posts to go down. He was very good at being upfront and open after being confronted with it, instead of, you know, doubling and tripling down. He instead opened up about his worries, which are very real, by the way. What is it? The world's in a shitty place and we're bringing a child into a stressful time. It's only gotten worse, by the way. Hello from the future. I know this was during the pandemic, which is, you know, a particularly bad time. But can you believe that it got even worse? Because I can't. Actually, I can. I can believe a little bit that it got worse, yeah. but I do, like, I get the whole, like, there is a sort of like masculine struggle, and it really is brought up and cultivated as a masculine struggle. It doesn't have to be, but it is, to step up, right? In the face of these, like, in the face of a horrible situation or anything like that, the need to step up and provide and to do well is a huge fucking burden. And it's not something that men talk about a lot, because talking doesn't solve the problem to men, right? They don't see that. They don't, to a lot of men, it's like, why talk about it? Because this is the way the world is. Dr. K made a good video on this. I don't remember. I should watch it again. He made some points on it, but it was essentially like the, I think part of the masculine struggle, I think, with this level of stress is like, I think it hinges on the idea that you, like, the world is fucked and you can't change it. You have no power to change the world. Right. And I think add on to the fact that he's a father of like 2 and soon 3 kids, that the world is just getting worse. It is out of your control completely. It feels as though, and you know, your kids are going into it, or being brought up into it. Women struggled with that too because of this economy. Oh yeah, of course. But we'll get to that. We'll get to that in the other like posts. But I'm just talking about like the masculine culture behind providing, which is obviously shifted now because of this fucking economy. But you know, we don't talk about the state of this economy on this channel. Why? Beyond just complaining about it. Why? Because I'm a philosophy major, and a lot of it I feel like is a little self-deserved. Anyways, this is bringing me back to the pandemic. Oh wow, I really did not enjoy that. But on the plus side, the pandemic did bring about Hololive English, which has like kickstarted, which has like sent a chain tumbling down that has put me here today. So it's not all bad. Anyways, this is a really nice story. It's good. As someone who's come out on the other side of this thing, you could not have handled this better than you have. I actually feel a bit emotional reading this. Is so well done. I feel suspiciously like I feel emotional, but like I feel like it's just too, it's almost a little suspicious how ideal this is. Like, this is so nice. This is such a great fucking ending. As someone who's come out on the other side, could not have handled this better than you. I actually feel a bit emotional. I think a break from work is a big one. It's very hard to work out whether the stress is coming from the job is simply because he's working too much, or that specific company is burdening him. A day off followed by a week away with no responsibility so he can recharge his batteries as well do. But I think that after that week, knowing what feels going back to work he has will be the key to whether he should be looking for another company. If all he feels is dread and then looking for a job whilst remaining at the company will give him a new take on life, it's a scary thought, especially if he's been there a while and or gained ranks, but even a lateral move should help his mental health. In general, I think you've now set the tone that you two can discuss these things and work to positive outcomes, and it sounds like you've got the material for a long, happy marriage. I wish you... No way it's this bad. Like, it's like a parody of the world. It's like someone wrote a parody of the world. It's like a shitty Onion. It's like a bad Onion article. I'm like, there's no way this is real because of how how terrifying it is. And then I look up and it's like, oh, this is on the news. Like, this is oh shit. Did I lag if you did? Welcome back. What happened? Am I good? Okay. We're back. Sorry. I hope I didn't lose everyone. I am here. Yes. But I feel it. I feel this post, but I also feel the post that's like, or I feel the comments that are like people who think it's fake, because it's so nice. It's such a good outcome that it feels fake. But also, this is the top of all time, so it could just be filtered by, like, there's some sort of survivor bias going on. Maybe not survivor, but like there's some sort of bias going on, considering this is the top voted post, right? But on the flip side also, yeah, as I was saying, on the flip side though, when I read shitty, terrible things that happen, like that are like written, and I'm like, that's fucking fake. That's a funny, I guess that's a funny meme, but it's kind of depressing. And then I look at it and it's like, no, this is news. This shit happened in real life. And I think, wow, if this were fictional, I would say this is lazy writing. Like, it's so bad and so nonsensical that I'd be like, there's no way people are this fucking stupid, right? Really? Ah, and then like, you know, you look up and it's The Guardian or something. Fuck. There's some legitimacy to this. It's not saying that there's no bias. There is some bias depending on, every news source has a certain amount of bias, right? I don't think there is such a thing as objective news, because what you choose to present already is a part of like your bias. But that's fine. Like what you should try to strive for is maybe like being relatively unbiased, or having your bias not affect the opinion or column you're writing too much, but at the same time being able to demonstrate your biases very publicly and very like clearly and concisely also helps people digest the contents of what you're saying and then compare it to other things people are saying, and then in order to form their own opinion. r/am I the asshole, more chances of karma forming stories? We could do that. We could do that. Would like to think it's real and there are happy endings. Me too. I mean, for every terrible, horrible, awful ending, there being a really nice happy ending makes sense to me, you know? Like, I feel like it equalizes itself just by sheer math, like just by sheer law of big numbers. That makes sense to me. We'll go to the karma forming stories maybe on Am I the Asshole, because it's kind of funny, but maybe like after this as a treat. Me reading news feels like the John Mulaney bit of "There's a horse loose in the hospital." It's a good bit. Mulaney's horse loose on the hospital bit is good. It's an accessible analogy for like the way news cycles feel like to read sometimes. And then we're like, shouldn't a horse catcher catch this guy? And the horse goes into it and it's like, I have fired the horse catcher. It's a good bit. It's a good bit. It's a good fucking bit. Anyways. Okay, that's the first post. Let's go to like maybe a shittier post. Okay. 5 years ago again. My girlfriend told me she was with a friend, but that friend was with me picking out an engagement ring. How do I confront my girlfriend about her lie? Ooh. Oh, fuck. Uh-oh. Ah. r/dating advice too, please? Is that not r/relationship advice? Is that different? Is that a different sub entirely? If so, then yeah, we can get to that today. Hi, hello. Welcome to the stream, Mr. Sexy Man. We're reading r/relationship advice right now. The first one was very wholesome, and it was kind of like a warm up to like an easing in. Now we're getting into the stuff that's a little more contentious. My girlfriend told me she was with a friend, but that friend was with me picking out an engagement ring. How do I confront my girlfriend about a lie? Okay, I haven't read this yet. I'm gonna guess that the twist, like the reason why it's like, you know, upvoted, like the update is because it turns out that the girlfriend who was lying about being with another friend was actually also going out to pick an engagement ring and didn't want him to be suspicious. Okay. That's my guess. Right now as we go into it for what the happy ending could be. Because it's like, it's angled like this is gonna suck. We're gonna review all the Reddit den advices now. I mean, might as well. It's the stream for it. This is the stream I've made time for. God, this is a doozy. I swear my life feels like a movie right now. Sorry for the weird formatting. This is my first time posting a sub like this. I, 28M, am planning on proposing to my girlfriend of 3 years, 26F. Now, I suck at picking out jewelry. I'm the type of guy that doesn't seem a problem with heart-shaped jewelry. Seriously, why is it considered so ugly? So every time I want to buy something for my girl, I usually consult one of our mutual friends. My girl's best friends are all friends with me as well, and we all get along well, so asking them for help picking out jewelry is something I'm used to. When it came time to pick out a ring, I consulted my girlfriend's best friend, Justine, fake name. Justine and I are quite close, and she knows my girlfriend better than anyone, including me. So when my girlfriend went out to visit her sister and baby nephew, I invited Justine over to the house and helped pick out a ring. Justine and I looked through a few catalogs, but I decided it was a dead end and it would be better to go to professionals at a jewelry store. However, I didn't know when my girlfriend would be coming home, so Justine and I thought of a clever text to gauge how much time we had. I asked her when she'd be coming home, as I was ordering takeout and wanted to know when to tell them to have the food ready by. She responded by saying it would just be a few hours. She met up with Justine to go shopping. Now, obviously, this took me by surprise since Justine was standing inside my house. I showed Justine the text and she looked as confused as I was. It isn't out of the ordinary for my girlfriend to meet up with people out of the blue like that for the shopping, lunch, etc. She's a very spontaneous person and loves making plans on the fly, so ordinarily I would have believed this text in a heartbeat. However, obviously this had to be a lie. When she came home, she acted completely normal, and I played along, but it's been really hard to act like everything's fine. We got takeout, ate together, and cuddled on the couch after. So far, she's caught on a little that something's upsetting me, but I just can't tell her what. Looking at her kills me. I don't know what to do. My girlfriend and I have zero trust issues, and we tell each other everything, so this lie is killing me. I want to ask her about it so bad, but if I tell her I knew she was lying, I'd have to explain why, and I really don't want to do that. What do I do? I know she lied to me, but I don't know how to confront her about it. Should I just forget it? This won't stop gnawing at me, please. Okay, before I read the comments. Obviously, the angle looks like, yeah, okay, she's like cheating. Or, you know, like that's the worst case scenario your mind immediately goes to. It could be something else entirely, of course. But, you know, what is the reason to lie and not be upfront and honest about it? I do think it's probably for... In the good case scenario, it is for like it is for a pleasant surprise, such as, you know, for example, buying an engagement ring. In the same way that, you know, in the same way he's lying about, not, like in the same way he's lying about, oh, I'm just getting takeout, but in actuality, he's actually planning to, you know, get an engagement ring for her. Like that is a white lie. In the same way, like she could also be white lying. That's the scenario. Would love to think that's the case, but it's probably like she's cheating on him. So if that's like where the mind goes to, obviously, which sucks, but it is, you know, it is a valid angle. I personally, though, according to the rest of the information, like, you know, we've been very openly communicative. It's always never been an issue, and you know, they've been dating for 3 years, thinking to get married. Chances are they probably have some sort of rapport built up, a trust between each other, so much so that the guy wants to propose and get married, right? If she were, you know, the unfaithful type, well, maybe there would be other things like, oh, like he would add like, oh, I don't know if it's bad, but I also add like supplement information such as, oh, but I also see her hanging out with other guys from work or some shit, you know, like that, right? Like, oh, I see reasons why she would cheat. But there's like nothing in this post. Everything else in this post is like, she's really nice and great, and we hang out and we're super close with each other and we tell each other everything. So I'm led to believe it's a good thing. That's what I'm led to believe. It's kind of rare for women to propose. It is rare. I don't think it should be, but it is. So it's not uncommon. But I'm thinking instead of proposing directly, you know, with an engagement ring, she could also be out maybe arranging for something else. I don't know. Actually. I have no idea what, but I'm leaning more towards it's a white lie for a good reason, but I don't know what the reason. I suspect it might be something similar to that. She's also picking up a ring, or she's trying to do something nice for the boy. She's trying to do something nice for the boyfriend, but she doesn't want the boyfriend to know, so that's why she's lying. That's what I'm guessing. I know you say you can't tell her why you know, but I honestly think you should. You don't want this to bug you forever and propose to a girl that she could be potentially hiding something. Just say you were hanging out with Justine because you needed help with a gift, so you know she wasn't with her, and see what she says. Trust and communication is born. It would suck to know you proposed to a girl doing you so. Just as bad to sit there and let that eye eat you alive. True. Okay, I didn't give my like advice for what to do here yet. I kind of just talked about the situation. My advice is also probably, yeah, you should confront the girlfriend about it. You don't have to mention that it was an engagement ring, but you can kind of say like, hey, I know this is a lie. I know you're lying because I was actually hanging out with Justine on that day for some other reason, right? Like to pick out a gift for you. Yeah, you could just say it's a gift. You don't have to say it's an engagement ring. And then, you know, like, so tell me now what the fuck, what you were doing, you know, maybe something like that. I guess. I don't know, but it's hard. Okay, that's not like, I'm not satisfied with my response I just gave. I'm trying to think. feels like you're doing street side divination. No, I'm giving advice. I am the philosopher on the side of the street giving advice for like $1. Or like spare change for advice from a philosophy major, please. That's what's going on. That's what I'm doing. Honestly, the second I got the text, would have taken a selfie with Justine and been like, sure. No, I don't want to like, I don't think that's like, because it's not like, you know she's cheating. I don't think that's true. Like, I don't think, I think there's other ways to spot, there's other behaviors to spot. This is a big green, like, sorry, this is a big red light, but there's also other things you can spot, right? I think it's hasty to immediately assume the worst. That's what I'll say. But it's not like out of belief. It's not out of the ordinary for it to happen. So brace yourself for it, I guess. Doesn't have to be the ring you were trying before. You can tell that you asked Justine for input on it good for you, and she was standing next to you when you kicked the text came. However, what do you think the chances are Justine has not already tipped her off that you know she lied and has given her time to prep a story? Oh shit, I didn't think about this angle. What do you think the chances are Justine has not already tipped her off that you know she lied and has given her time to prep a story? Oh, that's crazy. Oh. No, Justine wouldn't do that, would she? Don't know if I was Justine and any of my friends pulled this shit, I would side with the BF immediately. There's no way I would condone this baby to the point of... Yeah, but because you're like a good person. Faith in people's probably too high though. But I forgot to consider, yeah, is Justine a good person? Probably, right? Probably. I'm assuming so based on this post, but we don't know anything about these people's relationships. True, Justine's her bestie. Yes, she has like reason. It's not that she's cheating, it's just that she's lying. Yeah, but like he's also lying, right? Because he was like, oh, I just want to get takeout. And he's lying as well by omitting information that, by the way, I have Justine coming over to pick out an engagement ring. Obviously, it's a white lie, right? Because he's doing it as a pleasant surprise. But it is a lie nonetheless. Yeah, but so that what I'm saying is we don't know if the girlfriend is also telling a white lie. We don't know that. Because she could be. And if we assume that it's not a white lie, then things might escalate very quickly into a bad direction that puts people in a negative headspace. But at the same time, the only way to know for sure is to confront her. So I think either way you'll have to confront her. Good thinking though. I didn't think, or rather good like point. I didn't think about Justine and how she could also be on the side of the other person. I want to say that most reasonable people don't surround themselves like among insane people as well. It's really insane people that are around other insane people. Those are the am I the asshole posts that are real but also incredibly dramatic. They all seem like level-headed, like fine, normal people who are not crazy. So, you know, maybe she's also like she has a basic moral compass and would always take the side of the BF. Like how it changed is if GF cheating to is Justine a snitch. We don't know. That's crazy. I didn't think about that. Hey G, I was hanging out with Justine today because I wanted her opinion on something that I was hoping to get for you. That being said, why did you tell me you were hanging out with Justine? Yeah. Like if you were to confront her, which I think is a good idea, you go with something like this. That's what you do. And so here's the thing. She has the opportunity to go, if she really was telling a white lie and she has something, you know, nice prepared as well, she doesn't even have to spoil the surprise. You can just say, oh, sorry, I was telling a white lie because I wanted to surprise you with something that I prepped for today. Like, and then you can see it very soon, right? So like, and if you know, the guy is really untrustworthy, wants proof, you know, like, all right, show, like, prove it, right? Or something. But I don't think we come to that. I don't know. I know you weren't with Justine yesterday. What's going on? You can start with something like simple like this, and if she doubles down, then simply say you know she wasn't. Who was she with? Yeah. Yeah, you can just start with something simple and then go deeper. But either way, yes, you should confront her about this, but I don't think you should assume the worst. A lot of these are angled as in like in like a way that puts her in a bad light, which I get, I understand it, but personally I feel like it could also be a white lie considering you're telling a white lie right now. Okay, let's see what the update is. Update my girlfriend. Yeah. Okay. I don't know where to begin. My list was way too much attention. It's so not okay, whatever. On to the update. I decided to confront my girlfriend. I thought about using some of the lies people suggested, but they just wouldn't make sense. To say I ran into Justine somewhere, well, I told my girl that I had to stay home and do stuff around the house. That's why I couldn't go with her to see my son-in-law. Yeah. To say Justine was helping me pick out jewelry, it doesn't make sense for her to come all the way up to our house to help me pick out a piece of jewelry, unless it was a serious piece of jewelry, like an engagement ring. If I just wanted to get her a piece of jewelry as a gift, I'd ask her friends for suggestions or ask them to send me pictures of jewelry she might like. It all happens over text. None of the excuses made sense, so I decided to be honest. I basically just said that I knew we'd been thinking about marriage and she probably knew a proposal was coming soon, so I invited Justine over to help me find her a perfect ring, and that so happened to be the day that she said she was going to see her. So what's the deal? She immediately started grinning like an idiot and prodding me about proposing and the ring, but then we got back on the topic of where she was and she confessed what she was really doing. No, she wasn't cheating, and no, she wasn't picking out a ring for me. The amount of times that was coming out was crazy. Oh fuck, I'm sorry. I'm a Redditor. I have a normie Reddit opinion. No. I wasn't saying a ring too. I was thinking she had something pleasant surprise is what I was trying to say. Okay, that was what I was saying. Some people are dog people, some people are cat people. Well, me, I'm a snake person. I grew up with snakes my whole life, but I never felt like I was able to get one because girlfriends always been easy about living with a snake, which is completely respected. The process of buying and raising a snake is very different than that of buying and raising a dog or cat. It's quite complicated. So you can imagine my surprise when she showed me a picture of her holding the cutest Kenyan sandbow I've ever seen. Needless to say, Joe was going to surprise me with a snake. We're picking up next week. I definitely did not expect this, and I feel bad for ruining the surprise, but oh well, life is good. Sorry if this is the ending you guys wanted, so I just snake. Haha, thanks for reading. I knew it! Because if it, like, oftentimes if it's cheating, there's like other signs. It's not just one sign. Or at least, if it's not just one, if you see one, you can start looking back and find the other signs too. And you'll find a good amount of things, probably. If not that, you, like, if you, for example, in that scenario, if you really do suspect, like, she was cheating on you, then you could, you know, you would be able to tell, maybe she's, like, maybe there are signs, like, oh, she's not as committed to the relationship anymore, it seems like. She doesn't really talk a lot, she doesn't text frequently, etc., etc. Anyways, yeah, she got a pet snake. She bought a chain for his pocket watch, but he sold his watch to buy the rings. All around happy ending. True. That's what happened. I knew it was a good ending. Because it's like everything else pointed to it being a very strange abnormality. Like, they are normally super communicative and honest with each other, I guess, right? We're taking his word for it, of course, yeah, but it's his post. Of course we're taking his word for it. Rattled over nothing. Glad to see honesty and communication triumphed. Congratulations on your future engagement, your new pet, and a happy resolution. LDR snake, yep. Well done, YouTube. Okay, now we're getting a little congratulatory. We're getting a little bit into the Redditor. Like, what's the fucking, you know that gif of like Rick and Morty or something? I don't know, I don't watch it, but like there's a scene where, like, is it the dad, or like there's a character who's been cloned, and then he's like congratulating himself and he's like patting himself on the back, but there's like hundreds of clones around him that are like, you know, all just, that's what the comments of this post feel like. So we're just gonna skip on to the next. Okay, maybe all the top posts are nice. I'll read one more and then I'll go into controversial. This is the update. Original post. My son and his friend are a couple. How do I let them know it's okay? Hello Reddit, please bear with me regarding my formatting and things. I've read the rules and things, but I'm an old fart who's rather on the wrong side of 40. Well, that's still young, don't worry. So I'm not overly well versed in the art of efficient interneting. My boy is, I feel that though. My boy is 20 years old. He's absolutely my pride and joy, and there's nothing he could do that would ever make me love him less. For the first half of his life, I regrettably wasn't involved very much. His mother and I parted ways when he was just a few months old, and at the time I was struggling with a heroin addiction. I was absolutely not as present in his life as I should have been. nor was I suited to fatherhood at all. I saw him at most 2 to 3 times a year for the first 12 years of his life. I won't discuss details because that's his private story to tell, but when he was 12, he revealed to me that he was being badly mistreated at the hands of his mother and her boyfriend. Despite not being the best father at the time, I didn't want my boy suffering anymore, so I got myself cleaned up and sorted out in order to get the full custody of him. I've effectively been a single and sober father ever since, and he has little to no contact with his mother. He's everything a man could want his son to be. He's uniquely kind and fiercely loyal. He's unflinchingly brave, incredibly generous, and despite the horrors he suffered as a child, he's unfailingly positive and sunny to the last. Somehow, I of all people was bestowed with the honor of watching him grow from a sweet young boy to the greatest man I've ever known. I cannot stress enough my pride in him. When he was 18, he got accepted into a top-ranking university on the other side of the country. I was sad to see him go, but simultaneously overjoyed that he'd gotten to his first choice and was starting a new chapter in his life. He comes home once every other month, and on the months he's not coming home, I go to visit him. He's doing well in uni, has made lots of friends, and seems incredibly happy there, which I'm obviously chuffed about. Since his second year, he's lived with his friend in a flat off campus. I've strongly suspected since his early teens that my son is gay, and I now more or less have confirmation that this is true and that his friend is actually his boyfriend. So for this COVID-19 fav, my son decided he'd rather come home and quarantine at mine and stay at his uni flat. His friend, however, would be left alone if my son came back, as he's Canadian and his family are back over there. I gather he doesn't have the best relationship with him anyway. He asked if it would be okay if a friend tagged along to my house, and I said of course, no problem. They've been back at mine for about 6 weeks now. They think they've been subtle, I know, but I've caught them doing coupley things on several occasions now. The friend has slipped up a couple of times and called my son babe and sweetie in front of me, which stealth 0, by the way, which I pretended not to notice for the sake of saving embarrassment. There have been nights where we'll be watching a film with the lights off and thinking I can't see, my son will have his arm around the friend. One day I walked into the lounge and I'm positive they'd just been kissing. We were trying to cover it, though I admit I have no confirmation on that one. The most solid evidence, however, came a few mornings ago. I get up very early to go for runs in the morning, hence why I'm making a Reddit post at 5 in the morning, haha. As far as I was told, my son was sleeping in his childhood room and his friend was in the guest room. I don't know what possessed me to do so, but on Tuesday morning I cracked my son's door open to check on him like I used to when he was a kid. Lo and behold, they're both asleep, snuggled up together in my son's bed. That's more or less solidified for me that they're together. I didn't say anything, just shut the door and went for my run. I haven't mentioned it to them yet. What I want advice is on this. How do I let my son and his boyfriend know that I'm okay with them being a couple and they don't have to feel like they have to sneak around in my house? I want them to be comfortable here and I want them to know I support them both no matter what. Or is that not a good idea? Am I better off leaving it alone and waiting until they tell me otherwise? Tell me themselves if they ever do. I obviously don't want to force either of them out of the closet, but at the same time I hate feeling as if they feel like they're being forced into the closet in my house. What's my best course of action here? Here's how you deal with this. You make violently homophobic remarks at the television. No, I'm kidding. It's pretty late for me. I have to binge it all, but Reddit stories are my new obsession. Hey Fruitles, sorry it's late for you. I know it's a bad time, but hope everything's going well. I'll see you in the VOD. Have fun, chat. Hopefully you guys get plenty of good endings. I want to see some bad endings. That's what I want to see. I want to see some like fucked up bad endings so I can like yell and rant at it, but so far it's really nice. No, don't. What is my advice? This guy's like 40 something. He's like, his son's 20 years old. He's had a history of being a little bit absent in the early part of his life, but over time he's been able to form and establish a rapport again and a mutual trust. What do you do when you think your son's gay, but your son kind of wants to hide from you? You tell like an awful amount of dad jokes, maybe. Say terrible homophobic stuff to the TV, then find out about the son's BF, then pretend to have a change of heart for family. Infallible plan. What would I do though? Because I feel like, okay, is it fucked up? Okay, am I the asshole? Now it's my own Reddit post now. Am I the asshole if I say that I would kind of want to mess with the son a little bit, you know? Am I the asshole if I'm like, if I want to say, okay, what if you for like half a second pretended like there was the possibility that you could be violently homophobic and then you immediately take it back just to like be like, surprise, aha. That's definitely the asshole. I think YTA for that. Never mind. No, but you should definitely prank him. That's what I think. You should definitely make it like a joke. No, he's a baby gay. That's true. He's like a little young, and he's definitely like, he's been through a lot of rough shit. Like you don't want to ruffle those. Like those are the feathers. Those are feathers you don't want to ruffle in that way. There's always like a, just send. I know what you are, dog. No, but like you should mess with him. You should mess with him. You should mess with the kid, but in a way that's like acceptable. You know, you should don't violently scream anything homophobic at the television. Maybe what you can do is like do like a whole bit where you're like super, you dress up super flamboyantly or something. No, that wouldn't work as either. What's funny? What's like a funny gay joke? It's a funny gay joke. Just sit him down a bit. Listen, you're not sad. I want you to know I completely support you. So that's the I think that's the obvious correct move. That is the correct move to make. But I think there's a funnier move. Maybe there's a part of me that's already like, I know this is fine because he's expressed in his post numerous times that he is not violently homophobic, which is why I'm like, okay, so now that we're safe, we can like fuck around with this, right? No, maybe not. Maybe that's a terrible idea. That's okay. So the good advice is, yeah, just sit him down and be like, hey, listen, the closet is glass. If you want to hide anything from me, you're gonna have to do a better job. Nonetheless, congratulations. Yeah, that's cool. I'd kind of casually dance around it, dropping hints that I'm okay with it somehow. I think that is, I think it depends on the rapport the father has with the son, because that's what I would do, I think, if I were in this situation. But again, it depends on what your relationship with the son is, right? I would also like, I would dance around it, and then I would make a joke. I would make a really fun, I would want to make a joke like this. You only get one opportunity. Listen, you have to understand, right? You're as the father here, right, in this situation. What's his account name? Throw away love my gay son. Throw away love my gay, throw away love my gay son. Listen, as a father, you're only gonna get one chance to make a really funny joke to reveal that you're not homophobic. Because after that, it's like the son will know, and then, you know, it's not a secret anymore. They're all comfortable, and it's like a happy ending. Yeah, whatever. But you only get one shot. You only get one shot at making it really funny, right? So you have to take that opportunity. Afterwards, you sit him down and go like, okay, but seriously though, yeah, I know, like, yes, this is fine. This is okay. I'm not, you know, violently homophobic. I think this is cool, whatever. Like, but you have to do, but like, you got to do the joke. There's one lifetime opportunity to do this. You got to do it now. You got to do one joke to show that you can only make if your son is not sure if you are homophobic. There's only one way to do it. There's only one opportunity to do this. The solution is just wake up at 6 and watch RuPaul's Drag Race in the living room at high volume. I feel like that'd be confusing. I think it'd be really funny in hindsight. I feel like in the moment, I don't know, it would be shocking. And the kid would probably be like, I don't know what the hell's going on. Dad, what the fuck are you, like, is this... It's the least homophobic thing you could do. Okay, but that depends on how you're reacting to the TV. Because you could be watching it and then all, like, yelling, like, slurs at the television. You could do that. You could... Print out a picture of a guy in a glass closet and say, hey, look, it's you. Oh, that takes a second to load, but that's something on the board. Anyways, my advice, yeah, is like, obviously you sit him down and just talk about it and let him be known that, hey, maybe you sit them both down. Maybe that's how you do it. Maybe that's the setup to the joke, is you tell your son, hey, like, can I talk to you and your friend for a minute? Like, you know, just after dinner tomorrow, maybe, or whatever. You sit them down and you look all serious and stern. And then, you know, they both kind of have to like go, oh God, here it comes. Are they gonna call me a slur? Like, and then you go into like a joke. That's what you should do. You need to watch All Stars 2 and read the lyrics and shout the lyrics of Read You Wrote You at the TV. There's like multiple ways to like to show your allyship, I guess. But like, yeah, like, so my advice is, obviously sit him down and just talk to him about it. But my advice is, this is a once in a lifetime opportunity to make a really funny joke. You have to go for it. It'd be such a waste if you didn't, because afterward you can't make it anymore after that. You have to make a joke where the tension hinges on your son not knowing that you're not homophobic. You have to do that. Come on. Just a little bit. Anyways, you're an awesome dad. So glad you were able to clean up your life and become such an amazing father to your son. I hope he knows and sees that too. I'm lesbian, so can totally relate to what your son is doing and feeling. I like the above advice and just referring to your son's friend as his boyfriend. It's casual and your tone will be the telltale sign in all of it. You could also write a letter addressed to him if you wish. I think that would be really sweet and I would keep it forever if I were him. That's really one of the good ones. First, congrats on cleaning your life up and being there for your son. Keep being strong. Most of the comments here are great and I think any of them will be fine. Just reassure your son it's okay and that you'll love him no matter his sexuality. My friend's dad left his son a sticky note for him to find that just said he loves him and he approves his boyfriend because he's such a gentleman, lol. I think reassurance is best, but I love everyone else's comments. Yeah, so what I said earlier of like you should definitely prank him and pretend to be homophobic. Bad idea. Don't do that. Maybe or rather don't lean too far into that. Just have that tension hanging in the air for a little bit and then reassure him. That's what you should do. Yeah, there's not much advice. Like, what's his question again? How do I let them know? Yeah, my advice is like, you gotta make a joke. You gotta do a bit. You have to do a bit. Your theory crafting a perfect I'm not homophobic son Northern Line joke. Fuck. No. NL's gonna do it. He's gonna do it for me. Like I'm not. My power level's not there yet. I'm sure NL could come with the joke. He's got the dad energy more than I do. Yelling at the TV, but your dad just calls me Katya, and the son is like, "There's one gay man here. I don't think it's me anymore." If you like his boyfriend, it sounds like you do, then I'd say something like, I hope you know that boyfriend's name is always welcome in your family. It's clear he really cares about you, and having people like that in our lives is so important. If you're feeling up to it, add, just want you to know that you two are more than welcome to share a bedroom here. Yeah, you can do that. It's a little like cheeky. You can definitely do that. I think these are all like the sensible, rational answers. But like, yeah, you should do this to reassure him. You should like, you should ease the tension down. Maybe my headspace is in a world that's like where there's a bit in here and that's kind of fucked up to think about maybe. Anyways. Yeah, the sensible response. These are just let him know in any way. It's fine. Don't have any vices already been articulated better by others. Just want to say it's wholesome, sweet, you're a good dad. Yeah, okay. Okay, I'm gonna read one more. Well, there's no original post link. Fuck. Okay, whatever. Okay. My 22M vegan girlfriend, 21F, wants me to get rid of my cat. I can't believe I'm about to type this week ago. I'm dating my GF for 7 months. Now this sounds like a problem to solve, right? I've been dating my GF for 7 months. He's amazing and we're super compatible in a lot of ways. She's an outspoken vegan and she made it clear at the start of our relationship that it was important to her that any potential had similar cruelty-free values. Me already being a pescatarian had little difficulty transitioning to a fully plant-based diet. My GF was proud of me for going cruelty-free and everything seemed well. We became the vegan couple on our college campus. Okay. Then there's my cat Mittens. I've had her for 3 years and I adore her. She's such a sweet and cuddly cat. However, my GF was always a little apprehensive around her, and she blamed it on not growing up around cats. After a while, we sort of made a tacit agreement to mostly hang out at her apartment instead of mine, so Mittens never really came up again in conversation. Fast forward through all the quarantine stuff. I just realized all of these are like through the quarantines. Yeah, because people are stuck at home and I've got nothing else to do. My GF and I have spent a lot of time together during this pandemic, and we've started talking about taking our relationship to the next level. We began seriously looking at either buying a new apartment together or having one of us move in with the other. However, after a lot of talking and planning, my GF sat me down and dropped a bombshell on me. She said that with this next phase of the relationship, she did not see a future with me unless I was willing to give away Mittens. She said that she believed owning a cat is unconscionable for vegans because they hunt mice and eat meat, and because the very act of owning a pet is a violation of vegan. That's not all veganism. there's a lot of veganism that is compatible with pet ownership, and veganism, I don't think the ideas of veganism that I'm familiar with personally don't pertain to limiting what the animals consume, because they're animals. Like, you're not going to go out into the animal kingdom and tell the big cat that it shouldn't do that. Or I guess maybe like if you find it unacceptable personally, it's not a big deal. Like if you think if it's not for like, you think cats shouldn't be allowed to do that, and you're more thinking like, I'm just uncomfortable with a meat-eating creature in the house because I have like a sort of like I have a bad reaction to like, I don't know, mice being chased, then I guess that makes sense. But that's less of a vegan reason and more just like a personal reason, right? I don't think that's a vegan principle, as the poster kind of refers to here. Anyways, I was stunned. I told her that I was absolutely not willing to give her mittens, and she had no choice but to eat meat, so I was reducing harm as much as possible by buying reputable brands of cat food. Plenty of vegans own cats and think along those same lines. But Jeff got mad and said, how much flesh does your cat eat? How much animals died to make all that food? Would you be okay with that being human flesh? I got mad and told my GF that I would have really appreciated her telling me about her cat opinions before we got serious. She went on and on about, okay, now here, we're cooking now. Now there's some drama. Now there's some tension. She went on and on about cats killing animals. I ended the conversation there. I was so angry that I left my GF's apartment, and I snuggled with mittens when I got home. Although the mood soured a bit when my GF sent me a link to a Reddit thread advocating for the extinction of domestic cats. Oh, fuck. Sigh. I think it goes without saying that I'm not going to get rid of my cat. However, it pays me to think that an otherwise wonderful relationship could be ended because of a difference in ideology. I don't even really understand where my GF is coming from, because like I said, a lot of vegans own cats. Now granted, cat ownership can be a controversial topic in vegan circles, and I probably would not have gotten a cat if I had been a vegan at the time, but I have mittens now and she deserves to eat. Yes, I've researched vegan cat food, but mittens has some digestive issues and my vet strongly cautions against it. I've talked to some of my vegan and vegetarian friends and they all think my GF has lost her mind. Some have suggested that it's not about mittens and my GF just wants things to end it. They probably don't understand why I haven't broken up yet, but I care about my GF so much. I'd hate for this bizarre curveball to be the end of a beautiful thing. I want to try and work something else. Where do I go from here? I will not compromise on mittens. I don't think my GF will compromise either. Now, here's some drama. No more of that, like, wholesome, oh, my son's gay, and I know, but I just want him to know that I'm not homophobic. No more like, oh, my girlfriend is mysteriously gone, but it turns out she was just getting me a nice gift. And no more like, oh, we all communicate healthily and we have set good boundaries and we have a healthy relationship and this is just a minor misunderstanding that can be solved. No, this shit runs a little deeper than that. Okay, we're cooking now. Okay. It turns out no matter the subreddit, it always comes down to which do you choose, cat curl or cat fuck. No. Sounds like a literal thing a vegan would do, though. If vegans can understand that cats are obligate carnivores and it's on them, they're fucking stupid. I know. Okay, maybe it's just because I'm fortunate enough to befriend people who are not fucking stupid, but like the vegans I know don't don't think like this. There's no such thing as vegan principles against cats. Like, I think if the girlfriend just said, listen, I just don't like feel comfortable with a cat knowing that, you know, it consumes meat, I feel like that'd be reasonable. And I don't think it would be like insane to say it's really just a personal thing. I can't deal with having a cat in the house who consumes meat as well. And I understand that, like, and if you also go like, oh, but I understand that, you know, Mittens does have to eat meat according, you know, to recommendations by the vet, and this is not something I want to impose on the cat's life. So but personally I can't accept it, so like we're gonna have to come to a compromise here, and I'm sorry that it's come to this. If you say, like, if you express your opinion like that, then I would see that as reasonable, and at that point I really do think it's just whatever your heart feels like, man. Like, I would recommend to the boyfriend. But this is like insane. Like, this is not. How much flesh does your cat eat? How many animals died to make all that food? Would you be okay with that being human flesh? Are you aware of the history of the animal kingdom? Like, okay, here's my thing with, like, veganism is fine and great, and this is not, I don't think this, like, the girlfriend's here is an example of veganism. Like or at least this is not how vegans are. I know vegans and they're not like this. All the vegans I know are like great people who are not as insane as this. So I don't know how. So I'm confident that it's not a vegan principle thing. It is a Reddit thread advocating for the extension of domestic cats, though. I kind of want to read that. Kind of want to read this. Anyways, this is just the GF being insane. It sounds as though. Suggested to give it away, it makes no sense whatsoever. Will it consume less meat with another owner? Of course not. It's like boasting about your lack of garbage because you dump it all in your neighbor's yard. So yeah, exactly. The thing with that is like, the thing with this situation is like, if she had expressed it as, this is my personal opinion, I'm just a little uncomfortable living in the same space as a cat who does consume meat. And it might be partly because of my veganism, but it's not because I'm trying to impose this like asinine opinion on everyone else. It's just like, it's a personal thing, in which case that would be acceptable. That'd be a totally fine and acceptable thing to feel. But she's not saying that. She's going like, this is against vegan principles and it's morally wrong and I hate it. That's crazy. That's fucking crazy. It's not about veganism, but yeah, it's not about veganism. I don't think it has anything to do with the veganism. Makes you think of the vegan teacher who made a dog vegan and you can tell the dog is fucking depressed. Yeah, because it's like, it's, in my opinion, people who do that, and I think they're a loud minority. I think most vegans are probably chill and don't fucking think this at all. But the very, very small minority of like vegans that do try to do this and impose it on like, you know, domesticated animals or whatever, you are insane. Like I do think you, and not only that, I think this stems from, I think it might stem from a very misconstrued idea of what of virtue and ethics and morality, and you need to go read, like you need to go study up, you need to go back to like ethics 101, I guess, and start from there. It is essentially, like I would say anyone who does that is just morally grandstanding and or just does not have a grip on reality. Like I don't think they're aware of reality if you think that. But like that's again that's a minority. It's just a minority of people. Most vegans are like not like that at all, I would imagine. As a fellow vegan, no, this isn't even cool. If she truly cared about animals, she wouldn't ask you to rehome your cat. If it has a loving home, her way of thinking is ass backwards. If someone told me I'm not a real vegan because I have a dog, I would laugh my ass off and tell them they can have their stupid label. The dog stays his family, just like I'm sure your cat is your family. Yeah. Thank you for doing right by Mins. You're a good person. Honestly, I feel like I'm doing great. Yeah, you're being gaslit, brother. I'm sorry. Like, I would get it if she said, like, if a similar situation was, again, like, let me reiterate, if she said, okay, the cat has to go, but for personal reasons I just can't deal with, then, you know, maybe then that would be a bit more reasonable. But this is totally not reasonable, and I feel like you should break up. Okay, what's the update? No vegans that don't eat honey. Honey is not vegan since, it's not vegan since when? Because it's an animal, yeah, exactly, it's an animal product. In the same way, like, it's just a principle of like either not consuming anything that's an animal product or not consuming animal products unless they're explicitly like ethically sourced, like for example honey, or for example certain brands of milk maybe that will advertise themselves as, hey, this is milk from cows, but we're not abusing the cows to get this milk. And some vegans will look to that and like approve of that and like be okay with consuming that. If you ask me, I'm just too old. I'm just 60 years old. Like, I'm a little too old, and I'm not in a headspace in my life right now to be able to make drastic life changes accompanied with my surrounding context and environment to be able to commit to the idea of veganism, or to be able to commit to a lifestyle of veganism. But I can totally see like where the angle is. I think my optimistic hope for the future is eventually our technology gets good enough that we make it so that vegan imitation meat is just as good, if not like pretty much indistinguishable from regular meat, and can be made pretty cheap. And then I'll just switch to that. That's what I'll do. Like if we can get it to that point. Because why? Because I'm weak and I enjoy the taste of meat, right? But that's like, but otherwise, like, yeah, veganism is cooking. Also, a lot of the vegans I know are great like cooks, because if you're a meat eater, you're more likely, or you're less likely if you're vegan to be like lazy with the dishes you cook, and you just slap a slab of meat on like fire and then that's your like meal. I don't know. But yeah, it's kind of like my opinion on like solar panels. Or not my opinion on solar panels. It's kind of like the thing with solar panels where they used to be expensive but not anymore. Anyways, so sorry, let's read the post. TLDR, my GF is a passionate vegan and wants me to get rid of my beloved cat because I have to eat meat and kill mice. No, your GF is not a passionate vegan. Your GF is insane and also a vegan. First of all, let me say thank you for everyone who offered advice. There are over 7,000 comments on my original post and I have dozens of PMs. Frankly, still pretty overwhelmed with the magnitude of the responses. Did my best to read everyone, but obviously couldn't get to everything. Would like to preempt this post by saying, as many users point out, that my GF's extreme views on domestic cats are not representative of the vegan and vegetarian community as a whole. I do think that sometimes new vegans can be a little overzealous. In reality, most of us are just doing the best that we can not to hurt animals. I did not expect to generate a big debate in the comments. So we broke up, obviously. I would never ever give up my cat mittens. Many users said this situation was about control, not veganism. Looking back, I do see a pattern of control on my GF's part. I was blind to it, I guess. I called my GF and said I was not willing to give up mittens under any circumstances, and given the recent issues we'd had and our incompatible views, I thought it was best that we parted ways. I said she deserved a partner that shared her values. She then asked if we were breaking up. I said yes. There was some anger in her end, but otherwise the situation actually went better than expected. No, I don't think she should have a partner that shares her values. I think her values need to be re-understood and realigned. Like, the girlfriend sounds like the type of person that would like go to like go to a wild area where undomesticated animals are, look for a meat eater, and then fucking try to stop it from like hunting. Like the GF sounds like she would go into a forest, and then like there's a jaguar there. She would just like trap in a cage, and then go like, no, you are only eating vegetables from now on. That's what, and think that's like some sort of morally upright thing, and she's doing right in the world. That's what it sounds like. That's insane. And several users asked for a picture of mittens. I've uploaded one to Imgur. There's mittens. Cat always wins, yeah. But, and again, like most vegans I know at least are not insane. They have ideologies that are like, they have their idea, like the idea of veganism is very reasonable. Thought almost all honey was ethically sourced because the bees would leave the nest or refuse to make extra honey. So honey is one of the easier things to know for sure is ethically sourced for this reason. There could be scenarios where like the domestication of the bees is like, you know, maybe not the best, but I'm not sure. I'm not that into this that I don't know. Same, kind of dabble in eating meat-free foods on occasion, but usually just eat whatever. I do as well. I'm not a picky eater. I'll just eat whatever. And meat is not that expensive because there's a huge demand for meat, right? From people. And so far a lot of the imitation meat I've had is just not good enough, unfortunately. Like I wish it was better though. I'm optimistic. I think it will get better, and I hope it does get better. Like, or by better I mean like, yeah, closer to like the actual thing, which will maybe help me transition to veganism a little easier if I wanted to pursue that later down the line. Even though I'm like 60 years old, but you know, we'll see. Okay. Finally, a post where like someone's insane. Oh, That's the cat pic we got. Okay. Finally. There's like a post I screen capped for the thumbnail of this stream. I forgot where it is. Yeah, update. You were right. Ignored it. Yeah. So this is that's the we'll get to that comment. We'll get to that post, and then we'll read other subreddits. I think maybe because I want to get to that post. I was just scrolling top all to like see which headline to screenshot, and that was the one that I was like, yes, for sure, we're screenshotting this. I'm 23 and I've been raped. Yesterday I froze during sex and my girlfriend asked if we should stop. I said yes, and she backed off. I've never been treated like this before. I guess trigger warning rape, but like I don't think they really put that there. Anyways, I'm 23 and I've been raped twice. Twice. I've been sexually assaulted too, and this has affected me in subsequent relationships a lot. 2 days ago, my girlfriend, 23, was in my lap. We were making out, and suddenly the images of rape came into my mind, and I froze. She obviously sensed it and asked if everything was okay, but I couldn't answer, and I began to sweat. She got off my lap and asked if I wanted to talk, but I still couldn't say anything. Then she asked if she should leave the room, and I gave a small nod. She grabbed her phone from the table and left. This never happened with me. Nobody's listened to me before. To my no before. It feels weird, different. I don't know. Next morning, when I woke up, she had made breakfast and left me a note saying if I wanted to talk, I could call her anytime. She came over after work and I thanked her for listening to me. I was almost in tears. She welled up too and said no obviously means no, but hesitation means no too. And that she would never knowingly hurt me. I've never been treated like this before. My parents are shit, and almost every relationship I've had, 3, were also similarly shit. But she's different. She's been my rock, and when I fall in love, she cooks for me because she wants me to be healthy. She leaves notes of affirmation all over the house for me to find. Is generally the most genuine, amazing person I've ever met. I want to show my gratitude to her, and I want her to tell her how much she means to me, but I don't know how. Also, it's still weighing on me how my say matters to her. Never in my life have I ever been treated this way. So how do I tell her how much she means to me, and will I stop feeling this way? The question I don't think is a relationship advice question. I feel, because how do you tell her she means this much to you? You just tell her that. Just say what you just said here. Honestly, just say what you just said here. Express it and truly mean it, and it will come off as sincere. It will come off as sincere. And will you stop feeling this way? That's a difficult question. That is not an our relationship advice question. That's more of like, I don't know, like an our therapy question. I don't know. I don't have a good answer to this. I'm not going to pretend like I have a good answer to this second question. First question though, just tell her this, and then also combine it with small gestures that you're comfortable with, that will make you both that you're both comfortable with, that make you both happy. I don't know, like making her food sometimes, or I don't know. You can read her this post. Yeah, that's what I said. Yeah, if you want to show reactions, you just plan a special day. Okay, that's just what I said. Yeah, that's exact. Top comment is exactly what I said. Yes, just plan something nice for her and read and tell her this directly. Like, that really is it. Should be the bare minimum. It should be, yes, but it is unfortunately not. It should be. It's not. Set up a little living room picnic date with her favorite foods to put on a movie for the two of you to watch. Girls don't want or need really big gestures. It's the simple things that matter the most. Yeah, just like do nice things from time to time. Don't think of like, oh, I gotta do one special thing. Just start doing smaller gestures rather than like one really big gesture, I guess. You should look into finding a therapist specialized in DMDR. Yeah, there you go. Look for a therapist that specializes in this. It can help you process your trauma and handle external stimuli to trigger your PTSD. Exactly. Like, I think it's, you just look for a therapist that specializes in this, because it feels as though this is something to be like processed, and something that like really hurts you when you're like, that does hurt you sometimes in your day to day, that it's something that should be addressed. And I think that's the way to do it, right? Do you think these are real? Do they sound believable? Yeah, they do. Even if like, so here's my thing, right? Even if they're not like, so the posts so far I've read, even if they're not real, like even if someone made that up, the possibility that something like it has happened, or like has happened or happens someone frequently, is high based on my experiences interacting with people. in my 60 years of life, right? So based on what I know about people, shit, sorry. Based on what I know about people, none of these strike me as too fake. And if they were made up, a situation like this could conceivably happen, and or conceivably happens on a somewhat regular basis between people. None of these seem unbelievable to me so far. I've read more unbelievable things on the news, I guess. Okay. Original. Oh, this is the old Reddit. Okay. Sorry. Is this like... Old Reddit is like, I can't display it on my capture right now because I have a different thing. Okay, there we go. Okay. My 36M wife, 34F, keeps tying my boots after I told her to keep her hands off of them. I tried to teach her a lesson and really hurt her feelings. Oh shit, uh-oh. Okay. Yes, I know the title is bizarre and I can't believe I'm actually writing this. My wife is a neat freak, always has been. She throws notes on my desk out, assuming they're garbage. My belongings get rearranged to the point where it takes me hours to find them. It's something I've come to accept. I'm not happy about it, but we have a pretty happy marriage on the whole. I'm a volunteer EMT and I keep my boots unlaced up against the wall next to my clothes hamper, so I can throw them along with my uniform if a call comes in during the middle of the night. Well, my wife is thinking to tying the bootlaces when she sees them untied. Not only does she tie them, but she tightens them and double knots them to the point where I need to undo the knot, open up the boots, let a little slack out to fit my feet into them. I ignored it the first 2 times, but the 3rd time she did it, I made a point to bring it up to her the next day. Very calmly said, "Hun, I appreciate that you want everything neat, but please do not touch my boots in the future. Time is of the essence when I'm going on a call, and at 2 in the morning, I don't have time to unlace them and open them up. It's not just a minor inconvenience, it's people's lives, so I'd appreciate it if you left them alone." Yeah, that's reasonable. She rolled her eyes, said I was being dramatic, and that she wouldn't help me out by keeping my things neat in the future. Well, she never stopped. No matter how many times I've asked her, told her, begged her, she just laughs and says, "Well, you know how I am." The other night, a page went out for a CPR in progress. I went to throw my boots on and they were once again tightened beyond recognition. So I'm sitting there on the edge of the bed, cursing, trying to get my boots open and falling due to the stress of the situation. My wife opened her eyes, groggily looked at me, and asked, "Don't you need to go on that call?" I know I was in the wrong here, and I regret it. I slammed the boot into the ground and yelled, "Yes, I do. I would have been out the door 5 minutes ago, except some stupid motherfucker fucked with my goddamn boots again." Oh shit. Okay, well, you're the asshole. YTA for that. But I sympathize with your situation, but YTA for that. My wife got up without another word, walked into the bathroom and slammed the door. I got my boots open and went on the call. By the time we arrived, the police had gotten her back, so I didn't have to do CPR, but I was sweating and shaking, thinking my delay could have cost a life. I got home and my wife wasn't talking to me. She ignored me the entire day until we finally sat down and talked. She said I had scared her with how angry I got, that she thought I was going to hit her, and she didn't know I was capable of getting so angry. Note, I have never raised a hand to her, nor have I ever yelled at her before. I'm absolutely not a violent person in any way, shape, or form. I apologized for yelling at her, and acknowledged that I didn't mean to snap at her. I was frustrated with the situation, and as I needed to get to the person in need of CPR as soon as possible. And it was a delay that didn't need to happen. I once again pleaded with her not to touch my boots because lives were literally on the line. She told me if I was going to overact and make her afraid, then she would never touch her boots again because she didn't want to live like that. Last night before I got into bed, I had a sinking feeling, so I went over and checked my boots. I was very disappointed to find them tightened up again, so I decided to show her how it felt. I went over to her closet and pulled out her running shoes. I unlaced the shoelaces on both of them, removed them from the shoes completely, curled them each into a little coil, put them inside the shoes and put them back, then I went to sleep. You are on... I sympathize with your situation. I get your stress. This is not the right move to make. You do not make the right move by going like, here's how it feels, like it's a sense of justice. Like, no, your wife does not have a problem knowing how it feels. That's not the issue. Anyways. At 6:15, I was woken up by my wife screaming, "How could you? Why would you do this?" Holding up both laceless shoes with tears in her eyes, my wife likes to go for an early morning run. I knew she would want to get out the door as soon as possible. I smiled and said, "You know how I am. I just like things neat." She continued sobbing and walked out of the room. So by the time she was all laced up again, it was raining, so she missed out on her run. I actually feel pretty terrible about that because I really only wanted to delay her, not ruin her plans completely. At this point, she's alternating between crying that I went out of my way to hurt her and ignoring my presence. I acknowledge that what I've done is been pretty childish and not at all constructive. I just don't know what to do. She said through tears, you admitted you were totally in the wrong for yelling at me, and then you turned around and took it out on me in a different way. What is wrong with you? The problem is, to her, an apology means taking on 100% of the fault. When I apologized for blowing up, she took that to mean she was 100% in the right and that my feelings were completely unjustified. So at this point, I haven't apologized for ruining her run because she'll take that to mean that she wasn't wrong to touch my boots. I've tried to have these discussions, but it's in one ear and out the other. We have such a good relationship otherwise, but I feel like this issue has reached the tipping point. It's going to continue to result in arguments until we resolve it. How do I make things right with my wife while still letting her know that I won't tolerate her disrespecting my property anymore? Bruh. Fuck. Good drama. I like the level of petty. This is definitely more drama, but it got a little real towards the end. Not like real in the sense like relatable, but like real in the sense of like, oh shit, like it's not, I'm not just chewing on my popcorn. These are like people's lives that are fucked up right now. Sorry. Okay. You are the asshole. You're both assholes. You're both assholes to each other. You both need to reconcile. Unfortunately, I think you are more level-headed, but you're also just childish. You're sinking to a level of immaturity that is just worsening this. Like, instead of, and I understand the frustration of like, okay, I can't communicate properly with this person, and it takes two to tango. It takes two to communicate at the end of the day. So I feel like the husband at this like probably feels as though it's not his fault that, like, you know, other than like the yelling, that communications were not done well. Because it's not just like, oh, I just want to keep things tidy in this way. These are specifically his boots for a volunteer EMT reason that he keeps in a specific way. So for very time sensitive reasons. And the wife, I don't know why there is no neurotypical reason why the wife would insist on tying up the laces anyways, even after being told this and having talked about it before. Yeah, sure, whatever, but they've talked. He has made it clear what's happened according to him. Of course, this is his post, so it's his perspective. And the wife is still doing it. That is a deeper sign of like mental health that needs to be checked out. They need to go to fucking therapy. Both, maybe not him, but like her. She definitely needs to get this checked out for sure. Like, she has a problem. But also, you are the asshole for not only like doing the like yelling, don't do that, but then doubling down after that and then doing the thing with her laces, trying to like get revenge. Like, that is petty and it is not right. Don't do that. That is also fucked up. Like, it's a bad situation and you are making it worse. Just because you recognize it's a bad situation initially doesn't absolve you of any of the guilt for making it worse afterwards. You don't just like, just because like things have gone bad does not at all justify you being petty, I guess, is another way to put it. He's communicated to her multiple times. He's gotten sick of it. I get that, but like, this is not gonna help. Or at least I don't think it is. Because the problem isn't she doesn't get it. The problem is like she has perhaps a compulsion obsessively to tie the shoelaces. Like, go to therapy. Get it checked by a therapist who specializes in OCD. Exactly. I think it's valid that he yelled. Not to say it's right for it, but he's valid. He's frustrated. Oh yeah, like his feelings, I understand. Like, it's his frustration and the anger that has caused him to yell. I can see what has led up to that. Obviously, of course, because this is being told from his perspective. But that does not justify him yelling at all. I can see why, but it doesn't justify it. It doesn't. But yes, his feelings that have led up to it are valid, for sure. So his anger is not the problem. It's the actions he's taken in response to his compulsive anger that I take issue with. Like, he's totally, you are allowed to be angry in a situation like this. You are allowed to be frustrated. But this, I think, does cross a line. Tell your wife that this interference with your gear could crash your marriage and facilitate a death, and is she good with that, or will she work on herself? She thinks I'm being dramatic when I refer to lifestyle. That's what I do is more transporting boo-boos. She's gotta fuck, like, even if that weren't the case, even if he wasn't an EMT volunteer, and like this was not literally a life or death time sensitive thing to do, even if that's the case, you asking her repeatedly not to do something and her doing it anyways is a problem. That is already a problem. This is just the cherry on top, I guess, of the problem. What's the advice though? Therapy. I guess that's the advice. How old are these people? 36M, 34F. Like, I would totally do this if I got to this point, but please talk to each other. I understand why he did it, but I want to admonish him for saying, like, he shouldn't have done that. But I get why, like, it's not out of nowhere. I don't think it's insane that he yelled at her. I think it is not a good move, but I don't think it's insane. Like, I think I can see why someone would do that, but I would recommend and caution against it, because it doesn't help. It doesn't help. Ask her if she got hit on her morning run, how would she like it if her doctor was late because his wife tied his shoes? No, that's like, you're fueling the pettiness. Made a similar argument. She laughed it off, minimized the work I do. No, I don't think that's the issue. I don't think that's the main issue to really grasp at. Yes, this is this is of utmost importance and time sensitive, but even if you weren't a volunteer EMT and you liked having your shoes a certain way for convenience, that doesn't get in the way of other things. And you've communicated it with her. The fact that she nonetheless ignores it and continues on anyways is, I think, symptomatic of a deeper problem, which should be addressed. I don't think that in itself is a problem, but it's a symptom of a deeper problem. Right. Update. Okay, what happens? Is there a divorce? Let's see. My wife and I started talking again. We've had a very serious conversation, and I did apologize for what I did to her running shoes. And then I told her I had to speak some truth, and I wanted her to promise me that she wasn't going to roll her eyes and interrupt me, scoff, or get sarcastic with me. Which she did. Oh, that she didn't, like, do that, right? Yeah. I told her that I was not kidding about my boots, that while most of the time I caught geriatric transports, falls, and nausea, there were instances where response time was of the essence, and I didn't have time to play around with my boots in the middle of the night. I told her that there have been times when my intervention has been critical in saving a life, when my training has helped me recognize an underlying emergency, or when a call I made ensured that a patient was prioritized upon arrival at the hospital. I explained that a lot of the shit I see, I don't tell her about because I don't want to give her nightmares or make her worry about me. She actually listened and didn't dismiss what I had to say. She responded that she was trying to help by keeping things neat. I responded, but you're not, sweetie. I'm not trying to be mean, but you're not helping. You're hindering me. One day it might be the difference between life and death. I need you not to touch my gear. It's where I know where it is. It's where I can easily find it in a short amount of time. And if you move it, you are impeding an emergency response. I don't care if it looks neat. If it serves a function, it doesn't look pretty. If you want to help me, please leave my gear where I put it. Yeah, you can do everything else in the house that's not as, like, important. If it's just a preference thing, maybe like the way an item frame is put, or like a TV, like, that's fine. You can leave it there. You can set it up neatly. But also, again, there's a deeper underlying problem behind this, right? A few nights later, I had my friend Officer Rich come over. Officer Rich was one of the 2 cops that did CPR on the victim that night. The 3 of us sat on our desk and had a few social distancing beers. He talked about getting there, doing CPR, giving Narcan, waiting for the ambulance, and getting her back shortly before we got there. He then pulled out a few photos of car accidents that had worked. He showed them to my wife and pointed out, this car went into a tree. Your husband crawled into the wreck, put a collar on the driver, and stayed in there giving him oxygen until we could get him out. Your husband pulled a 3-year-old out of this wreck. Your husband recognized that the driver had a stroke and took her to a stroke center, which likely saved her life. After that, I told her I had something I wanted to show her and asked her for the same promise I'd asked earlier. When she agreed, I showed her a video on YouTube of a police body cam from an overdose. This video showed how critical time is in getting someone back and the training someone goes through in order to give the drug, do CPR, and utilize an AED. I told her I'm not trying to attack you. I don't want to have a fight, but I want you to understand what I go through. That I hope every call I go on is transporting a boob, because otherwise it means that if I don't do everything right, someone could die. If I don't get out that door as quickly as possible, someone could suffer brain damage while they're waiting for me to give them oxygen. If I'm upset and shaking because I had to waste time opening my boots, I might miss something critical and someone might not make it. She acknowledged that she understood and told me that she hadn't really thought about the dangers of what I do until the other night when she saw the photos of the wrecks. I told her that I think she has OCD and she needs to see a therapist because it's hurting our marriage. I listed examples of her throwing important things out, moving things without permission, and messing with my gear. I offered to go together and said I'd be willing to work on things together. After I pointed out the pattern, she agreed that it was time to speak to someone. She wants to think about whether she wants to go together or by herself, but she has promised me that she's going to try to change her patterns. I brought up her saying she thought I was going to hit her, and she acknowledged she'd been with guys who flew off the handle with little provocation and scared her. That she'd never seen me get that angry, and it triggered her because she didn't think I was capable of blowing up like that. She's been very emotional lately and has been going through mood swings. She's been worried about me going out on calls. The other day she started crying and said, I hope you know how much I appreciate what you do. Knock on wood, since we had the big talk, she hasn't touched my boots. Is everything resolved? Not by a long shot, but she seems to have a new appreciation for what I do. Thank you all for your responses. I wound up not showing her the thread because a lot of it was pretty harsh towards her. Yeah, right? Like I think it's not helpful. It's funny and it's petty, but it's not helpful. I recognize I cherry-picked incidents that didn't put her in the best light. And there's a lot more to her and our marriage than that. She's the person I chose for the rest of my life and I want us to work. TLDR, let my wife into my world a little more and she let me into hers and she hasn't touched my boots since. Yeah, that was good. A very surprisingly sane and reasonable thing. Like, yeah, they went to their... Okay, all of these so far, where the solution is like, you gotta go to therapy, man. You gotta go to therapy, get this sorted. All of them have been with individuals that are okay with the concept of therapy. And I don't want to say that it's a bit of a Reddit circle jerk so far. Granted, I'm scrolling like top of all time. But it is a bit of a circle jerk so far. Like everyone seems to be, we're all way too much on the same page. And like, there hasn't been a single instance where the person is like, fuck anyone who told me to go to therapy, I don't need it. You know, that's when we're getting into the spicy. That's when it's like, okay, now these are problems that are difficult, right? So far, everything, if anyone's open to going to therapy and just fixing them, like working on themselves, that's already like most of the work done, honestly. That's easy. This shit is pretty easy. You got to get to controversial to break the circle jerk. I will after I get to the post at the bottom. Let's just go quickly. How far are we? Fuck. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We're 5 posts away. And it's... Okay. How long has it been? It's been 2 hours. It's 5 posts away. I'm going to read it very quickly. Update. My 32... Oh, sorry. Hold on. Where's the... Okay, if there's no original thread, then I'm not going to bother with it. Original post. My dad's 43. Girlfriend is trying to get rid of me. 15F. What? Wait, is the girlfriend 15? The girlfriend is not 15, right? No. My mom passed away 5. You're 15F, right? Okay. Stepmom. Yeah. Okay. My mom passed away 5 years ago and I think of her every day. My dad went through a really bad depression and I had to take care of myself, basically. During the Christmas holidays, my dad told me that he had been seeing someone for a while. I noticed that he was happier and I guess I was happy for him. I didn't want him to be lonely forever, but I did feel like my mom was being erased completely. He never wanted to talk about her and he got rid of all pictures with her in them. He said that his GF will be spending Christmas with us and then moving in. I wasn't happy at all. I didn't even know her, but I didn't say anything. I met her on Christmas and usually my dad and I put the star on the tree that day. We would put the star on the tree and watch The Grinch. It's our tradition and kept it even when we were grieving with my mom. It's the only tradition from when she was with us that we actually kept. When his girlfriend came over, he put the star on with her while I was in the bathroom. Also, we didn't watch The Grinch because she hates it. I know I sound spoiled and childish, but I was so angry. We've been doing this my whole life and she just came in and destroyed it. The whole night she didn't even bother getting to know me at all. She was all over my dad and pretty much ignored me. I told my dad about how upset I was about our tradition and he said I should grow up and that things change. I didn't like her because she gave me a bad feeling, so I never got close to her. She complained to my dad about it and he got mad at me for not making her feel welcomed. I felt bad because she makes my dad feel really happy, so I tried being more friendly with her. In front of my dad, she was nice to me, but when we were alone, she ignored me or spoke to me with attitude. She even told me that I was a brat and I make my dad's life harder. I told him he didn't believe me and yelled at me for trying to sabotage his relationship. He said that I wanted him to die alone and be sad that I was selfish. I was so shocked because none of it is true. My dad basically treated me like I wasn't there at all after that. I felt like I did when my mom died all alone. I stayed up really late one night because I just couldn't sleep and wanted to sneak in a midnight snack. The GF was in the kitchen on FaceTime, so I decided to be nosy and listen. She was talking about my dad and how much she loves him. Then she said that he had this dumb daughter and she wondered if it was too late for adoption. Her and her friend laughed at that. She said that I was a little bitch and she hated me. Her friend then said something about boarding school and military school, but I left so I didn't hear the rest. I was so exhausted from all the crying I did, so I actually slept. I didn't tell my dad, and I didn't know if I should, since he probably won't believe me. I really miss my mom. I kind of want to go live with my grandparents, mom's parents now, but I don't want my dad to think that I'm leaving him. What do I do? Can I even do anything? How do I get my dad to listen? Would I be wrong for leaving? Oh, fuck. Okay. No, we don't know how old the girlfriend is. We don't know how old the girlfriend is, I think. We just know that dad is 43. Right? But like, you know, if she is near that age, it's embarrassing. And if she's not near that age, it's almost doubly embarrassing. So, you know, let's not assume the worst. Fuck. Oh, God. No, 43 is the dad. 43 is the dad. We don't know how old the girlfriend is. The stepmom or whatever. Why are you beefing with a 15-year-old? You're an adult? True. Honestly, would have recorded that and sent it to my dad if I were in her position. Yeah, I think so. When I was reading it, my first instinct was, yeah, if he doesn't believe you, just record it, right? It's easy to stealthily do that. But in the event that you can't do that, even though it was 5 years ago, you definitely have the capacity to do that. That's one thing. But the other is like, I don't know. It's a lot to unpack. Did you see how old the GF is in the comments or anything? I don't think so. No posts from OP. There's an update, so maybe there's like an update. There's more info in the update. There's 2 updates actually. OP needs to play more detective games. OP needs a lot more things than that. OP needs quite a few more things than to play detective games. You need to sit down with your dad and have a really like straightforward, honest chat without the girlfriend present, and just tell her. But after you collect some evidence to show that, hey, your girlfriend does not give a fuck about me and hates me and wants to get rid of me, and I don't think that's what you want, dad, right? Like you confront him with that, and you have to like say that I understand that you are happy with this woman, but this woman is making me very unhappy, and as your daughter, you know, there's a part of that that's also like, you know, I'm still your kid, right? I don't know. OP needs therapy and a good female role model. What I realize is like all these posts is like all the people need therapy and good role models. But like I get it though, because, or rather like I understand part of it. Part of his like her dad's response is because like is like a direct trauma coping from the mom passing away. And it's tough beyond just go to therapy. Like I can just say, yeah, go to therapy, whatever. But what do you do as a 15-year-old girl? Because you're a 15-year-old girl. What the fuck do you do? I think record the conversations, have evidence at hand that yes, she is being like vile towards you. Like she's just an awful person. Confront your dad about it. Sit down and have an honest chat about how this woman makes you uncomfortable. And this is something that needs to be changed for me to accept her as part of this family, because I am also part of this family, you say. But also I understand, like you say as the daughter, like that dad, you need this. And you want to feel like whole and accepted again, which like is in order to like overcome and deal with this traumatic loss that we've both experienced, right? Like that's the thing to do. And again, therapy helps with that. But I do think I guess that's the way to go. I'm so sorry this is happening to you. Unfortunately, your dad has blinders on right now, and anything you say will either fall on deaf ears or his girlfriend will spin it so that she's the victim. Your dad is making all the wrong moves with introducing a new girlfriend to you aside of picking a bad girlfriend in the first place. This relationship will have to take its course for a while. Don't feel bad about reaching out to your grandparents and seeing if you can live with them. Your dad is making selfish choices recently, and you're the only one who you can rely on to look out for you right now. Let his girlfriend have him. She'll show her true colors soon enough once they live together one day to day. Once she doesn't have you to be ugly, she'll take it out on him. Yup. No, this is not it. I don't think this is the good. This is not right. Comment deleted by a user. This is perfect. I would do this. OP. Fuck. Well, what was it? Wait, data thinking was a little bit, not a big one. I doubt a recording would change his attitude. I've read so many stories about situations like this where the parent chooses the new partner over the child. Besides making secret recordings of conversation in private is legal in many states, we should not be. What the fuck? Fuck off, dude. OP write a letter to your dad with all this info mailed to him. You know, may not be getting past you, reminding him of your real mother in person, and a letter will allow you to lay it all out without there being a fight. Let him know you want him to be happy, but you are suffering. Remind him that there's not only the only one who lost someone, you lost your mother too. The letter maybe, but like I do feel like this is something to confront with in person, if possible. But I don't know how precarious this situation is. The whole like secret recordings is private and illegal. In private is illegal. Fuck off. Fuck off, man. Is all I have to say to that. Like you're not doing it to incriminate someone in court. Or try to like, you're not convicting her of a crime. You're trying to prove to your dad that you're being gaslit, bruh. The OP the OP of this comment was probably right, but I don't know what they said because they deleted it. I know there's a way to like rewind deleted comments on like an extension or a page something, but I'm not bothered. Your dad has blinders on right now, and I think it will either fall on deaf ears or his government will spin it so she's. That's true. Your dad is making all the wrong moves. True. This relationship will have to take its course for a while. Untrue. I don't think that's true. I don't think the previous thing's true. I don't think the relationship will have to take its course. I think you can sit down and confront your father about this and talk to her about it. Sorry, talk to him about it. Of course. My suggestion is like also just make sure that when it bring it up again, okay, record her being an asshole, and then like private in secret, of course, and then you confront your dad about it, and then don't bring up the tapes yet. Just tell him again and ask him to believe you. Tell him, hey, like she is really being mean. Like this is not just like her being a victim. This is genuinely happening. You have to believe me. Do you believe me that? And if he doesn't, then you bring out the tapes. Or if it sounds like he's saying yes, but he just kind of wants to get this over, like he just kind of wants to ignore it, show the tapes. Like if that was not the way, if that's not enough of a wake-up call, then you show the tapes, right? And then you talk about this, and you talk about how like it makes you uncomfortable and you're a part of this family just as much as he is, and you've suffered this loss as well. It's unfair that he's being selfish. You say that. He's a 43-year-old dude. Like, yes, there's a lot of trauma he's processing, but you know, this is a shared grief, and the onus is on him as a father to not, you know, have it endanger his daughter like that. So you bring it up to him and do that. And if he's still, you know, unwilling, if he's still just like, no, you're wrong, my girlfriend is perfect and could do no harm, then what you do for yourself as an individual, I guess you just go live with your grandparents for a bit. Just like get out of that terrible environment for yourself. And then don't like do it secretly. Let your dad know that you're doing that. Let your dad know, hey, I'm going to grandma's and grandpa's because I can't deal with being here anymore. And then again, maybe tell that in the confrontation where you have the tapes as well. Don't get why the GF wants to stay in a relationship with the dad if she doesn't like the daughter. Kids will always be in his life. Well, that's why she's contemplating getting rid of her, but also at the same time, there could be many reasons why. She just doesn't want to be bothered with another woman's kids. Yeah, something like that. Something like that. The nuance here is that if she brings it up, he's not going to listen. He just has to deal with the content. If that's the case, then yeah. But I feel like you should try to bring it up with tapes. You should try to bring it up with evidence so that you know that, so you can show that, no, I am not like lying. I'm not over exaggerating or lying. This shit happens. And if you can't see through this shit, then I'm going to go live with like my grandparents. Like that's what you do. Update. Hi, since last post, spoke to my grandparents and told them everything. I asked if I could stay with them. I wanted to, and they agreed. I then spoke to my dad again and tried to tell him how I felt and what I had heard. I didn't want to film or record because I knew that he would be mad at that and wouldn't listen. He didn't believe me again and thought that I was just... No, like, record it anyways. Because you need to, like... He doesn't believe you, and there's no other way to obtain evidence for him to believe you. So and if you, like, want to continue talking to him and communicating with this guy, he's just gonna be like, no, you're making it up, you're lying. And you have to just show him that, no, you're not fucking lying. Anyways, he didn't believe me again and thought I was jealous of having to share him with someone else. I got upset and told him that I was leaving so he could live happily ever after without the burden of having me around. He looked shocked but didn't say anything. I'd already packed my bags and brought some things to my grandparents' house already. My dad didn't speak to me for the rest of the day. My grandfather picked me up. I've been there since. I haven't gone home and I haven't heard from my dad. Grandparents told me that they would handle my dad and that I shouldn't have to be the one doing it. Good on the grandparents. I'm upset that my dad hasn't called or texted me once to see if I'm okay. At the same time, I'm feeling so much better being with my grandparents. My grandmother's probably the sweetest person ever, and my grandfather's a little rough around the edges, but he's really a softie. Grandparents are good. This is not a full update, so I get why there's another update after this. No. Dad's being an asshole. It is what it is. Again, I can see where it's coming from. But I want to say that, like, not dismissive of his behavior at all. Dad does not love OP. I don't think that's necessarily true, or rather, I think the dad is going through a rough... Like, I can be sympathetic with the dad while still calling him the asshole. Like, he is the asshole, but I'm also sympathetic. I think it's just like he can't see through. He's coping very unhealthily, is what I'm trying to say. Yeah, therapy will go to therapy, talk about it, think, like, introspect. But also, the short-term situation is, yeah, live with your grandparents and it works, if that works. Evidently it does. So the kid is living with her grandparents now, and the grandparents are right in that, like, you know, they should be the ones handling it. And I think maybe they will. Maybe, I don't know. I still think the girlfriend should go missing under mysterious circumstances. Joke. I don't know. How old is the girl? How old is the stepmom? How old is she? Is she, like, you know, 20 something? Like, is she young enough to be the daughter? Is she, like, the same age? There's a little bit more background I want to know before I can excuse her, or I can even attempt to try to construct an excuse for her assholery and just general piece of shit behavior, right? I don't know. I'm so glad that your parents are such awesome people and will show you the love that your dad should have been showing you all along, and that they're willing to deal with your dad for you. It's too big of a burden for you to carry yourself. True. Always remember that allowing him back into your life should be your choice and on your terms. Oh yeah, completely. Your grandparents are amazing people. Same can't be said about your father. We'll never understand parents who choose their love lives over their children. You'd be better off without him anyways. Just focus on living your best life right away. Or right now. Yeah. Get your paperwork since you'll need that soon. Oh yeah. Passport, everything. If you're planning to, like, live away long term, you should get all of that. Your dad is a fool, and one day he'll realize how stupid he was. I feel as though, like, that's not out of the picture to happen right now, judging on the context of the initial post. But maybe I'm misreading the tone of it, because I feel like maybe if they sat down and talked about it with tapes and everything, that could shock her dad back. But without tapes, evidently he's doing the whole the gaslighting thing again. It is what it is. I want to know what the girlfriend's age is so badly. No! Fuck. I can't see the post. It's been removed by the mods. Parents can't take a break from their kids. It's not optional. You should be taking your reviews. All right. Yeah, okay. Judging by that, then I can tell that it's not a good ending. Fuck. Dad's a fucking asshole and stupid prick for choosing his GF over you. He should love you and not see you as part of your mom. My mom acted the same way after my dad died, and she got plenty of new kids with my stepdad. Now me and my brother are just leftovers from my dad. I was 16 at the time and I left as soon as I could. Seriously, so sorry for getting emotional, but fuck your dad and my mom. And I'm so sorry for you. Move in with your grandparents and block them out of your life. You'll regret it, not you. This at home, I'm sorry. Yeah, this fucking sucks. Oh, man. I want a juicy drama, but now it's just like... Kid now grows up and permanently... Kid goes through fucked up situation one after another. I didn't want to read that. Fuck. Oh, man. That's insane. Yeah, I guess I was too optimistic. The dad was not... The dad could not be saved. All the comments are like, yeah, get therapy. Yeah, therapy is, yeah, a lovely start. It is. Oh, fuck. And when Dad's relationship finally ends because of her narcissistic personality, then he'll truly have nothing in his life. But I don't want to see the man like, I don't want the man to be broken down and have nothing left. I'm sympathetic, but at the same time, he is being an asshole, and the kid does not deserve this at all. Fuck. I don't know. Hang in there, kid. Yeah, it's tough. Stuff can get better. I can't even say it like really in like with conviction. It's fucked up. But hey, yeah, I hope the kid hangs in there. I hope she's doing all right. This was 5 years ago. She's like 20 now. I wonder how she's doing now. Okay. Anyways. Let's read another one. Know for a fact too that if the GF dumps him, he's gonna be like, I'm sorry, will you come back? Taking a break from parenting. Yeah, it's like taking a break from parenting is how you know, like, okay, yeah, this guy's not a father. This is not a real father. Like, he is a piece of shit who just happened to have a kid. This is where we differ. I want the dad on his knees crying and begging for forgiveness. Okay, no, I do want him on his knees crying and begging for forgiveness too. I want him to be forgiven, but I do want him to like to be on his knees crying and begging for forgiveness. That's what I want to. But I don't want him to be like lost eternally, and then I don't know, like after his new GF inevitably breaks up with him, like go on a depressive episode and maybe even, yeah, I think that's entirely whether or not to forgive the dad, like from the kid's relation, the kid's point of view, it's entirely up to her. It's her decision entirely, and I don't have like a recommend, like I don't think there's an ought to way to go. It'd be nice if she could find forgiveness, not for the dad but for her, because that will help her move on and not have to hold on to this grudge. But I understand that that's not necessarily possible for every situation, and so, you know, however the way the girl processes this is the way to go. Yeah. I am 28, broke up with my ex-fiance F27 of 4 years 2 weeks ago after catching her in a huge lie and then finding out 3 days ago that she committed suicide because I wouldn't take her back. I am in need of some serious advice as I'm being blamed for everything. Okay. Okay. Whew. Hope their grandparents treated her well. Yeah, their grandparents seemed fine. Their grandparents seemed good according to her, so. Oh, fucking hell. We're really going down. Yeah, we're going down here. Like, I was a little worried that the top posts were all really nice. No, we're going down now, I think. I am 28, broke up with my ex-fiance, F27, of 4 years, 2 weeks ago after catching her in a huge lie and then finding out 3 days ago that she committed suicide because I wouldn't take her back. I am in need of some serious advice as I'm being blamed for everything. Hey guys, I need some serious advice as I'm pretty much being cornered by basically everyone and I really don't know what else to do as my mental state is declining and I'm left wondering if it's really all my fault. A little background. Me and my ex-fiance have been together for almost 6 years and engaged for 4 out of the 6 years. I was introduced to her by a close friend at a party and we just clicked. She was attractive, had a great personality, and had similar hobbies as me, which was perfect. Back in April of this year, I started noticing little changes in her. She started wearing more revealing clothes to work, started putting more makeup on, and etc. TBH, I had no problem with any of that stuff as it's her body, she can wear whatever and put however much makeup she wanted to, but what made things worse for me was when she started coming home late from work, or how instead of spending the weekend off with me, we both had weekends off from work, she instead was always going out. I once asked her why she never invited me to come out with her, to which she replied that it's the only girls' night out and that her other friends would not be happy if I tagged along as they were not bringing their own BF with them. It all came crashing down when me and her had a huge fight in June because she decided that instead of going out on a date with me, she told me how she already had made plans with her friends and it was rude of her to cancel. That was it for me. I fucking blew up at her and we had a huge fight which resulted in her packing her bags and leaving. I didn't hear from her for almost a week. None of her friends knew where she was and heck none of her folks even knew what was going on until she finally contacted me and wanted to talk. Imagine my surprise when she confessed to me that there was another guy involved and how all this time she was hanging out with him when all this time she was lying to me about hanging with her friends. I fucking blew up. I wanted nothing to do with her and was going to break up with her until she got on her knees and begged me to give her a second chance, which my dumbass self did, but only after she revealed everything to me, and she did. It made me fucking sick to my stomach, but in the end I forgave her and told her to delete all contact with the other guy and that I expect her to have no contact with him going forward, which she promised, and things kind of went back to before. Heck, we were even spending more time together, but that feeling, that trust wasn't there anymore. Everything was kind of okay until 2 weeks ago. A friend of mine was visiting another city, which was 3 hours away from where I lived. Sent me a picture with a message, "Sorry bro," that broke my already broken heart into a billion little pieces. The picture was of my ex-fiance at a mall 3 hours away from where we lived, holding hands with some new stranger who I didn't know. I fucking broke down. I was heartbroken. She was a bitch, a piece of shit, especially since I thought she was at work, while in reality she was 3 hours away holding hands with her lover. When I got home from work, I waited for her and right away confronted her, which she denied and called me a psycho for not believing her and that I was a piece of shit for not trusting her until I showed her the picture that my friend sent me. Her face told me everything, and when the waterworks started, I knew that I had made a huge mistake in taking her back, so I ended it. She cried and fucking begged me to think it over and not to throw away everything that we had together, which made me fucking angry, and I'm not gonna lie, but I fucking slapped her. I was not proud. I'm still not, but she's saying shit like not throwing away everything when it was her who threw away everything pissed me off. I told her to pack her shit and leave, called her parents and mine and told them everything. Her parents came to help her, and I told them to basically fuck off after they told me to think it over and to make the right decision before actually ending it. She begged me not to end things, but I had to do for my own peace of mind. I did not hear from her or her parents until 3 days ago when my parents called me to let me know that my ex-fiance had committed suicide. Her parents found her hanging and she had left a letter apologizing to everyone, including my parents and me, and how she is sorry from the bottom of her heart for what she did to me and how she can't live without me. And because of that, she ended it. I am at a fucking loss. Ex-fiance friends and family are blaming me, and my own mother told me it was my fault. She told me that I should have forgiven her since I'm clearly worth committing suicide over. I'm fucking disgusted. I've currently taken some time off from work and I have not a single clue what to do. Holy shit. Okay. Yeah, this is what I was expecting reading this thread. Holy shit. Okay. Fuck. Okay. I'm gonna need to get some water. I'm gonna need a bit of a break and I'm gonna get some water. I will be right back. God. No, I said I wanted drama, but I take it back. This is wild. Yeah, me too. I take it back. Fuck. I wanted like spicy, like office drama, not like serious traumatic event after serious traumatic event, but also like it makes sense that this is the place for, I guess, both of those things. So yeah. Oh, okay. Fuck, what do you do now? Okay, I want to start from the beginning. I want to start from like the beginning, not now, but like not now as in like not now as in like 6 years ago when he OP posted this, but like the beginning of this, the background, right? Okay, you find out your girlfriend's cheating on you. I understand. I guess this is maybe gonna be a controversial opinion I have, okay? But like, I don't think and I think it's different for different people, and if you're stronger than me, that's fine. I would have no tolerance for like faith, like no faith for like not for a partner not being faithful. Like I have no tolerance for cheating. Like I think if I was the OP the first time around, where there was very solid, like where she straight up confesses that like, hey, like it's because I've been cheating on you with another guy, then like it's simple. Break up with her because you're evidently like not enough for her. Like you don't have to frame it that. I don't mean to frame that as in like a you're not good enough, but more like she is clearly not happy being with you, or only being with you, which you are happy, which you thought you were, at least, like I guess happy being with her, and it sucks. But you got like, just at that point I would have been like, we're cutting it off now. The OP proceeds to let her back into his life. Where is this? She got on her knees and begged me to give her a second chance. My myself did, but only after she revealed everything to me, and she did. I would not have. I would have straight up been like, all right, the door's that way. It takes years to build trust. It takes so much time to build trust, and only one moment to break it. And that is not justification for the fragility of trust or whatever, and like how it's, oh well, it's only one mistake. No, that just proves how hard it is to build trust, which is why the most, you know, there's this almost sacred thing that's being in a committed relationship with someone else. Like that is just an almost like sacred thing. Oh god, fuck. How tolerance for it, because it can show tolerance for it. I think that's fair. So I think like it is purely that, I think is a purely personal thing. Like I don't think, like I would say like if I was OP I wouldn't have done this, but I'm not saying like this is how OP should have or shouldn't have acted. Like him choosing to accept her back is his choice, and he's made that choice, right? Like this is almost like a classics like setup. There's not much like nuance. It's like, what I mean by classic is like, yeah, there's not much nuance. They're in a relationship, committed relationship for years. Partner is all of a sudden has changes in behavior and doesn't want to hang out as often. Surprise, surprise, partners with another person, right? Like that's like the classic cheating setup. So I think like it's not that like in this situation I would say she doesn't deserve to be forgiven. I think she does deserve to be forgiven. I think if I were OP, I would certainly have forgiven him here. Sorry, forgiven her here. But at the same time, I would have been like, you know, I'm not going to hold a grudge against you and hope ill will on you, but I cannot deal with this on my own personal account, and that's why we need to end it. Okay, that's like what I would have done. That is not what OP did here, and I don't think that is necessarily a wrong move for OP. What OP did here, I think that is fine. Like what OP did was accept her. This shit goes by, time goes by, and then she cheats again. She is in like a mall holding hands with another person. A trusted friend of OP's confirms it literally. It's not like speculation. It's literal hard confirmation of cheating. There's like picture and everything. There are hard facts. It's there. It is undeniable that has happened. If that's the case, fuck, hold on. Like, yeah, like I get, like he was heartbroken, he was broken down, it was terrible, you know, you want to die, like your life fucking sucks, and you want to like, and at this point he goes like, okay, enough is enough. I've forgiven you once, and you've gone against me and like, you know, betrayed my trust once more. That is unacceptable, and asked her to leave. Okay, asked her to leave and everything. She goes away, and she kills herself. Like 2 weeks later, I think. Is it 2 weeks later? Yeah. No, like about, yeah, a week and a half later. Okay, what I would say to OP's not gonna hear this, but what I would say to OP, and this was like 6 years ago, so it's not really, like, I don't know if it'd be as relevant now. How old is OP now? OP's like 34 now. But anyways, she didn't kill herself because she couldn't live without you. She killed herself because she couldn't live with herself. That's the fact of the matter. She killed herself because she couldn't live with herself. Or maybe not fact of the matter. According to what I am given, the information I have here, that's why. Or at least I speculate that that's why. And being the fault and like being blamed by all of like everyone else for saying it's your fault that she killed herself is simply not, like, you don't deserve that on you. You do not deserve to have that shit on you. Like, if you were cheating and then she killed herself, yeah, but like, you have shown time and time and again a lot more sympathy and forgiveness than most people, just to have it blow up in your face again and have to deal with it. And like, finally then going, okay, enough is enough. You shouldn't have to deal with any of the emotional, or you, like, this should not be on you solely. Like, but I understand that of course it feels like it's on you. Like, of course it does. There's a bit here. Where is it? Her parents found her hanging, and she had left a letter apologizing to everyone, including my parents and me, and how she's sorry from the bottom of her heart for what she did to me, and how she can't live without me because of because of that she ended it. That's not true. It's not that you can't live. It's not that she can't live without you. It's that she cannot live with herself and the consequences of her actions. That's what she couldn't accept. Fuck. The only time it's someone else's fault is if another person does that. As if you straight up said to them, kill yourself. No, it's like a different thing. I think there's more. Like, I think there can be nuance to it. I think there's nuance to it. But in this situation, he has shown much more sympathy than is deserved. What's the talk on? Okay, so what's my recommendation is like, it is not your fault, or at least it is largely 90%. No, like, no, it's not your fault at all. It's not your fault at all. It is not your fault at all. But the way I understand why it might feel like that. This does bring up the whole like emotional being an emotional hostage. What's the word? You know, the thing when people threaten to kill themselves when things don't go their way in a relationship, or or one party threatens to break up and the other person goes like, I will literally commit suicide. And then I realize if I say it enough, YouTube is gonna auto ban censor my VOD, so I'm gonna say it less now. But yeah, no, I'm not. Fuck that. Fuck that. No, I'm not. No, I'm fucking not doing that. I'm talking about this shit. This should not be hidden or censored. This is serious subject matter that deserves serious consideration. Okay. Check the account and see if they posted recently. I can't check it. The account's deleted. Account's been deleted. I feel like cheating only ever happens after being in a relationship for years, and it's because people get bored or want new excitement. The solution to that is discussing it with your partner. Yeah, exactly. The solution is like you talk to your partner about that. If what's like where it stems from, you know, your dissatisfaction with the current relationship, is something that you feel or like someone feels. Like, it's the proper thing to do is like talk to your partner about that, and then discuss what should be done going forward, and like get a mutual agreement. Because it's a whole thing that's like a mutual agreement and founded upon trust. That's what that is. Now, solution should never be going to someone else to fill that void. Agreed. And it's not just because it's like morally reprehensible, it's also because like you're not going to fill that void. This is what you get banned for. Is a good run. It was a good run, I guess it was. Like, I'm just reading a post out and discussing serious like subject matter. I think what this does is like it makes it so that it's harder to monetize if you talk about the serious subject matter. But I guess that's fine because I'm not monetized anyways. Anyways. Suicide is such a personal decision that it's like, why would you do that because of someone else? I don't think it'd ever be someone else's fault. No, I think it could be. I think suicide could be other people's fault in certain situations. Like, for example, like targeted and relentless bullying and harassment. Like, I think it is reasonable and fair to attribute a certain amount of blame and fault for a person's suicide to like the people who did that, for example, the people who tormented this person's life and made them miserable. Like, I think that is like that there is a portion of blame that can be attributed to that if we want to talk about blame. I'm personally not interested in talking about blame so much as I'm talking about moving forward and helping and like things that help. But yeah, in this situation, yeah, of course, with that. But that's what I'm saying is like that's why I think there's nuance. It's like there is some level of like at the end of the day, it is obviously a very personal decision, the decision of suicide. But there is some fault that can be attributed to why a person might be pushed to that. Anyways, like, but I think evidently here, I don't think it's this guy's fault. Like, she could not deal with her own guilt and herself. That has nothing to do with him. Is it tragic that she killed herself? Yes. does that like automatically absolve her of all of her other guilt? No, not at all. I think what she should have done is, yes, write a letter to like being sorry about all of this shit, but then move on and be a better person. It's so hard, but you have to move on and do better. But again, that is me having a relatively like strong stance on, you know, moving forward. And this is informed by certain readings I have of absurdist philosophy. But yeah, that's just me. Not that I don't see the emotional like reason for why one would do that. I can see that, but that's a different point. Okay, what are the comments? You took her back, you forgave her. She lied again and turned it on you, holding past transgressions over her. If it weren't for that picture, she would have kept lying. She was actively trying to manipulate you into thinking you were wrong and she was the victim. I think she realized she lost you for good and it drove her to do what she did. Her parents are grief-stricken. They want to blame anyone for this. In the end, their daughter had mental health issues. Your mother, being a mother, feels their pain and also for some reason I don't understand wants to blame someone. I'm sorry for your loss. Ex or not, this woman meant something to you. Talk to the friend who gave you the heads up. It seems like he was the only one who really wanted what is best for you. If need be, seek therapy just to sort through everything. This is hugely traumatic for you. You even feel remorse for slapping her in a moment of complete betrayal. You have no reason to own her suicide. You owned up to emotions overtaking you and hitting her. You have nothing else to own up to. I wish you the best, absolute best in this difficult time. Yeah, 100% agree with this take. This is the take, I think. Thank you so much. You have no idea how much this means to me. Friend who sent me the picture has been coming over every day to look over me. He's a true bro. And once I'm in a better state of mind, then I'll be rewarding him for being there for me when my blood isn't. Well, that's good. At least his friend's got his back. Fuck. He wants my brain is not equipped to think about it because I don't have luck. Fair enough. Yeah, so that's what I said is pretty much just this. Like, yeah, you don't. The only thing I didn't, I guess, like mention is like he feels bad for slapping her in the moment. But I think again, although not a choice I agree with, I nonetheless completely understand where it's coming from. And on top of that, I don't think that was what, you know, caused the rest of the events to happen. I don't think it was, but yeah. Oh, mom just had an affair 18 years ago. I 18M am the product of it. My dad just informed me of all this and told me he will not pay for my college while my siblings got their college experiences paid by our dad. Fuck. Oh god. Okay, my immediate reaction is that's fucked up. Pretty much just have no idea how to process this and completely unprepared for what lies ahead. Both my older brother and sister went to the same college. Brother graduated 2 years ago. Sister set to graduate in 2 years. Both had their college paid by our dad. Dad paid all the college expenses, including rent, food, the car, pocket money, and you name it. Brother has a job and now his own place, living together with his fiance, life together. Sister already has a good paying job. Dad still pays for almost everything for her. Got accepted to the same college, which was always the plan. Was looking forward to talking to my parents about the next steps and asked them to help me the same way they did my siblings. I always assumed they had money put aside for my college the way they had for my siblings. Instead, I was met with a story about my mom's cheating, how I'm the result of her cheating, and how my dad is not willing to support me anymore moving forward. Dad told me that mom had 18 years to let me know and prepare me for the future. But obviously she never did. He said it was never his place to say anything since I'm not his son and didn't want to interfere with mom's parenting. Apparently my grandparents know I'm not Dad's biological son, but they haven't bothered to tell me anything either. My siblings had no idea and they're surprised as I am because there was never a hint of anything being off. I might be naive, but I always thought I had a great relationship with my dad. We go to see sports together, we go fishing together, he tutored me when I had difficulties with math. Dad's an engineer. He taught me to drive. I never got a hint that he stores resentment towards me. I mean, he gave me my new name, has explained what my name means, and he was very proud of it. It's a story he tells from time to time. He likes to talk about stuff like that about me. My mom has never said a word about anything, and apparently she was supposed to have the talk with me, but she never did. I feel abandoned and unprepared for what lies ahead. I'm not even sure I'll be able to go to college anymore. I always assumed my parents would pay for it. I never had a job, not sure what job I can get to support me through college. I have no idea how to apply for loans. All my mom has done is cry and apologize, but nothing of substance. She has no idea how to help me. I don't even know if I'm welcomed home anymore. It's all up in the air. I feel shamed leaving my room, and if I will be asked to move out, I don't know where to go. I don't have any savings, maybe $400 put together. I'm angry at my mom. I'm confused about where I stand with my dad. There's a man out there who's my father that never wanted to have anything to do with me. I feel rejected, and I have no idea what to do to fix the situation. Anyone have any idea what to do here? Do I apologize to my dad? What do I say to him? I don't know. I've been stuck in my room these past few days reading and browsing, but I have no idea what to do. Okay. First reaction. There's some serious cognitive dissonance going on. The dad is punishing his mom's, is taking out, like, and is punishing his mom's mistakes on him. He has had no fault in this. Why punish the affair baby for your partner's infidelity? Exactly, yeah, that's exactly it, yeah. Like, the dad is taking this out on the wrong person, first of all. And there's some huge cognitive dissonance going on, because while there's other parts of the post where he's like, you know, my dad and I were really close. Like, we talk and we hang out, and like, even like gave me my name and everything. He likes to talk about, you know, the story of that name, but then is also like, you're not my real son. I'm not paying for your college. What? That strikes me as odd. That strikes me as like a strange cognitive dissonance. Like, does he actually, because yeah, like, you're not your dad's biological son. I understand how, like, why that will lead to your dad not being as close, but then it seems as though the dissonance is like, no, they are close, but then his dad is like, no, I cannot support you anymore because you're 18. Why? What the fuck did the kid do? And more importantly, I think, you are his dad. Like, the dad is the dad. Like, you are not, it's just because you're not like biologically related doesn't mean you're not his dad, considering you've been raised by him and everything. What the fuck? It's mental. Oh, sins of the father, sins of the mother. What do you do though? What's like the, anyone have any idea what to do here? You have to confront them about this and tell them, like, you are my dad. Like, that's not just because you're not biologically related and it's like your mom, like my mom's cheating or whatever, doesn't mean that you're not. What the fuck do you even say? If you truly will not help, apply for emancipation. That way they will qualify grants and financial aid. Yeah, that's good. Have you gotten a genetics test? No, don't know, but dad seemed pretty sure. And judging by how the mom reacted, it probably makes sense. I mean, okay, I think they're missing the point though, because I don't think it matters. Like, oh, I just, fuck, I'm sorry. I know, it's a fucked up situation. But I read the fuck, I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. I read throwaway no college 01, and that was a little funny to me. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have laughed at that, but I read the handle of that and it was kind of okay. On to like the serious business, right? I feel like what he should do right now is obviously confront his parents about this and point out the cognitive dissonance, point out how it's unfair, point out how like he deserves this treatment as much as siblings. And then also go talk to your siblings. Like, go talk to your siblings and ask them to back you up on this. Like, Does all of his siblings know that like they're not biologically related? And if so, do they think of him any differently? Is he ostracized from his family all the time? Clearly not, because it's a shock, right? It's only just now, like just at this event, when confronted with the whole college talk, that he's realizes this. So I'm assuming his like relatives and his brother and sister are not like ostracizing him from the family. They are family. So get their side as well. Get them to weigh in on this as well and help out, is what I would say. And confront your parents about this and say that it's only fair that like you want like help through college, and say that okay, like, and that's it. Like you maybe say that like, okay, but if you don't want to see me ever again, like at least I deserve this much, right? Like, you know, being paid through college. Do you wonder if his siblings would back OP at all? If they were any, like, if they were siblings that, if they're like siblings, yes, like, right? Like if they are siblings that cared about each other. But I don't know if they do. Hopefully they do. Fuck, okay. Okay. Update. Sorry to disappear, nothing bad happened to me. Managed to talk with my mom yesterday, but I chickened out halfway through what I had to say. Good news is I'm not being kicked out or disowned. Thank you for the support. We'll follow through and call financial aid. Grandpa had a stroke a week ago. My dad is telling me my grandpa was setting up a live-in nursery, wasn't around. You say, well, you know how I managed. Update 2. Sorry for not updating. Passed away. Grandpa passed away yesterday morning. Nothing happened to me, but my situation is a secondary concern right now. Regardless, I think I'll be alright. Thanks to your amazing support and help. Sister is aware of everything and told me not to worry. She has my back and I have her support. Good. I will update when and if there's any significant changes. Right now, I need to support my grandma. Yeah, fair enough. Okay, here's the update. Not sure if this is what you want to hear, but things are more or less back to normal if you consider other events. Unfortunately, my grandpa died at the beginning of this week and I'm still processing it. I did manage to talk with both my mom and dad, and I know where I now stand in relation with them, as well as my siblings. I'm not sure how I would have had the courage to say what I said if not for the amount of help and advice. I think it's safe to say that both parents love me, and what had happened 2 weeks ago was an overreaction to a fight between my parents. Oh, it makes me uncomfortable knowing I'm not aware of my own environment, but a stranger in the comments can tell me what's happening in my life with only a few lines of text from my side. Okay. So far I went through 40% of the comments, but I've given up. Okay. Conclusion is that I'm definitely going to college. It will be the college I've always wanted to go. Now I have the same experience as my siblings. The money to pay for all this already exists. Family's not going bankrupt as suggested. Dad has just had a mental breakup with all the issues around my grandpa and his fight with my mom. But even if my dad would have went through this with this decision, my grandpa would let me know. Grandma let me know. My grandpa left me and my siblings and son. We will have to split between 3 of us, but enough to put me through college. What started the entire scandal was poor timing on my part. Parents just had a fight, and then I showed up, hey, pay for my college. Parents were talking about us, their children. Mom said something along the lines of, to think you wanted to split up when I came back pregnant, or something like that. I was not there. This is what she told me. I guess dad was talking about how proud he was of his children, and mom wanted to express her gratitude for dad raising me as his own. And dad took it as the affair was the best decision I ever made or something like that. And their fight escalated from there. And the mom told dad something like, what makes you think any of them are your, what the fuck? What the fuck? Why is it worse in the update? What the fuck? Why is the update not like resolving the situation? What? Went downhill from there fast. Shortly after that, my dumb face showed up and here I am. Then mom was just made up. Mom is a little mess. Dad is not handling my grandpa's passing away too well either. Did talk to my siblings, and sister raised a storm and wrote it here while blasting my parents on the phone. Haha. Brother was calmer, made his feelings known in no certain terms as well once he got back home. Good. Supportive siblings. I knew that would happen. Or rather, I hoped that would happen, and I'm glad it did. Grandpa passing away sort of kept spirits calm, I guess, and shifted the focus of dealing with that. I went from I'm going to college, can't wait, to you're not my son, I will not pay for your college in less than 24 hours. It's fucked. You should not be taking that on your fucking kid, man. Like, it's one thing to have a dispute with your spouse and like talk and like argue and fight. It's another to take it out on your own fucking kid, because he's your own fucking kid. Anyways, others have been prepared for this. At the very least, they know they have to get a loan or get a job, look for a basically one, whatever. Music doesn't change reality. Yeah. Parents have been called more names than they go by, and that was uncomfortable to read, and I haven't even read all the comments. I can't imagine what else lies in the comments waiting. Dad is very sorry, apologetic about his reaction and behavior. I understand his reaction, but I still feel hurt by it. I understand he was not in the best place of mind, but I can't control my feelings either. We'll be alright, and this hasn't irreparably damaged our relationship. Right, yeah, that's what I was thinking. It was like, this really does feel like a moment of like extreme cognitive dissonance. Like, what the fuck is happening? Mom hasn't handled everything that well, but she's coming around. She answered some more questions for me. When mom had an affair years ago and got pregnant with me, my parents started a divorce. Mom moved in with the man she had the affair with, but after a few months, the guy decided he wanted nothing to do with it. Kicked mom out and she had nowhere to go. So grandparents took her in because she was still the mother of their grandkids. I'm getting a lot of heat for this mistake, but whatever. In my family's culture, grandparents call their grandkids nephews as well. Okay, whatever. Mom and dad got back together after a lot of work. Dad took me as his own, and that's my life since then. The man who is my natural father is not in the picture anymore. Dad didn't really know who he is, and mom hasn't seen or heard him ever since. He is fully aware mom was pregnant with his child. I guess he had more important things to do, but it doesn't sound like he was about to cure world hunger. She's fuck. She met him in a bar, not at a fundraiser. And I don't feel the need to know any more about who he is. I thought about the matter the last 2 weeks since I've been aware of everything, and I haven't really felt a desire to know who he is, where he is, if he's still alive. If I have other siblings out there, I was suggested to go buy a DNA kit from 23andMe. Maybe I can find him that way. But I think I will avoid doing this specifically so I don't find him or he finds me. As far as I care, I have a mom and dad and a brother and sister, and that's my family. Moving forward, I do plan on getting a job. Yeah, okay. I'm more independent, not an attempt to distance myself from my family, but to feel like I would not be lost in the world. Mom admits I've been baby way more than my siblings, and that should have prepared me more for what's coming next. I did learn where I stand with my family. It's safe to say I'm loved and I have options. Thought I was isolated, but my world is wider than I thought. Okay. I think my parents are human and they make mistakes, and even though it's not their greatest moment, I think I will look at everything as nothing more than a weak moment in an otherwise wonderful relationship. Thank you. That is very mature. That is a very, very mature response from just I can make fun of it now that everything's fine. From you, throw away no college 01. Throw away no college 01 is so funny to me. I'm sorry, but everything's fine, so I can laugh at it. But yeah, like, the parents got some serious shit going on and should not have taken it out on their kid. That was what that was. That was calling it what it is. The parents were, the dad especially, the parents were taking it out on their kid. That's fucked up. You don't ever do that. You don't ever, because of your own spats, take it out on your kids. Like, that's it. There's no nuance to this. You don't fucking do that. And he did not deserve to go through this, but I'm glad he's okay. I'm happy that his siblings were supportive. That's what I'd hoped for, and I'm glad that that was the case. And I'm glad that things have, have returned relatively normal between him and his parents. There's a lot of work to do. There's a lot of shit to go through, but at least it seems like he's in a good headspace to do it. And yeah, of course, condolences to the grandpa. Can't understand people who won't parent their own kids to take care of them just because they're not biologically related. Who cares? I understand it, but I disagree with it, because there is, at the end of the day, like, I don't think it's justified, but it is a huge thing, and there's different cultures respond to this differently as well. But there's a huge thing. There's a huge stress on the on bloodline, right? Like, that is a big thing. I'll never understand it. I understand it, but I disagree with it. Frankly, I think, like, we're all people, but I recognize that it's not, I don't have a very popular view. Like, I don't think the views are very popular. A lot of people do place some importance on, like, their kid being their own kid, I guess. Okay. There you go. We've reached the thumbnail post. We reached the thumbnail post. Kids are innocent, leave them alone. Exactly. Fix your problems yourself, exactly. Well, maybe don't leave the kids alone, but you get the idea. Sometimes fighting your siblings. You say your sibling was adopted and found in the trash. That was so mad he pulled the fucking "you ain't going to college" card too. Goddamn. Fucking hell. Is it time to start by controversial? After this, yeah. And then maybe we'll go on like dating advice. Wife had been flirting with her coworker. She said she would stop, but it just happened again. Is there any future in this relationship? My wife and I have been married for slightly more than 3 years now. This is 5 years ago. Last Christmas, I found that she had been having a long conversation with a coworker of hers, in which they talked about having had... What? Sorry. In which they talked about having had sex multiple times and that they couldn't wait for the next one. The guy said he was going to book a hotel near their office right after Christmas. In this conversation, when he said he was looking forward to seeing my wife, she replied with things like, "I'm looking forward to much more than just seeing you," etc. You get the idea, overly flirty and sexual. When I confronted my wife, she denied the conversation ever existed. After deleting it, she showed me her phone to prove it didn't exist, but I'd taken a few pictures. She then said it was all virtual and that they never did anything physical. To prove she was right, she messaged her coworker in front of me asking if he had booked the hotel. He replied, "Not yet." She then asked if he was really expecting them to meet, to which he replied negatively. She promised they would never talk again and I agreed simply because I love her a lot and wanted to trust her, but in my mind I wasn't completely sure she had been honest. For a few weeks, I must admit I checked her phone a few times too many, so she changed her password, which I was fine with because I was probably being too paranoid. This week I picked her phone up because I needed a code that had been sent to her phone number. I didn't even need to unlock the screen to get it. To my surprise, under the message with the code there were other messages from the same guy. One of them was an audio, the second one a shirtless photo of himself in front of a mirror, and the third one said sweaty and a few emojis with the tongue. I confronted her since she had promised that they wouldn't talk ever again, and she said he just wanted to show her he's going to the gym to show progress. But then the rest of the times they talk, it's just about work, and this is just a coincidence. I asked her to show me the rest of their messages, but she said she had mistakenly deleted the conversation history. My wife says she's going to change this time and that I never really forgave her, and that's why she kept talking to the guy. She says this time she's really going to stop, but I have a hard time believing it. Or even if she does stop, I fear when things don't go so well between us, she'll do it again. I really love her, but can't keep living like this. Is there any situation in which this can work? What would you do? This... it's probably not made up, but it does, out of all the posts, feel like a little, like... I don't know, like the shirtless photo, the audio, and the sweaty like the straight up explicit talk of having sex, like that's like definitely, I don't know, that feels a little too like yeah, there's like no remorse in this at all. She's like, she's not sorry she did it, she's sorry she got caught, etc, etc. I don't think there's much nuance to it. Yeah, she's cheating on you, break up. I really love her but can't keep living like this. Like, well, she doesn't love you, evidently. Not enough, at least, to justify how much you're putting into this commitment in this relationship. Can't say what I want to say because Automat is deleting the messages. That's fine. I'll let Automat do its thing. It's not even my Automat, it's straight up just YouTube's filter. It's not even me. Don't get why people cheat. Why not just break up and see other people? Well, that's what happens when you marry just like without really understanding the full gravity of what that marriage is, I guess, but I don't know. Okay. She's cheating on you. You need to break up with her because this is not going to work. If she's been doing it once, she will do it again. Or like, it's very likely that she could do it, like she would do it again. At least if it is framed in this way. Like, obviously, every situation has its own nuance, but if it's like this, it's very much like, yeah, there's no... I don't think there's much nuance to this, really. Like, you really just gotta swallow the difficult pill that is, you need to divorce, I guess. He's just going to the gym to show progress. Yeah. For the time they talk just about work, and it's just a coincidence that he just so happened to send a shirtless photo of himself with sweaty and a few tongue emojis and audio. And then when you ask to show the rest of the message history, oh, I accidentally deleted it. Like, come on. Fucking hell. Dude, you are being blind. Yeah, dude, you gotta fucking get the hell out of here, dude. It's right in front of you. It could not be more obvious than having the evidence right in front of you. There's no nuance to this, I feel like, to this particular thing. He's not being blind, doesn't want to believe. He had clear evidence they were fucking back then already, and he latched onto her excuse like a drowning man into a life ring. He's a serial cheater who's unlikely to change, there's no reason to. Who doesn't need to make up excuses because OP is making them up for her? Yes, ... And then it's like the update post. Fucking hell. Gaslighting isn't real, you made it up because you are crazy. True. Flirty, they've clearly been nailing each other. Tell her to, and feel free to paraphrase, fuck right off. Yeah. Married 3 years and you don't mention kids, I'm assuming you don't have any. Consider yourself lucky, dude. She's cheating on you. One, she's cheating on you. A lot of people cheat, most don't get caught. Consider yourself lucky again that you don't have to take her word for it because the evidence you found is clear cut. She may eventually admit, she may not, no matter, you have the answer. 2, get a lawyer. Yeah. You know your marriage is over and you can never trust her again, right? Yeah. 3, book an appointment with a therapist. Video chat appointments better than none at all. And if you've never had therapy before, you'd be surprised by how settled you can feel after opening up to someone about how badly you've been hurt. Yeah. Yeah, all of this. Wait, I just realized, yeah, my wife said she's going to change this time that I never really forgave her, and that's why she kept talking to the guy? I didn't even read this part, like, in depth enough. I was just like, I made up my mind here. I'm a weak human being, okay? I didn't read the whole thing. I made up my mind around here. And I was just kind of auto reading from here, okay? I didn't actually. She said she was gonna change. You never forgave her. You've stayed and you continue to stay in this marriage, and then, and then that's why she's kept talking to the guy after the first confrontation, bruh. It doesn't need to be good at lying about cheating. I mean, look at OP. I mean, yeah, right? Like, you don't even have to be a good liar. Wow, that's crazy. Oh, fuck. And of course, like this post and a lot of the posts before, I didn't mention this, is like, the implicit assumption is like, this is like, the implicit assumption is like, none of this was talked about beforehand and their boundaries do not allow for this type of thing. And, you know, this is not, it generally, like, I think they're all monogamous relationships. Oh my god. You know. Update, you're right. I ignored every single one of your comments and eventually called my wife with the other man. What the fuck did you think was gonna happen? Jesus. This is a tough pill to swallow and I can't say I haven't been warned. In my previous post, many folks asked me to follow up with an update, so here it is, fresh from the oven. After reading every single comment on the Reddit post, my brain just couldn't overcome the catastrophe and the collapse of the world I'd built for me, in which my wife is my love, my best friend and partner, and as well as the person I admire the most. She was entirely perfect and made me happy for many years. I thought no couple in the world could have what we had. We were both very happy for a long time. We were both attractive. We were both inherently good, had big hearts, and were individually wildly successful in our careers. After the Reddit post, I moved to an Airbnb and eventually with family to think things through. It was a terrible time, but after a psychologist helped me recover from a terrible mental state, it coincided with a pandemic hitting very hard in my city. I caught the virus, which didn't help. During this time, we kept talking, and my wife was very sorry and continued saying they hadn't met. I knew it wasn't true, but was willing to forgive the woman of my dreams who continued being the highest altar of my universe. Fuck, at least he knows. At least he knows, though. At least now he understands, right? Fast forward to last Saturday morning, I went back to our place, ready to forgive her and talk things through in the most mature way possible. And well, there she was, but I was the one who received the biggest surprise, to say the least. The guy was in my house naked, and so was my wife. The guy from the messages, the guy from the pics. The one she said she didn't even like. I caught him hiding in my bathroom as my wife was putting her pajamas on. When I saw him hiding in my bathroom, he uttered, "Sorry, dude." Fuck. Oh my god, no. Fuck. Oh god. Oh fuck. Oh man. Oh my god. Fuck. Oh man. It's, oh god. Sorry. My bad. Yo. Yeah, it's in his house. Yeah. For a second, I asked myself, is this where I kill him? But I instantly replied, I got nothing against you. Because the guy was just nailing this hot woman. Even if he was doing so in a house full of pictures of me. Pictures of our wedding and our families. Pictures of my dead father who would be so sad to see how the marriage he never witnessed was going to end. He's always been the reason I try to make the world a better place. He passed away 2 months before our wedding. I'm sorry, I still love her to death, but I understand enough is enough. And even if my world collapses, I hope I can build a new one without lies, in which I'm not just a blind believer under an altar of a fake god. Godspeed. Fucking hell, man. Oh my god. Hope he's in the chair. Hope he's in denial that he's on the chair. That's fucked up. Sorry, dude is so funny though. I don't think I should be laughing at that, but it's so funny. Oh my god. Fuck. Judging from this post and the last, I feel as though there's a part of OP that he's not, I don't think he even, I think he's idealized and put his wife on way too high of a pedestal that would be unhealthy even if she weren't blatantly cheating on him repeatedly. Like even if there wasn't this whole cheating ordeal, I would still think it's not good that he's putting her on such a high mantle instead of, you know, like treating her as a partner, not like, you know, a goddess, right? But you know, you add that to the fact that she's blatantly cheating on him so remorselessly and guiltlessly, it's insane. Come on, this sounds so fake, but oh my god, if it's real, I feel so bad for OP. I think it could be fake. I feel like this could actually be fake. Like it's a bit, but like, I don't know, this sorry dude kind of made it like real to me. You know what I mean? Like everything else was like, okay, yeah, you see the text, you see like they're talking on Christmas or whatever, and then there's like chat messages on the phone, cheating with someone new from work, and then like that's all very like, yeah, I can imagine someone's writing the creative, like this is a creative writing exercise for someone, and they're like, I'm just trying to like write a story where and people get mad. But the sorry dude is such an unnecessarily like funny but also kind of real. Like I feel like if he was creatively writing, he wouldn't put this bit in, you know? I feel like he would have deleted this if this was creative writing. Like when I saw him in the I saw him in the bathroom. He would have just been like, I saw him in the bathroom and decided not to confront him. But like this kind of solidifies the scene for me. I don't know. I think it's real. I think it's almost funny. But like, man, this guy is so fucking lost. And I hope he finds what's best for him. Because he is so out of it. Like he's just blind believer under an altar of a fake god is the most sobbing by candlelight writing on parchment with an ink quill shit I've ever seen in the 21st century. It sucks, which sucks because I like that aesthetic, but like, but this is like, he's like, I don't know, man. I feel like he's trying to romanticize his own situation as a form of coping. If like, assuming this is real, of course, he's romanticizing his situation as like, oh, I am so, woe is me. Like, I didn't listen and understand by the previous comments. But I choose to believe it's because he doesn't know how to process this traumatic experience. Sorry, I had to experience this in the most extreme way possible by literally walking in on them naked together. Get composure when almost any reaction would have been justified. Just take your time and take care of yourself for however long it takes. I can't imagine the pain you have. Yeah. OP, very sorry it happened, but it was literally going to take you walking in on them for her to admit it. Yeah, maybe. He doesn't deserve this level of disrespect, but at the same time, it's not just like his wife is disrespecting him. He's disrespecting himself. Like he has no He's got no self-respect from this post, man. From these posts. There I go with a fucking L. Okay. Indicative, perhaps, of my cultural context. The words that I told her, it wasn't me. Got cheated on, becoming poet, crying over his malicious muse. I mean, I think he's just coping, so I'm not gonna like come down too hard on his literary prose. But sorry, dude, is so fucking fun. Hey, my bad, man. Sorry, I'm just gonna leave now. You guys sort that out. What the fuck do you even like? You sure don't take her back and she'll do it again. Yeah. Even if she doesn't, you don't deserve to, like, you don't deserve this. Good God fucking speed, man. Your wife will never be sorry for what she did, but she'll keep saying she's sorry dozens, probably hundreds of times to try and keep your world from crashing down. But you will be manipulated no more. Do not leave your marital home under any circumstances. Find a good lawyer and start filing for divorce. Yeah, find a good lawyer. Why is there like poetry in the fucking comments now? What else are you supposed to say after fucking a man's wife, though? I don't think you're supposed to say anything. I feel like this is like... There should be no Marvel dialogue when you're screwing a man's wife. Okay? There should be no... I don't want to see any he's right behind me, isn't he? Like, I don't want to see any fucking, like... You're gonna wanna look at it. You're gonna wanna see this. Like, I don't want to have any of that in that dialogue in this situation at all. Can imagine willingly hooking up with someone that you know is married. Like, you want to be responsible for that. It's like I think there's a part of it is precisely because of the taboo nature of it. It's the, like, they're chasing a sort of thrill. Like, they're chasing a sort of like oh, not only is she hot, but also she's taken. So there's like so it's like, oh, I am asserting my dominance as a man over this other man or something, right? That like some people may have, I don't know. So Monster Hunter, huh? Oh. Talk about the Super Bowl. Fuck. God. Would never, because I hate the idea of being a homeworker. That's because you're like a person with like empathy and like a good head on your shoulders, but like evidently these people are not, right? This is okay. I have to come out and say what other people are not saying. It's pathetic. Like, it is fucking pathetic. This dude is pathetic, and he needs to have like more self-respect. He needs to have a he just, there is, I don't know. Is a Creepcast reference? No, I didn't know that. I didn't know it was, I didn't watch the episode. I just know there's a new Monster Hunter. I thought that was what you're referring to. Because he just looks at me and says, so there's a new Monster Hunter. Have you been playing it? While you're in this fucking bathroom. Ugh. Yeah, like, I'm sorry. This is pathetic. But like, I'm not saying this as a dismissive, like, you know, this man doesn't deserve anything after this. Pathetic. No. I mean, like, this is pathetic. You should really think about this and reflect on it. Work on yourself. Offer yourself, for the first time in a very long time probably, some amount of self-respect in your fucking life. And properly walk away from this. That's what I'll say. Okay. That's it. That's all the posts we'll read, I think. And yeah, we've read a few things. Okay, maybe we'll read a few controversial things. Let's see. Best hot new top rising. No, controversial. I can't find controversial. There's no controversial. Damn. Best 14 hours ago. Let's read this 14 hours ago. My coworker 18M put me 22F on a hear me out cake and posted it online. Do I take action in some way? What the fuck is a hear me out cake? I work at a diner as a waitress with this kid. Let's call him John. John has always seemed pretty chill and busts my tables. Sometimes we chat if we're closing together, usually about school, as he started college not too long ago and I almost graduated with my BA. Ultimately, we were friendly but not friends. Last week, he said that he was part of a group chat with a handful of other coworkers on Instagram and asked if I wanted to join. I said sure, because I haven't connected with people at the diner that well and figured it was worth a shot. We swapped Instas. Group chat's very normal, friendly banter between coworkers. Yesterday, I see that John posted a reel of him and a couple of his buddies doing the take on a hear me out cake, which is usually a very lighthearted and funny way of saying you would get with what are typically fictional and mostly animated characters. The entire cake adhered to that concept, except towards the end, when my face, a picture that he must have screenshotted from one of my posts, is stuck on the cake. I was the only real person on that cake, and John actually made a comment about how attractive I was and that he wished that he could hit that, but doubts he has a chance. I feel insanely grossed out and kind of violated. I want the video taken down, and I'm not sure if I have the right or authority to do that. I think you do. I ranted about this to my sister, and she told me to just take it as a compliment and be glad that someone thinks I'm pretty. No. It feels wrong to do that. Yes. Is this grounds for taking this issue to higher ups? Yes. I don't know if I'm comfortable working with him at the moment. You are not. Do I just take care of this myself and tell him that it makes me uncomfortable and I want him to take it down? Just go straight to the higher ups and then talk to him about it. It is a public video, yeah. Fucking hell. A compliment that's gross. It is, but like I want to reflect on a moment that I want to reflect shortly that this is what her sister said to her. Okay. And I want to use that as a jumping off point to say that women also perpetuate patriarchy and are part of the problem. That's my feminist agenda, I guess. I don't know what Kenji's anti-feminist agenda is, but this is my feminist agenda. Is that women too can be part of the problem of patriarchy. Did they take away controversial? I think they did. Maybe? I don't know. I just can't access it. The hear me outs are usually like Lightning McQueen, Sully from Monsters Inc. Yeah, exactly. Not your coworker. Yeah, exactly. It's not like a hear me out. That first of all, no, okay. First of all, this is fucked up and you shouldn't do it, whatever. Like, we've established that as very clear. Second of all, you didn't even do the fucking meme right. Like, the meme is supposed to be like strange, unconventional, fictional characters. Like, you literally, like, that's the post that's like, hear me out. People will post hear me out and it's just a like conventionally attractive anime character. Like, literally, it's that. Except also now it's a step beyond that's even worse, where it's like, this is my coworker in real life. I'm posting it on my public Instagram reel or story. Is it reel or story? A reel. This isn't a story that's like you share it to your friends, even that would be it's just public and awful and off. This is a fucking reel. That's insane. I didn't even clock that. In my head, I was thinking, yeah, it's fucked up. It's like a story and people can see that publicly. No, it's a fucking reel. Oh my god. No, 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 no. Oh, no, no. Hear me out is a Corey Tita, the most gorgeous New York 10 LA woman you've ever seen. I don't know exactly what that means, but yeah, pretty much. You can access controversial on the app, so I don't know what's wrong. It's not on the web version though. Oh well. It's rude to put someone on IRL on a hear me out cake. It's not just rude. It's like several layers of like, it's several tiers of fucked up. Like you have to go, there's a line. It's like, you know, is it fucked up to post like a friend there who is usually okay with his banter? Sorry, let's go down the line, right? Can you post it if it's a friend, like, you know, someone you know and have good rapport with and is consented to it? I still think it's a little fucked up, but you know, we're going down the line, right? Then, okay, can you post someone who you have a established rapport with, but you didn't explicitly ask consent for this specific thing? That's already hard line, like, no. Can you post anyone who's not a friend that you know? Fucking, like, you see what I mean? There's like 3 tiers beyond fucked up already that he did that. God. Just means a woman who's extremely conventionally attractive. Okay. You can link the top controversial post of all time if you want. Can you pick one to link to me and I'll read that? Pick one controversial post to read and I'll do that. And then I'll go to like dating advice. I'll go to our dating advice. That's crazy. Still hypocritical with me, but I found it funny when someone put their friend's dad on the cake. That's also fucked up, but it is also funny. I don't think it's hypocritical to say it's funny. I think that's kind of funny, but it's also fucked up. It's also fucked up and you shouldn't do that. But it is kind of funny. I've never heard of a hear me out cake before. What the fuck does that even mean? Oh God. You can post like fictional characters on a hear me out cake. That's what you should do because they're not real. Can you post like real people? I think maybe I think it defeats the spirit of the post, but if you want to exclaim out to the world that you want to, then it depends on if the other person like is okay with that. Like I feel like you'd have to ask the other person, or the other person has to make it clear, like, yeah, you could do that. Why not? It's funny, right? So yeah, I think if you want to post real people, then you got to make sure that the person is like okay with it. Now I'm thinking like, not like, I've never heard of the hear me out cake, but I have seen people like post like things of a similar note to VTuber communities, and I feel as though it's dependent on the VTuber. If the VTuber is okay with it, then yeah, you can. If not, then obviously don't do it. But I think that's like a gray area line. Did you get the link? No, I did not see a link. I don't think the link, I think the link is just blocked on Reddit, on YouTube chat. It's fine. Can you tell me what it is? Can you tell me what the title is and I'll just look it up? You could do movie characters in live action. Yeah, you could do like real, I think yeah, that's also a bit of a gray area, but no, actually no, I don't think it is. I think, yeah, you can do like public movie characters. Yeah, you can do movie characters. I think that should be okay. I don't know though, that might change depending on the times. I feel like right now it's fine, but I feel like maybe in the future we would find it a little bit more like, not unacceptable, but it's like definitely an eggshells thing. Do you know if the actor would want that, right? Because a lot of actors go into expecting that, but just because they're expecting it doesn't mean they want it, right? So you don't know. It's the thing with like nudity in films and how some actors feel uncomfortable with the fact that like when they do a nude scene, it's like, this is what people see, and this is, or rather this is like the only thing people focus on. I don't know. The title is I told my 25, okay 25F BF 26M his friend, I wish he looks like his hot friend. He's been acting, oh God, yeah, that of course that's on, yeah, that makes sense to be on controversial. Where is this? This is a year, 600 comments, 1 vote. All right, yep. Yes, yes. Okay, yeah. This is the controversy. Okay. Would you be offended if you were on a hear me out cake for VTubers? I'm not gonna lie. I'd be offended if I wasn't. Cause it's like, I think it's cause I'm comfortable with the idea, with like the culture of it surrounding it. And also because I think it's a compliment to my friend's work. Like my friend has made incredible work in art, and this is just kind of people going like, I think this person's art is incredible, and I would say, yeah, it is great. Our team cooked as usual. So I think that, yeah. I don't like men, you can't be on my cake. I'm not asking, I'm not like saying you should put me on your cake. That's all I'm saying. I'm saying if someone were to do it, I'd be like, all right, whatever. I guess that was the idea. But that's like that's not something I'm concerning myself with. That's not important. What philosophers are you putting in the hear me out cake? Surprisingly, probably not Kierkegaard. I feel as though Kierkegaard is not on my hear me out cake. What is a philosopher I put? Let me think. I don't know, because there's no like controversial opinion. Because I would say like Albert Camus, but like that's not controversial. Like Albert Camus is very like yeah, of course, you know. Trying to think. Maybe Martin Heidegger. Hold on, I gotta look up what he looks like. No, not him. Who's the Schopenhauer? I think was his name. I think no, Heidegger is absolutely not it. Schopenhauer? I would put Schopenhauer on the hear me out kick, because he's like a hear me out. The others are like, you know, because if you, okay, this is the hear me out pick, okay? This is the hear me out pick. The other picks are like, yeah, like if I put like, you know, Camus, it's like, yeah, okay, of course, you know, like you look like, yeah, wow, very brave opinion, right? That's what I would, yeah, that's my those are my philosopher picks. I don't know why I'm engaging in this. But Schopenhauer's would be a confident hear me out pick, and I say confident because it's like, I know for sure this is not, like this is what it takes to be a hear me out pick. It's gotta be like a not obvious, like, yeah, of course, duh. Does Nikola Tesla count? He's not, I don't know if he does. I don't think he does. He was more of an inventor. But he was also, I think, quite handsome, from what I remember. Yeah, he was. There's like and then you see like AI generated stuff now. I don't like that. Anyways. Yeah. Hear me out, cake. I'm suddenly deaf. That's what it takes for it to be an actual hear me out. Because if it's just hear me out, conventionally attractive person, that's not interesting. Actually, now that I'm thinking about it, don't put me on the hear me out cake. Because if you put me on the hear me out cake, you're implying that this is unconventional, and that's not true. Do not put Karis Juveno on the hear me out cake, because this is not an unconventional like take. I don't need to be next to like Sully from Monsters Inc. Okay, or Schopenhauer. I do not. I shouldn't be next to that. Okay. Denise is a hear me out. Interesting. He probably does smell like piss though. Yeah. Like I'm not like, I do not look very unconventional. You know what you know who you would put on a hear me out for like VTubers? You would put Randon the Orc. That's what you do. You put Randon the Orc on it. Because That is the essence. That is the essence of a hear me out cake. Okay, that's the essence of hear me out. If you put like Mori Calliope, like that's not a hear me out. That's a very like daring today aren't we take. Okay, like you put Random the Orc there, now that's a hear me out take. VTuber hear me out cake. It is Fox Aqua. Oh god. Uh-oh. Friedrich Nietzsche is controversial. I think Nietzsche's quite handsome. But yeah, maybe actually. He's a little, no, he's not handsome, but I think he's silly. Yeah, maybe this is a good hear me out. This is a good hear me out. How about Sartre? Okay. Sartre's a good hear me out. Yeah. He's a pretty good hear me out because he's like, he's not conventionally, I don't think he's like conventionally attractive, but I can see it. I can see it. That's a good hear me. That's a good hear me out. Yeah. I don't know what I expected typing Kafka into the thing. I don't know if Kafka's a hear me out. I feel like he's conventionally attractive. Like I think he's got like, he definitely has the 1,000-yard stare, but that's like what, that's like his character, right? That's who he is. But he, I think, is relatively like conventionally attractive. Yeah. I feel like he's so insanely unhinged that it could be, but he has like the most attractive man voice ever. He does, like Vox Akumai, I'm assuming you're talking about. Yeah, I have no notes, like I agree. But also like from what I understand of for certain things that happen, maybe he is on a hear me out kick for that reason actually, is because of the controversy. It could be. Maybe that's a good pick then actually. Maybe that's a good pick. Don't be silly, you'd be next to Kiara Takanashi. That's like putting Kiara Takanashi on a hear me out cake. Like you're not that's not an opinion. Sorry. That's not like a brave opinion. That's like, that is just the truth. Like that's, you are, if you put any like conventionally looking VTuber on there, you're probably, like it's probably not a hear me out opinion. Anyways, like, okay, what's this one? You're gonna hate me for the Ayn Rand. Okay, we'll do one more. Fuck. Is Ayn Rand on the hear me out cake? Fuck. Yeah, she is. Yeah, maybe. Yeah. Tamajo Rikichi. Who's that? Oh, I don't know who this is. Sorry, you're all just going on this like web browser journey with me. That's fucking cool. Holy shit, that's kind of cool.
Hi, Joji. はじめましてみんな。僕の名前はジョー・リキイチ。しがないフリーのピエロだよ。この度、2時3時シーズからバーチャルライバーとしてデビューすることになったので、今日はみんなに僕のことを知ってもらうためにきちんと自己紹介をしようと思います。題して、ジョー・リキイチの基礎情報
The pissed he wear clip is so good. What the fuck does that mean?
ダジャレが安いな。 はい、というわけで、ここに誰だかわかんない人が用意した僕のプロフィール文章がございますので、これを読みながら解説をしていきましょう。はい、まず最初。ジョー力一、正体不明の謎のピエロ。厳格な家庭で厳しい。
What the hell is the base T-ware clip? What does that mean? I can't find it. I'm looking it up later. I'm not looking at it now. Thing voice is also really good. He's cracked. Okay. Don't look it up on stream. Okay, I'm not doing that. A clip of him going, bro, if I was really sick and couldn't move, would you give me a suppository? Excuse me a second. Oh. Oh. Oh, right. Yeah, okay. Okay. Garrus Vakarian from Mass Effect is my hear me out. Respectable, solid choice for a hear me out. Well done. You've accomplished the task. Sorry, we're getting distracted. This is not what we should be doing. This is like, we're supposed to be reading Reddit posts. Sorry, everyone forget the past like 20 minutes, maybe. I don't know. Okay. This is the controversial post now. This is one vote, 686 comments. Let's see. I told my 25F BF 26M, his friend, I wish he looked like his hot friend. He's been acting really different and slept in the other room. How can I make it up to him? I love my BF. I'm definitely the type of girl who will my man you to the death. We've been together for 5 years and just moved into together 6 months ago. We even have a joint bank account for our future wedding fund. The point is we're doing great and madly in love. Yesterday, we were playing chess. I taught him how to play chess and he never beat me before. He finally beat me and was excited. He said the student has become the master. I asked him to pour me a glass of wine. As he was pouring the wine, he asked if this means he's the best chess player in the house now. I was annoyed at this point. I told him, sure, but you should be focused on being the best looking man in your friend group. Whoa, wait, what the fuck? That was out of nowhere. That was out of nowhere. You were like, everything was going, there was a supposed cadence and rhythm, and then you what? His joking tone turned serious and he seemed confused. He said, what am I talking about? I said, your friend Ron is fine as hell. I get that you can't be as tall as him, but you can get in the gym and get a body like him. I told him I wish he looked like Ron. I understand I shouldn't have said it, but I was annoyed by losing chess. My BF Michael just walked away and went and started playing the game. We had a movie night and I asked him to watch the movie with me and he said no. I decided to give him some space and he slept in the other room and he never does that. Fast forward this morning, I asked him if he wanted to cook breakfast or I could treat him to some breakfast and he said no. I asked him the next time the Panthers have a home game, does he want to make a trip to Charlotte and go to the game? And he said no. He's a huge Panthers fan. I don't watch sports though, so I just thought he would appreciate the gesture. I don't know what to do or say at this point. Do I just give him space? Edit, I saw him in the hallway and asked him if he read my note. He said not yet. I asked him if he's going to break up with me. He said no, but he needs a lot of space right now and told me to respect that. 2, going to start replying now. I'm going to go get therapy so I can be the partner he deserves because my BF deserves the very best. Someone messaged me and gave me some great resources to find a therapist and grow as a person. That's such a fucking, that's so funny though. Am I the best chess player in the house? You should focus on being the hottest guy in your friend group. Your friend Ron's got it together. He's got a fine as hell body. Like, what the fuck? That's out of nowhere. That's crazy. Ayn Rand being a hear me out is insane. That's just like a Jewish woman this mean. No, but like that's, sorry, just responding to earlier. That's not why she's on the hear me out. She's on the hear me out because you know she's Ayn Rand and you know like the shit she's done and said. That's why it's a hear me out. It's not like just her like physical appearance. At least that's what I think is like, that's Which is also, I think if we can put, I think we, because of that, we can put Iran on the hear me out cake, just as well as we can put Vox Akuma on the hear me out cake. Because otherwise, neither of them belong on the cake. But like, that's what I mean. Don't know what she's done since. Yeah, she's not very popular in the philosophy community, from what I can gather. You do a stream about Ayn Rand. I'd have to really prepare for it because I'm not too familiar with her work. So, short term, no. Long term, I'll look into it. Why is that included? That's just the way I see Hear Me Out, because it's like you kind of think of like, yeah, the person as well, right? Like you don't just think of you think of the character, right? You're not just thinking of like, oh, the visual appearance of this character or whatever. Even though that's a big part of it. Anyways, that's fucked up, and that's the boyfriend is completely justified in wanting space. The girlfriend I don't think the girlfriend realizes how fucked up it is though, because that's the thing. I don't think she understands what she did, and I don't think she had terrible intentions. Like I think she thought this was just kind of a jab. Like she didn't realize what she did. She didn't realize that like how that comes off as, and like it's one thing to go to your partner and go, hey, like and have an open discussion of like, I would really appreciate if you could work on your appearance for me, and I will do the same, of course, you know, etc., etc. But you've obviously communicate that clearly. Not like, you know, you're not as hot as Ron. That's kind of crazy to me. Like just out of nowhere as a jab against him, going like, yeah, I guess I'm the best chess player in the house now. Yeah, but you're not as hot as your friend. Like what the fuck? That is very different. She couldn't let the chess comment slide. She had to hit him with the tactile loop. Like that's like why? She's got a huge, like there's multiple problems here. The first problem is she overreacted too much to just a sly comment. Like, so I think there is a bit of her like ego that's getting into it. Like I was annoyed at this point is what she says. Like why? It's just like, you know, was he like, how does the scene play out? I don't know exactly, but it feels like she's got a bit of an ego that she needs to think about. This is a different problem. The fact that she overreacted with this. With this. That was immature in me, and you know it. He's absolutely entitled to his feelings, and my partner said something like that I would consider ending the relationship. Have you ever apologized? Seems like you're trying to continue as if nothing happened, which sucks. Apologize, tell him you didn't mean it, give him his space, and hope he forgives you. That's pretty much all you can do at this point. Yeah, it strikes me as like she doesn't realize how big of a deal this is. Like she doesn't realize. She thought it's just like a little thing, whatever. It was just a comment the other day. Like I don't know why we haven't moved on. She doesn't understand the gravity of the situation, and what would be good is to actually like for her to talk about this with people. I think you would care for your partner well enough to not resort to personal attacks. The way I'm reading this is like, I don't think she thinks this is a personal attack. I think she thinks it's just like a jab. It's just a little bit more than, it's just a little bit more than the chess comment, you know? It's just a little bit. It's like, I think what she thinks, but we don't know for sure. We'll see, actually. He was joking around because he finally won and you insulted him. Yeah, it's true. Like he also like, this was the first time he won and he made a joke and you were like, no, I find your friend more attractive than you. Like, dude. I don't date trash. So if you said that to me, you could expect your ass dumped. Okay, I feel like that's a little like overreacting. I don't think her intent was to hurt him this badly, but that's because I don't think she realizes how much this hurts and what this says about her as a person. I don't think this is immediately like, you know, get dumped range, but like I do think there's a lot of work to be done to move on. You shouldn't make jabs with your partner after being together that long. That kind of stuff builds resentment. You need a certain rapport for like this type of like jabbing back and forth. There needs to be with anyone, not just to get a life partner, but like you need to have an established rapport with people. Wonder if she posted any updates. Probably not. Let's see. Oh, she has like comments, which my fucking thing is not loading. Encountered an error. Okay. All right, whatever. You might not remember this post, but I just wanted to say thank you. This was a year ago. Okay. Yeah, okay, a year. You might not remember this post, just want to say thank you. We're doing much better, and therapy's helped me a lot. I'm unlearning a lot of bad behaviors. It's helped me individually and also helped me a better partner for him. Oh, so she's like going back. I have no feelings for Ron. That doesn't excuse what I said, but you're right. I have a lot of stuff to work on. Thank you. We're doing better. It's definitely been a hard road. I've learned I was an abusive partner, and I'm working on unlearning those things. So that's interesting. So we're seeing the POV of the abuser here, who doesn't realize she's being she's being abusive, and once she realizes, she's putting in work to like learn or unlearn rather certain things she's done over the years. Which I guess that's what you can. That's the best you can hope for, right? Boyfriend wins when she has a girlfriend, but have you considered the fact that you're ugly? It's not even that you're ugly. It's like, it's one thing to say you're ugly. It's another to be like, you are not as hot as your friends. Like, that is a very different statement. That is a very, very different statement to make. That's fucked. But yeah, she's putting in an effort. She's, you know, and I guess they're working it out to be better. And people hate her because she's like being an asshole. She is being an asshole. I get why it's controversial now. Because this is POV or the asshole, right? All the other posts that are upvoted are like POV or the victim. This is like POV or the asshole. The fact that she even said this is insane. Absolutely. Yeah, this is fucking crazy. This is pretty crazy. But it's not like it's not nearly as fucked up as the other things going on in the other threads that we read. Okay, this was a good bit to end on for relationship advice. I want to go on dating advice though before I leave. Why is there an error? What the fuck is going on? What's up with my computer? Why is there an error? Okay. How do you flirt? First question. I see this comment on like, okay, I'm on Ask Men. I'm on, okay, confession time. I'm on Ask Men and Ask Women. Just to like, I need to see, like, I need to know, right? A lot of the Ask Men, there's a lot of Ask Men threads that are like, hi, how do I talk to women? Which is pretty interesting. And there's also like, I'm on other like Ask threads. I think I was on r/mental health or like, you know, r/something else. It's also like an Ask something thread. And then what I want to say is like, there's other subreddits, not just on Ask Men, where men will be like, hi, how do I talk to women? Which is interesting. And I see that post like every week. I see a post like that every week. Can you find a thread about lesbian dating advice? I can try. What the hell? Is Reddit down? No! Is Reddit down during my stream? No! It's down? Fuck. I can't believe it. Reddit's down the one time I decided to do a Reddit stream. Are you kidding me? God damn. How do I talk to women? Step 1, find a woman. Step 2, open mouth and release sound from mouth. Step 3, communicate. There you go. It's not as easy as it sounds. So. No, wait, reload. Hold on. Healed Reddit just for me? Oh shit. Damn. Yeah, someone really did not like the idea of me doing a Reddit stream, huh? Fair enough. Can't receive for more, that's lazy content. We don't want that. For me, what? Is it my internet? Let me, hold on. No, my internet's fine. I can go. Yeah, my other websites are working just fine. It's actually just Reddit that's not working. Oh wait, are we back? We're back. 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 We're so back. We're so back. We're back. We are so back. Okay, we're back. Okay. Okay. There we go. Yes. Okay, let's see. Okay. Oh, okay. Oh, we're cooking now. The other ones were like kind of fucked up because there was a lot of just our/slash relationship was not just between like people who are dating or like married. It was also between like or rather there was a lot of spousal stuff, and there was also like a lot of other relationships, such as like friendships or familiar relationships. This is like, I should have done this instead of the r/slash relationship advice subreddit, because I didn't know. I thought relationship advice was dating advice. I didn't know they were different things. The second post, chairman, please. We're sorting by top of all time. I'm gonna get to that after this. Okay, we'll get to that. We'll get to it. We'll get to it. We'll get to it. Don't read the second one myself. No, it's like, don't let a Reddit thread ruin your self-esteem, man. You're better than that. Anyways, top post. If a man is genuinely interested, he will approach you. Do women really believe this? All right, I'm gonna need some opinions now. I was just reading a post from a woman who was stating her belief that if a man doesn't approach, that means he is uninterested, and conversely, if he has any interest at all, he will definitely make a move. I find this fascinating because it is so completely false. For most men, 99%, and this is not a real statistic, of the time when we see a woman we are absolutely interested in approaching, we don't unless she's given some sort of clear signal that she's open to being approached, and even that a huge percent of men are clueless to her signals. Not true. This is a very specific perspective. Many guys are shy or introverted, plus there is a fear of being rejected. The bigger fear of being labeled a creep. Me too, wanting to respect her space, being told repeatedly not to approach in public, etc., etc. How is it possible so many women are oblivious to this reality? Okay, we're like starting off pretty strong. This is what we're cooking. This is when we're cooking. Okay. I'm gonna join this sub because this is a counter to problem. Okay, fuck, never mind. I'll do it later then. This guy. Okay, let's start from the beginning, right? It's completely false that men will approach if they're interested. He asserts. Jonathan No Home. For most men, when you see a woman you're absolutely interested in approaching, you don't unless there's a clear signal. That's not true. That's not true. That's not. I can't say what the percentage is, but it's definitely not 99%. I think it is not an uncommon occurrence that a man makes approaches to women who that men make approaches to women without receiving any signals that are opening to being approached. And when women talk about how frustrating it is when guys are so upfront and forward, sometimes when they are sometimes where they're being creepy about it, right? That's a problem that women complain about. And then you have people like Jonathan who are not part of this group of men, but feel as though that was targeted towards him. And so there's two misunderstandings going on. The first misunderstanding is that women will who complain about this problem, or rather talk about how, or have this belief that men will approach you if they're interested, are skewed and biased towards the men who have approached them if they're interested. Those women don't understand, or those women can't comprehend, or don't know. Sorry, let me organize my thoughts. Those women are not aware of the men who are interested who don't approach them. All they see are the men who are interested and do approach them, right? They say they have this opinion, which is not true because some men don't do that. This person, Jonathan, is now posting a reactionary response to this statement and saying, no, this is totally wrong. In fact, he's saying most men don't do that, most women don't approach. That's not true as well. 99%, that's not true either. These are two extremes, two reactionary extremes talking to each other. Many guys are shy and introverted. True. There's a fear of being rejected. True. Biggest fear of being labeled a creep. True. Wanting to respect privacy and space. Told repeatedly not to approach in public. All true, but you have to understand that the fear women have is not of these men that actually, you know, have some sort of respect for boundaries. It's for the men who don't give a fuck and do that and do the approaching. Jonathan has surrounded himself with people who are like him, or at least exists in echo chambers where he believes that he has a good grasp on what all men are. And frankly, that's not true. You cannot make any assertive statement that is true for like half the population of the world. Roughly half, right? Roughly. You can't. There's just too many people. There's no way to like boil it down and go, okay, men want this, like, because it might be applicable and relatable in certain contexts, but then it won't be in other contexts. There's no universal truth to this. What are the comments saying? Locked for now, handling toxic comments. Okay. Unlocked. Thank you for your patience. Don't have time to sit around waiting for someone else to initiate a relationship. When I met my now husband in college, I liked him on site, so I asked him if he wanted to come over and watch movies. At the end of the night, we said goodbye and offered my phone number in case he wanted to hang over the weekend. Response? Oh no thanks, I'm working. The next morning, he had remembered that I mentioned my blog, found my email, and apologized for being a moron and turning my number down. Married 9 years this past September. If you like someone, then say something. It's your job to give yourself your best life. Don't wait for someone else. I don't think this is strictly like responding to the post, but it is very relevant, and I like the anecdote. It is your responsibility to give yourself a better life. Yeah, I think it's more of a, if a man genuinely likes you, he will show you. AKA, if you keep showing a man interest and he never texts back up, plans meetups or whatever, he doesn't like you that much. But that's different from this statement. The back of this makes sense. The front of this is not, like, does not represent the thoughts behind here. Anyways. I'm half man on my father's side, so I'm an expert. True. Me when I'm half woman on my mother's side and claim to have some knowing of feminist philosophy when I kind of just took one class and read a little bit. And then said some things in a class of 09 stream that are relatively progressive. It was all downhill from there. It really was. Chairman reading about someone's insecurity and deflecting blame. Now this is where it's at. What I mean is, like, this is where it's at, as in, like, this is where I can offer my insight. This is where I can be like, okay, here's what you've got wrong. But yeah, there's like, basically, there's this statement that's very extreme, and then this reaction is very extreme on the other end. And the answer is, you cannot group men into a category or like a defined behavioral trait because there are too many fucking men out there in the world. Just as you cannot group women into a category and trait because there's too many fucking women in the world. The attempt to find through lines for the sake of progress is commendable and interesting, but to do so only for the sake of easier categorization so your lazy brain can take shortcuts is not it. Okay, I think we've solved this post. Oh god, okay, all right, okay, all right, okay. All right, okay. There will never be too many women, true. Oh, me when I'm in the feminist convention trying to show my support. God, oh man. I've never, okay. I'm gonna read this post. I don't censor myself when I read things, okay? I read them as they are, and I give them my thoughts on them, okay? Here's the post. The post title is, I've never found a black woman attractive, but I think you're beautiful. That is a quote from this post and this post is quoting, I'm assuming, a compliment from someone else, okay? Or at least a comment in heavy quotations, you know, as we'll get to it. That is not a compliment. Please do not say this to any black woman you're interested in. Automatic turn off. Edit, this isn't a give me advice post. I'm trying to give the advice. This could be used for anything. Thank you. This is all said under the scope of dating relationships. In general, I mean, it's still kind of stupid to say because why was it necessary, but I digress. Yes, 100%, and same for Asians. You're really pretty for a Chinese girl. Isn't a compliment, especially if I'm not Chinese. Oh God. Oh, no, 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 no. Wild thing to say during Women's History Month. In some time zones, it's International Women's Day, and that's what we're doing. Fuck. Oh, God. Oh, man. Oh. Oh, no. It's today in some time. Yeah, it's today. It's your time zone. Congratulations. Keep up the good work, I think. I don't know. I don't know what to say about that. Except, I'll be doing a stream tomorrow as well, yeah. Which I should prepare for. I'm doing a stream for, like, Women's Day tomorrow about, like, just some women to read, if you want, and why I think it could be interesting to read them. But, like, it's only gonna be, like, 3, probably. I'm gonna shrink it down to, like the people I would recommend, and I want to go into depth and detail for them, I guess. Time to take over the world. Kenji's shaking in his boots and crying right now. Anyways, this is just advice. It's not really like, this is not like a discussion post. It's just like, don't say this. But it does, I guess it does go a bit beyond don't say this, right? It's not just don't say this. It's also like saying this reveals a certain part of your character that if you don't say this may not reveal that part of your character, but it still nonetheless does not solve the root issue that is the part of your core beliefs, right? Okay. Oh God, how about what kind of Chinese are you? Japanese, Korean, or regular? Oh man. Fuck. It is a massive self-report. Our Ask Women would go hard. We could do Our Ask Women tomorrow. Actually, I won't lie, but that is kind of not what I had in mind initially for tomorrow's stream. Maybe we can do that like today, like in a little bit. Just sounds like a treat. Just a side of Our Ask Women as a treat. Great discussion, but chosen races have come out, so time to lock it. Okay. I don't know what to add to this except like you need to see more of the world. You are, if you unironically would say this, you are probably very sheltered and have opinions and views that are echoed between people who are very ignorant and don't understand and see the rest of them of existence as we know it on this earth of like 8 billion people. Like, it is evident that you are not very well read and you are not very well traveled and you have not seen anything and you do not understand anything, which is fine. I don't think ignorance itself is a sin, but willfully being ignorant is. And I do think that once you realize that the symptom, like this is just a symptom of a larger problem, you should make strides in changing that. That's what I would say to anyone who would unironically say that. There you go. Back in college, my roommate said to me, she's on for a black girl. I'm black, and I said, what does that mean? Dude couldn't explain. Yeah, okay, all right. Fuck. Hopefully, I'm a little optimistic that nowadays we're a bit more aware of why you shouldn't say that. Not just that you shouldn't say that, but my fear is that when people cite the PC police as a real thing that oppresses them, that they realize that, for example, they shouldn't say this, but they don't know why. They just know that, oh, I have been told that it's bad and I get canceled on Twitter, so I shouldn't say it. And then they somehow delude themselves in thinking, oh, that must be because it's the truth that the progressive people don't want you to hear about, which is insane. But yeah, people think that way. Yeah, yeah. All you need to say is the last part of the line. Think you're beautiful. Totally forget about the first part. Totally unnecessary. And the reply is totally necessary to weed out the bad ones. It does kind of immediately. It is a self-report in that way. Sharon is not that much better today. I'm too optimistic then. I'm sorry. I must apologize. I wanted to make the assumption that it'd be better today, but I guess it's not. Some things, not that they don't change, but they definitely are changing at a pace slower than I'd like personally. On the reverse side, I also think that men or women who exclusively date people of a specific race can often fall under fetishization instead of being not racist. 100%, yeah. Fetishization is a thing that people engage in their real life relationships, and it's fucking weird. It really is kind of like you can't make this up. It's these people like this exist and are real. So like the line between preference and fetishization is an interesting one, because I think what separates that line is whether or not you are like whether or not you're humanizing the other person as their whole person and not just their trait that you know, like you're accepting the whole person is basically the difference between a fetishization and is one of the key differences between fetishization and preference. That you can have, because preference is fine, you can have preference and your preferences should be respected, but your fetishization is fucked up. Just think having a racial preference is weird and says more about you than it does your preference. Oh yeah, agree. Like some things are preferences are less preference, like are preference based choices that I don't think are that weird, and some are very like, I don't know where this is coming from, and I don't even know if I want to know, but I should. I let the women, title, I let the women start the conversation in online dating, and those were the results. So I decided to just let the women start the conversation this time around instead of me initiating the convo. Usually when I match with a girl, I try to go beyond with the simple hi, hello, how are you doing, etc., and try to bring up something relevant from her bio. This time around, I wanted to sit back and see how girls approach men, since I've read so many complaints about men not being creative enough. For about 6 weeks till today, I didn't say one word when I matched with someone. I'd say 35% of convos didn't even start after the match. I didn't say anything and they didn't say anything. The other 65%, the girl I matched with initiated the convo, but I wasn't impressed at all. 90% of the messages were simply hi, hello, how are you doing? The other 10% was a mix of compliments from my dog, or on a rare occasion, someone would say something differently, and that's because in my bio, I have a question for them to guess, and they pretty much simply answer the question when they match with me. Overall, I wasn't impressed and actually expected this outcome. Hopefully women understand one day that the same way they want us to impress them, we want to be impressed as well, especially in online dating. I don't know if I've talked about this too much, but dating apps and sites are like terrible, and don't try really hard. No, and I understand the temptation to. I get it, believe me. But try really hard not to go on them. They will not make things any better. Hate it when people are like, I only date insert race because they're insert stereotype. It's a self-report. Again, I think it's a very obvious like self-report. Man, people are racist in 2025. That's crazy. But anyways, this is a bit more controversial, I think. I don't think the answer is very cut and dry. And although it's like in the isn't this in the rules? Isn't there a rule here that's like no gender wars? Oh yeah, generalizations in gender war. No gender is a monolith or a hive mind. It comes down to each individual person. Stop the posts that say women do this or men do this. Stop the gender war of men versus women and who has it worse. This is our advice not to complain, hence self-pity rule. Isn't this kind of, well, this is like, it tends to it. It tends to it. All I have to say is people on dating apps and online dating in general are, to my knowledge and understanding of secondhand experience, vapid and shallow and uninteresting, and this is the last, like, you want to meet up with people go to like a charity drive, go to like a social event in your community. I don't know about going to a bar, like I don't know if that works, but like don't go on dating sites is what I would say. But you can if you want. I actually managed to pull a really hot guy from a dating app because I made lasagna, managed to key in on his autism like a damn telepath. Well done. Excellent maneuver, I must say. Excellent fucking maneuver. That was just Garfield. Yeah, so this is just kind of like, this does tend to like the gender wars thing. I just think in general, don't go on dating apps is what I'll say. Is it true that women are more uncreative than men are? I don't know, maybe. Like on dating apps specifically, right? Is what you're talking about? Fucking maybe. What does that mean? That doesn't mean shit, I guess, beyond that people on dating apps are shallow and vapid, but I knew that before reading this post, so, all right. Guys, if a girl tells you she is into you and you think she is beautiful, tell her that. Don't tell her she is out of your league. This might be a rant, but it needs to be said. It's as though every single guy I date tells me he feels like I'm out of his league. This is not endearing. I don't know if people think it comes off as a compliment, but it hurts more than anything else. It makes me feel like either I don't belong with anyone or I'm your trophy. Why do people do this? I need some perspective because right now I'm really, really annoyed. Agree 100%. I think most men, when they say that, they don't mean this. They don't intend to say that, like, oh, you're like alienating and you're like a trophy girlfriend or whatever, but that is what it comes off as. Not only that, it also could be a symptom of this is how they feel subconsciously, in which case, again, lots of healing to do. Unreasonable. OP sounds self-centered. Sorry, I'm assuming you're talking about the last post, in which case, yeah, it is like conceited, I would say. It's also like, haha, I've done this. I have proven a point now. I'm gonna fuel the gender wars. It's like what it feels like. I don't know why I didn't get banned, but whatever. I get that you don't always want to initiate conversation, but expecting someone to impress you in one sentence is unreasonable. Completely and absolutely correct, and this applies to everyone. No notes, that's about it. Was wondering if you would read Judith Butler. I didn't read anything he wrote, but I heard they wrote some good stuff about gender. Judith Butler is on my like list of things to get to. So yes, I will do it eventually. Do I have any plans concretely to do it soon? No, not at the moment. I think the biggest okay, so the top comment. I think the biggest reason a guy says someone is out of their league is that they don't feel like they're worth much. Society doesn't tell guys they're worth anything intrinsically, and even if we've got a decent job and some friends, etc., we are just average and where we're supposed to be. To find someone who wants us is so abnormal, it could be scary and intimidating at times. It's both a plea and a warning. You know what I am, right? Why would you ever want me? This is all I am. It's not his fault. Nobody has ever told him he's a king, handsome, or even that he can do it. If you can do that for him, it'll mean the world. Good comment, I think. Yeah. I think a lot of the reason for why men say this is because they have no self-worth, and that is like a problem that the guy has to deal with. But if you're dating someone who's dealing with that, you can help them with that problem too. Like you're in this together, I guess. But know that it probably, even though it might like it might hurt you in some way, like I get that, like the whole like feeling like you don't belong or like that you're a trophy. I understand that. I don't think the guy intends that though, I think. But yeah, like there definitely needs to be conversations about self-worth. Telling a woman she's out of your league is saying she's ugly. It means that they're out of her league. Why did they say the way around? No, you're think upwards. I think you're thinking downwards. I think upwards, right? Like when you tell a girl, oh, you're out of my league. Like I feel like you're out of my league. Like if you say that as a guy, then you're implying that like oh, I'm like punching up or something. It's like the only way I can concisely put that feeling. But again, disagreeable, and stems from problems of self-worth. This is the comment, I suppose. Honestly, in my opinion, I've never said that out loud to a girl, but I have thought it to myself to keep me from asking a few out. But for me, this is more than likely because most every girl I've asked out has rejected me, some pretty harshly at that. The ones that did go out with me ended up playing with me, so I've developed some emotional scars from that. Yeah, could be this as well. It's a bit like of a defense mechanism. Again, but that's a defense mechanism in response to one's like low self-worth, right? That's the thing. Also, Gal, though from a different view, if someone said I was out of their league, I'd feel flattered, only because no one has said it to me, but reading your point of view, it makes sense you shouldn't put yourself down to comment. Honestly, this whole league thing has to go away. There's no such thing unless you're, but yeah, the whole, don't put yourself down to compliment someone else. Like, there's no reason to do that. Don't put yourself down in general, but yeah. Things to remember if you're married or in a serious relationship. Don't ever assume your partner feels loved. Date nights are a must. Doesn't matter if you go out, stay in. Talking openly about what you want to change in your relationship is important. Learn each other's love languages. Go to bed mad sometimes. Don't force a resolution. Sleeping on it does help. That's an interesting statement. Go to bed mad sometimes. But I think I can resonate with the statement. I can resonate with the advice. When you get into a fight, don't just say I'm sorry. Say what you're sorry for and how you react. Yeah. It will get boring sometimes. Every couple goes through the boring stages. Normal debate. It's the time in your relationship you will have to put the most effort in. Some days you have to pull more weight than your partner and vice versa. It's important to check in on each other's mental health. It's okay to go to couples counseling. It helps. Talk about money. Talk about financial goals. Turn off the phones for an hour before bedtime. Just talk to each other. You should do this for like anyone you socialize with and interact with. Please, thank you. Ask questions like, what do you need to see more of from me? How can we understand each other? And most importantly, be kind to each other, love each other, fight for each other. Remember, love is never easy and it's one hell of a ride, but damn. Yeah, good advice. Good advice. Good advice. But it's not like spicy. Now, is there like controversial here? There's no controversial. What if I was on old Reddit? What? Shit. Never mind then. Should take a love language quiz? I don't know. Should I? If I could have been mad I don't sleep though, I want that shit resolved. Yeah, so I think it's like it's dependent on people. It's dependent on people, and again, I think it's just a communication thing. What the hell's a love language quiz? Anyways, what the fuck? I can imagine what it is, but I've never seen it. Let me see. 5 love languages. It just feels like MBTI bullshit to me, man. I'm gonna do it and I'm gonna shit on it. Why not? Fuck it. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna complain about it. I got like nothing else to do for this stream. I'll have a stream. I'm streaming for 4 hours? Okay, I'm streaming for a good amount of time. But fuck it, yeah, why not? We'll do this and maybe we'll go on our Ask Women later. I'll go on our Ask Women after this. How do you describe yourself? I am an adult. I'm a teenager. I'm taking the quiz for my child. I'm an adult. I'm in a relationship. I'm single. It's more meaningful to me when I hear someone's tell me I'm proud of you. I can spend alone time with someone I love, just us. Don't like clip this. Don't clip this. Or maybe only clip this portion where I'm like, this quiz is fucking bullshit. Okay, maybe don't, I don't know. Whatever. I guess someone I love, tell me I'm proud of you. I can spend a long time with someone. It's more meaningful to me when we do. I don't know. Both are like good. It's more meaningful to me when someone I love takes care of something I'm responsible to do, but I feel too stressed to do it. I share meaningful attention publicly with someone I love. Which is more meaningful? I guess it's more meaningful. I guess the chance is just to hang out with someone I love. Someone I love gives me a little gift as a token of love. Hang out. It's more meaningful to me when someone I love does things for me instead of just talking about doing. Hear from someone that I love that they love me. It's more meaningful to me when someone I love usually takes the time to listen to me and really understands feelings, or does something special to help me out. I don't know. I feel like this is a given. Which is more meaningful? They're both. What if I can't decide? Can I skip if I can't decide between them? Can't. I gotta do this. Someone I love gives me something that shows they were really thinking about me, or I'm touching someone I love frequently to express a friendship. I don't touch my friends frequently to express friendship, so not that, maybe. Someone I love is my show the care and concern. He's not telling me how much. I don't know. Okay, someone I love works on special projects with me that I have to complete. I get a gift that someone I love with thought into choosing. I guess it's more meaningful. Don't interrupt me while I'm talking or put their arm around me in public. I mean, both are fine, but like the thing is, if you don't do this, it's like whatever. If you do it, that's fine. If you interrupt me while I'm talking, I will be very annoyed. I'm a streamer, I have an ego, I think. Maybe that's why, I don't know. I hear the words I appreciate you from someone I love. Someone I love gives me. It's more meaningful. The gift. You reached a milestone. You made a progress to reveal your prime love language. Only. Fuck off. Do the BuzzFeed one. You warned me in time and I was too late. Sorry. Sorry, give me a second. You could have continued free. I didn't put my email in. I'm not putting my fucking email in. Wait, can I? Wait, what? I thought I needed my email. Oh, it's fine? Okay, we're not. Hold on, whatever. It's fine. Someone I look is a little gift that I picked up in the course of their normal day. They use it impractical to help me out. I don't know, I have too much stuff. So it would be this. No, but like, I guess this. Which is more meaningful? Be close proximity to someone, or be around them and not really do anything. Aren't these both the same thing? Am I not just picking the same? This quiz fucking sucks. This is the same thing. This is just be next to each other. This is like be next to each other and not do anything. This is encompassed in this one. Dude, I don't know. This is not, this quiz sucks. This is because this quiz is like bad. It's more meaningful when they say something encouraging or tell me out when they know I'm already tired. Definitely this. A back rub or small token of their appreciation. Get to spend time in a shared activity or hobby with someone I love, or get a hug from someone I haven't seen in a while. That activity or hobby is nice. Do I want to hear that they appreciate me or go somewhere else spending time? Spend time. Goes out of the way, do something that relieves pressure or praise. Yeah. Share an innocent touch. Someone I love. Someone I love does something unexpected for me to help me out with a project. I don't know. I answered this enough times. I feel like there were like five or six questions that asked this question again. And I've clicked it too much that I'm like, maybe I should just click the other thing, because I already clicked this too much. That's how I feel. This is a bad quiz, because it asks me the same questions over and over again. Someone sends me a note for no special reason. I receive a gift. Note. If you is an important part of a relationship with someone I love, here's supportive words someone I love. Gift giving is important too, because the other is just a prerequisite, I think, or maybe that's not. Maybe that's why I should ask. I should not do that. No, but like, isn't the default to be supportive? Like, this is just, and this is like nice but optional. Like, in which case I should choose that one then, I guess, right? I don't. Terrible fucking quiz. Terrible fucking quiz, because all of these things are nice. I sent someone I love showing these interesting things to care about. Someone I love does something I know they don't particularly enjoy. I guess this. So when someone helps me out, even if I know they're already busy. I don't want them to help me out if I know they're busy. Because that would just be stressful for me, because now I'm like, oh shit, this person should probably be like doing their own thing, right? Why are you helping me with this? More meaningful to do things with them, or a holiday? Because I'll get a gift from what? I can look forward to a holiday. It's more meaningful to me when I can look forward to a holiday, because I'll probably get a gift from someone I love. Oh, like Christmas, not like, you know, okay. I don't know, you just doing things nice. I'm not even gonna read the rest of these just to speed through this. This is like true. Okay, this last one is really true. The other ones, the other questions, I don't care. This is the only thing I care about. Don't be on your fucking phone when we're talking, please. For the love of my sanity. I say to fucking nobody, because the only people who are watching this are internet strangers I'm never gonna meet in my life. But like, okay. It's this one. I'm talking to the wall. I'm not speaking to anyone. Fuck the other 28 questions. That one was legit. You're a boomer? I hate mobile phones. Get it out of here. Those fucking phones, man. I'm staring into my phone right now, but it's just for work reasons. Small gifts or someone helps me. Helps me. Tiebreaker. There's a tiebreaker question. I want to take the time to listen to me and really understand my feelings, or they do something unexpected to help them out with the project. I don't know. Here's my reasoning, right, for why I don't know. The top is like, this is a given for anyone, and this is just like, it's not even like, I don't know, this is a prerequisite to like me talking to anyone. Is like, you're actually listening to me. That's a prerequisite. That's not a love language. That's just like, I'm willing to communicate with you as a fellow human being if you're willing to sit down and listen to me. If not, then it's gonna be difficult. The other one is like, oh, do I want people to help me with stuff? Yeah, but like, that to me is more like a love thing. Like, this is what you do for someone you are close to, you have a relationship to, your siblings or your parents, whatever, right? Like, this is like, you do this to your neighbor. Like, If you live next, like, you know, if you do this to your like classmates or whatever, you do this to your peers and your colleagues. This is a very basic human thing. Your VTuber most of your chatters are on their phones 99% of the time. I think that's true. I think it's like 50 or 60% on my stats. Don't remember exactly what though. Let me check right now, actually. I want to see right now. I also want to see my gender ratio. %53% female, 46% male. Okay. Device type, mobile phone, 44.7%. 44.7% of you motherfuckers are on your phone. Which is also how I consume VTuber streams, so I get it. Actually, no, I have it on my computer, actually. While I do other things. No, but if I'm like around, if I'm walking around, then like, it's on my phone. Anyways. I don't like this quiz because the former is like, this I think should be a premise for how human beings interact and communicate with each other. The latter is, this is how I think people should treat each other if they are, like, if they have an established relationship or connection with, and they want to cherish that. This is, it's not meaningful. It's like a basic, like, this is how you walk out the door. This is what you should be. You shouldn't be not listening to people and understanding them. What the fuck are you doing then? What the fuck are you doing if you go in a conversation and are you sitting there and waiting for your turn? You are, aren't you? You are, that's what you're doing. You're sitting down. I'm taking down this like invisible fucking this like straw man now, by the way. Like, this is just a straw man I'm trying to tear down. Like, you're having a conversation with someone and your mind, there's nothing. You're like, it's in one ear out the other. You wait, you're like blah 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 whatever in their head. They're done yapping, their mouth closes. You see that there's no more like fucking like audio signals going through your head, and then you open your mouth and you're like, here's what I want to say, and you're not listening to the other person. I understand that this is a huge portion of certain neurodivergent behavior. Okay, I've experienced working with this. I know what this is, and I'm not saying that if you behave like this you should be like zoned or whatever. That's not what I'm saying. What I am saying is, this is a skill that's going to take you more to like cultivate and practice if you struggle with, sorry, I'm like zooming in improperly, like you're gonna have to struggle with and practice with because of your neurodivergence, and I sympathize with it, and I want to be there to help you as much as possible. But if I'm like, if someone's talking to you, you gotta listen to them. Got ADHD, I can't help it. I know, so I understand. What I'm saying is like I sympathize. If anything, I feel horrible. I feel really bad for people who struggle with this, because this is, I think, a very core and simple, like core and basic thing for communication that, like, if you struggle with that because of certain neurological differences you have, then I think society and community, your community and society at large needs to take onus on this and address these problems. Okay? Anyways, I guess I want people to listen to me. There's also ready. Where should we send you? I have to give them my email. Fuck off. I have to give them my email. That's so annoying. No, I'm stubborn as hell. I would rather do another fucking quiz. I'd rather do a whole other quiz than give you my fucking email. Absolutely not. You troglodytes. No. I'm going on BuzzFeed. Okay, where is it? Where's the thing? What the hell? Where's the questions? Oh, these are the questions. These are the questions. Okay. Which speaks to you the most? Sunset, day, night, sweet note, cuddles, skip to celebrate you, movie night. What's the difference between this and this? What's the difference between this and this? What's the difference? Can you not have a note on your gift? Do you not put notes on your gifts? You fools? You can have notes on your gifts all this time and you don't do that? Terrible. Which speaks the most to you the most? Hitting up a bar, cooking with someone you love, breakfast in bed, fireworks show, shopping spree paid by someone else. Okay. That's the same option as the one just now. It's the same one. Using a different picture and some different words, because instead of cooking with someone you love, it's cooking with my boo. Wow, it's the same fucking thing. Maybe BuzzFeed is worse, but whatever. Getting a picture taken during a momentous moment. I don't know. I don't really like. I'd be nice if, like, you know, the person I was interacting with did that, but I also wouldn't mind if it was like a professional photographer who did that instead, but I don't know. I guess that answers the question, right? Okay. 60 of those. Sorry, I'm just a little mad that a lot of these are repeating and I don't like it. Pisses me off. This quiz sucks. You should have just hidden the screen and given your email. Fuck. Is it too late to do that now? I mean, if I were to give, no, I'm not backing down now. No. But this quiz does suck. This is terrible. This is awful. Okay, it depends on the results of this quiz. What even is this? What the fuck is this image? Is it just like a venue? Is it half an image that's uncut? Acts of service. You love when your significant other goes out of the way to help you and show that they care. Overall, you love being appreciated every part of my caramel. This is just the fucking... There's an NL bit I could be reciting and copying, but I'm not gonna. I'm better than that. Is this an NL? I think this is I think it's an NL bit. It's an NL. It's the NL bit where he talks about like love languages and like acts of service being bullshit because it's just like, yeah, my like, or it being unfair because it's like, yeah, my love language is when people do stuff for me, and then your love language is like, oh, we just like hang out and cuddle, and it's so like it's, the disparity of effort and work to put in is crazy. I think that was the bit he did, and I would. What do you think? I think where's the option that's like this fucking sucks. All right, okay, fucking. It's so bad that it's making me do this. Okay, all right, fucking, all right, whatever. GarisEufranor@gmail.com. Next step. You must agree to receive communications. Okay. More step. Name, password. No! I have to put my fucking name and password. Are you shitting me? Oh my god. Yeah, it's like my business email. Like if anyone wants to message, if anyone wants to email me for sponsorship, you email me on karasufunor@gmail.com. Or if you have like, if you want to communicate with me but not through Twitter, you can email me as well. That's fine. Can't believe this. I can't fucking believe this. I can't. I hate this. Fucking never doing this again. I'm pissed off that they took my email and they had the audacity to be like, okay, give me your first name now and also make an account and a password. Fuck you. Fuck you. Anyways, I have the thing now. Play my boo by Alicia Keys. Copyright be damned. No, copyright not be damned. I am damned by the copyright. I don't think the disparity is the issue here though. Like both people should be putting in the effort. It's just some things are especially meaningful. Yeah, but the bit is just like, it's funny. It's funny that one feels like it's a lot more work than the other. And it almost feels like there's an unfair advantage. Like again, it's as part of the joke, right? Obviously, it's a faithful. It's an in good faith intentional misinterpretation of the way the love languages work. But also, if I were to add my comment to it, this shit I don't like at all. I think the best way to figure out your love language is not through a quiz, but it's through loving other people and being like part of other people's lives as much as they are a part of yours. That's how you do it. Affirmation and receiving gifts okay, so here's why. Okay, receiving gifts is low for me because I've received too many gifts in my life that are just like not very thoughtful, and they're kind of just like, it's kind of the shit that's like, oh, we went over here and then we got you this keychain, and it's a keychain. It's just a step below the I heart like location t-shirts. Okay, I don't want to see I heart like fucking California. Like I don't want to see that shit. I don't want someone's gift to me to be like, you know, a keychain that's like, wow, we got you the animal that represents this country. Isn't this cool? No, it isn't. I don't care. I didn't even go to that country. So that's why receiving gifts is so low. The reason why words of affirmation is low is because I don't think words of affirmation are a love language. I think they are just language. I think, but also like, there's a good part of me that thinks like, you should, like, it's the basic thing to do. Like I would do this to like a stranger, whereas I wouldn't do the other three things with the stranger. Like I wouldn't, like I'd be like, yeah man, you got this, like keep going, to someone I don't really know. But I wouldn't like do acts of service for them, you know? You're acting like such a Sagittarius. As expected of an ENFT. Is that even a thing? Like that combination of like letters, is ENFT a thing? I've never heard that combination. It's fucking stupid. I hate this shit. Tara, there's a personal tag. I'm a Sagittarius. No, you're not! You're not! You're a human being with agency and different complex, nuanced upbringings and cultural identities that have formed you to have various opinions on things that are controversial and non-controversial, as well as the connections you've made to the people around you in your life and your family and also your community. You are not a fucking star scope. Sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm so fucking mad. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I didn't mean that. I did mean that, but I did not mean it to come off as angry as it did. Is it just Stegosaurus true? Oh my god. Don't let my bad suggestions affect your opinion of me. I swear I know good things. I'm just saying the KFC game and this quiz have put me down further than I'd like to be. It doesn't have to be I got you the souvenir or whatever. It can be like, hey, got groceries and just got you a pint of your favorite ice cream. It's in the freezer for you. Yeah. So that's, I think that's completely true. But I'm just saying this as like, this is informed by the way I've lived my 60 years of life. Gifts more often than not tended to not be very thoughtful. I guess. But that's affected, like, I'm not saying no one's ever given me a thoughtful gift or it's impossible for me to receive a thoughtful gift. It's just that because most of them aren't, I'm like biased towards not preferring it. I guess. I don't know. If it was though, I still wouldn't care, I think. If I got a meaningful gift, oh no, I would care, but not as, I think maybe not as much as the other things, I guess, is the spirit of the quiz, right? I don't want to misinterpret the spirit of the quiz before I like shit on it, right? I want to make sure that I'm being faithful and charitable to the argument before I destroy it. I don't want to destroy the argument, actually. I don't care. I'm walking away. Your love tank overflows with quality time. That's not like a sentence you should say. This is not like a... Don't say that ever again. Don't fucking say love tank. Don't do that. Don't say that. I'm a Cancer, but I don't know what that means. I have, like, if I really disliked you as a person and I was venomous and poised to attack, I could launch into one right now, but I'm not, of course, not going to. But it's just, I wanted to let you know that it's a great opening for an attack, and I advise against saying that in the future. You prize undivided attention from others. Spending meaningful and uninterrupted time together profoundly impacts your emotional world. Whether it's in deep connection, conversations, or sharing experience together with a loved one who's fully present and engaged. Quality time is that your top priority and deep. I gave them my fucking email for this. You want to hear it? I don't want to say it. I don't want to say it. It's, if you want a reference for what I'm like, for roughly the tone of what I would say, look up low tier god speech on YouTube. What's your sign? I need to over compatible in a non-parasocial way. What the fuck is a sign? I've got a glowing neon. I've got a bright glowing neon sign that says horoscopes are bullshit. That's what I've got. That's my fucking sign, man. Since June 8th is your birthday, you're a Gemini. What the fuck? Isn't that like a club? No, it's like a thing Google has. It's Google's AI. I'm Google's AI assistant. Oh god. Dates, traits, compatibility, and more. What the fuck does that mean? You might as well. Now that I'm here. This love language shit is killing me. Element air. I do breathe it quite a lot. That's true. I have a positive polarity. I am of mutable quality. My ruling planet is Mercury. My ruling house is 3rd house. Spirit color is yellow. Lucky gem is Tiger's Eye and Emerald. Flower, Lavender, Lily of the Valley. Top love matches Aries and Leo. I only know this Lily of the Valley as the thing that is like a common poison or something. Probably has one of the cringe signs with some cringe archer or goat or something. I don't have any signs, actually. I don't really have any decor. I have a relatively... Because when you're like, okay. Never mind. I'm not gonna get into that, but I don't really have anything. I don't have many decorations. I have some stuff, but like not really like posters or signs. I have like stuff. I have like a Mimikyu plushie. Yeah. You just watched the LTG speech, bruh. It's a work of art, is what I'll say. The low tier god speech is a work of art. Smart, passionate, and dynamic. Gemini is characterized by the twins, Castor, and Pollux. Gain the clarity you seek with 50% off plus 3 free minutes of clarity that I seek. What? What? Gemini love to date. Really? They consider it a skill. They will forget your birthday or flick on a date they just set in the calendar months ago. That's so true. That's so true. I forget things all the time, but it's actually because of maybe potentially deeper issues or the fact that I prioritize certain things over others. That's crazy. Greatest career strength. Communication. What? That's me for real. I manifest my reality. That's my motto. Every day I'm pushing this rock up the hill. And the zodiac sign people are pushing it back down or the other way. They're throwing stones at me as I'm pushing this rock up the hill. Famous Geminis. Shia LaBeouf, Russell Brand, Rafael Nadal, Paul McCartney, Novak Djokovic, Neil Patrick. Kendrick Lamar's a Gemini. Let's go. Let's go. Watching Logan's actual sign, be like, holy shit, that's me. I've been like, against my will, my actual sign has been looked up, and it's not. And it just is so not me that I was almost surprised at how good it was at not including me. Because these are written in a way that's supposed to be like, if you are anybody, you're supposed to relate to this to some degree. But like, I read my actual sign, I think, and I was like, this is not it at all. They got everything wrong. I'm impressed. I'm honestly impressed that they got everything wrong. That's crazy to me. That's crazy. I'm like, I'm also Kanye West though. I don't know if I want to be Kanye West, actually. I don't know. It's like a fire sign. That's not fucking real. That's not real. None of this is real. I'm going on r/women now. Fuck that. Fuck whatever that was. I'm going on r/women. If I knew that, like, no, r/ask women. Oh god, not that. Whatever. Very pink. Okay. Let's go on r/ask women. Right, yeah, okay. Most intimate non-sex thing you do with your partner. Why am I reading this again? Wait, this has nothing to do with what I was doing. I should be on Ask Men, because like I don't know what the hell this is. What do women do that men would never think about? I don't know. What do women do that men would never think about? Actually, I'm here when planning events. Dude, I have news for you. 6 years ago, you/Marble, 6 years ago, men would never think about factoring your period. I have news for you and a game to recommend. That's for sure. Oh, panic when they sneeze during the period. Right, so it's like, okay, the top 2 comments are periods, or about periods. I can't read that. Debating the necessity of sharing my specific event. Would men not think about this? What? No, sometimes not. Obviously, not a lot of men. Like, obviously, this is more of a women problem than it is a men problem. But like, no, it comes up, doesn't it? Or maybe not. I'm not commenting on my experience. Finding out which days to wash my hair so it aligns with my schedule. Yeah, fair enough. Because, but that's not like no, but that's not something men don't do. That's what like a lot of men who have short hair don't do. Like men with long hair do that, right? I don't know. Being a little bit dread when you have a DM from a stranger because you know it. Opening it basically is disappointing penis roulette. Fair enough. Fair enough. X once told me I'd shower hot because I feel homesick for hell. Thanks. True though. True. Prefer for things / habit numbers. I have things in my bag as well. Phone charger, yeah. Fitbit, okay, not that. Ibuprofen, okay, not that. Naproxen, not that. Like, okay, I don't have any of these. Never mind. I don't. I have pens. I have sticky notes. I do. Battery pack, yes. Checkbook, no. Stamps, no. Chapstick, yes. Sometimes. Okay, maybe yeah. A lot of things relate to grooming, the extent to which many of us deal with body hair, rough skin, hair, and skincare, makeup, nails, etc. Like it's a meme that women's bathrooms have random products, but I just don't think men actually think about the time actually using these products. Just take for granted that women's bodies are naturally smooth. Right. Yeah, fair enough. Okay, I'm done going on Ask Women. Not on International Women's Day. Okay, you have to understand when I say this, I'm not like saying like I'm done as in like I've read these threads and I know this. I don't think it's very helpful, or there's nothing I can contribute to this, so there's no point in me streaming it, right? I'm like sitting here and I'm just going like, yep, okay. Like this is not relevant to me at all. This is not relevant at all completely. r/ask men. Okay. I can contribute to this. Yeah, there you go. It's like fully black. It's just black and white, yeah. And there's like barely any customization. This is definitely Ask Men. I just missed 2 minutes and Ask Women decides no. You misunderstand. I'm on Ask Women a lot. Like in my own leisure time. But like not going like, yes, I think this is true, but I would like to add my comment. Here's what I have to think as a man. Like, no, the sub is Ask Women, so I'm not gonna be like, yes, here's my opinion. Like, you don't need to know my fucking opinion on Ask Women. You know what you should, you know where I will give my opinion though? Ask Men, that's where I'll give my opinion. You ever wants to boil like a dumpling during shower that's extremely hot? I mean, isn't that like the point though? Like, if you live in a cold climate, which I'm not going to mention after this, if you live in a relatively cold climate where you want to conserve heat, or there's like an element of like heat that is something that you need to think about, and it's not just like a hot summer all the time, then a hot shower that's like, that boils you, like means that when you step out of the shower, you are warm for the rest of the evening. And so you don't have to turn the heating up that much. All right. Men of Reddit who don't comment on posts, why don't you? Like for real, it's so fun. Oh, that's a good bit. That's good. That's good. I like it. It's classic. It's a classic. It's a classic joke. It's old. It's tired and true, but it is from 6 years ago. I'm glad to see this is the first thing. Yep. Thank you. Yep. Mod post, how do I meet women during quarantine? You don't. You fucking don't. Stop asking this goddamn question. Y'all motherfuckers couldn't even approach women when we didn't have the plague ruining our 2020. Now that all hell is broken loose and we're supposed to be socially distancing, yes, it's still a thing. Some of y'all think this is the perfect time to get that one perfect pickup line that'll totally land you even with pussy. You have the perfect excuse not to date, use it. If you haven't noticed, we've been brigaded by some less than savory individuals. Coronavirus circle jerk is completely expected and unsurprising. Female dating strategy though, finding out y'all support this post is nearly as bad as finding out a racist white person thinks I'm one of the good ones. Oh man. Okay, so that's the second most like upvoted thing. All right. Hot shower and hot days means your body is more resistant to the heat. I take warm showers when it's like hot days. I went to hug a girl and she grabbed my hand and shook it. What are the most isolated places on earth? Note to man. OP gets wrecked. I love that that's the tag. I like how on r/ask women it's like, man, this is such a frustrating thing that we have to deal with. Men are fucking idiots and cannot accommodate for these very simple things. Like, it sucks being a woman. And our ask men is fucking this. The contrast is funny to me. I do think it's hilarious. I read both, by the way. I do read both regularly. Point Nemo is the most isolated place on Earth. It's a couple thousand miles to the closest landmass, and at times the closest people to you are in the ISS. Also, there's no current movement in the ocean there, so there is not even any animal life to keep you company. But hey, at least every couple of months, a satellite comes splashing down to be your friend. Interesting. I have personally experienced the opposite, so I can kind of not relate at all, but it's funny. That's rough. I can relate. No, I can't relate. Like, you don't. Why do you go for a hug unless you know for sure the other person would also, like, don't you risk? Okay, maybe it's because I have astral projected myself into this scenario and then decided, yeah, okay, I'm not doing this. There's no way I would do that, and I've never done that. That One Piece thing? I don't know what you're talking about. Just finished serving a table and was headed back to the bar, bobbing and weaving through people, when a gorgeous woman stepped in front of me with her arms open. I was busy, I wasn't really thinking. I figured she wanted a hug, so I hugged her. Bad move on my part. She pushes me away and says, "What the fuck do you think you're doing?" She then goes to hug the guy standing behind me. I was crazy embarrassed. Add to that, I had to walk by her and her friends for the next 2 hours. Ah, no! This is why. This is the type of shit that I've astral projected into my brain and go like, I would never make this mistake. Fuck no. Absolutely not. No, thank you. Girl put her arm out as if to give me a hug, so I gave her a hug, but I don't feel much in return. I back off and she goes, "Oh, I was going for like a fist bump." I wanted to just disappear right then and there, but 8 or so years later, it's something I can laugh about. I hope you're able to look back on this and laugh as well. Your bed! Ah! Warned for evisceration. Well played. Well done. Excellent maneuver, sir. Excellent maneuver. Man, the mod is mad on r/askman. I just realized. Oh, it's a different mod, but still. Typical mod garbage. As an introvert, how do you feel about this quote by Jim Carrey? Solitude is dangerous, it's very addictive. It becomes a habit after you realize how calm and peaceful it is. Like, you don't want to deal with people anymore. Okay, now this is a question. This post was first made in our Ask Women. Interesting. Oh, I want to read that. Okay. So, I don't want to... Okay, we'll get into our Ask Women thread after this. We'll get into that after this. Let's read this first. Or let me give my thoughts on this briefly first. By Jim Carrey. Solitude is dangerous. It's very addictive. It becomes a habit after you realize how calm and peaceful it is. Like you don't want to deal with people anymore because they drain you. I think that is... Like, how do I feel about the quote? I think it's a little real, but also a little... Like... There's a bit of both. Like, the solitude is... Okay, yeah, you know what? That's true, actually. It is addictive in, like, a bad way. Like, it's addictive in a way that's, like, it's addictive. I think that's a good word. It's a good way to put it. You would get too carried away into this seemingly pleasurable experience, and you realize that in the long term, it's affecting you negatively. And although in the short term, you feel as though it's, like, good. So if you maybe if you're addicted to substances, or something, the experience is similar from what I understand, where in the short term, it feels as though there's like an ache that's kind of relieved in you and you feel good about it. In the long term, it does feel bad. Like in the long term, you feel worse off than if you engaged in it regularly. With that said, I've been able to, me personally, I don't think I've struggled too much with this. I think for a good portion of my time on Earth, the 60 years I've been here, I have spent a good amount of time knowing that, like, my solitude, quiet time is precious and I love it, because any moment it will be taken away from me, and like it happens like every time. I don't think I've ever struggled until probably much more recently, struggled with having too much me time. Like it's always the opposite. It's always been like, I do not have enough time for myself, but it is what it is. People need me. Like I understand that. But then I think the moment that slipped, and I think it was particularly during the pandemic, when I did kind of realize that this solitude, which at first seemed really nice, is a bit addictive. And like it's no good to just engage with it like unthinkingly, I suppose. But that's because I think that also comes with you're dealing with people being taxing and draining your energy, but also at the same time not being appropriately rewarding. And the way out of this, I guess, to all the other people who are introverted who want to like hear what I think, is the way out of this is finding rewarding experiences interacting with people and dealing with people. Like, yes, you'll have to spend a lot of energy. Yes, you have to put yourself out there. Yes, it fucking sucks that you have to make small talk, because fuck small talk, who cares? But find something meaningful out of that, or, you know, interactions, or volunteer somewhere, I don't know, do something. And that requires a social aspect to it. And once you can do that, you'll no longer be addicted to solitude. You'll be able to enjoy your solitude and comfort, but you'll also be able to understand and tell yourself, like, it's almost like a body clock you have, where it's like, all right, that's enough time I've spent by myself. It's time to go talk to people, right? It's real. Suffering the consequences of being alone is difficult. You don't really have friends to talk to, like, in real life. It is definitely difficult, but I don't have much to say beyond, like, you have to look for, I know it's like a cliche, but a network of supportive people is really helpful. And if you can't do that, at least, like, what you can do is ease your way into it through not substitutes, but things that can be, I suppose, like, they can help alleviate the stress that comes from it. For example, talking to people online, although it's not the same thing. Maybe like a video call is more similar. here's the layers of socializing to get back into actually talking to people in real life. You start with like, let's say you start at being in a VTuber chat. let's say you started being in a live stream like chat. You move on to like messaging on forums maybe, or like on Discords with people, and then you move on to voice channels with friends, and then you move on to video calls with people, and then you move on to maybe like just interacting with family or close loved ones that are super nearby, and then you gradually move into things around your community. That's like the steps forward, I think, and they're not easy steps, but I do think that's the way. But what if you want to talk to people if there's no one to talk to? I want to say that it's not that there's no one to talk to, it's that you have not found people to talk to yet. People who would be available at that time to talk to. Like, it's not that they don't exist, it's that you are not aware of them yet. And you have to go out and be aware of them. And that's hard because you're probably gonna meet, if you want to meet like someone who you can be a good friend with, you're gonna have to go through 20 people or 50 people that are, you know, you probably don't want to spend that time with. But you have to do that. You kind of have to do that. There's social groups like meetups in your community. Exactly, like you do that. How's one find a Discord channel? Okay, like just skip that step. Maybe skip that step. Talk to people online. Talk to your friends online on Discord, I guess, is like one of the ways forward. If you're an introvert and you just don't know how to deal with it. But like, find hobbies and mutual interests. That's one of the quick ways to do it. Like if you're just meeting up with random people, like in meetups that are like, oh, just friend meetup for no particular thing, it's difficult and it's alienating and it's isolating, and you would wish you could go back to your room. So find something that you personally are passionate about and you think about, like, you know, like book club or something, I don't know, and join that. So you have like a reason to talk to these other people, strangers, and then you can eventually form like rapport and friendship and all that. Losing the ability to socialize is a massive handicap, but time, blood, and tears will solve it, maybe. No, I don't think time itself solves it. Blood and tears. It's like you having to trudge through all these hurdles is the only way to get through it, I guess. Okay, what are people saying? They're just like, it's true every year. For me, it's divided between positive and negative feedback from interacting with people and dealing with what I want / need. The vast majority of feedback is often negative. So doing your own thing just becomes simpler and less of a hellaciously unpredictable hassle. If I know that my input and concerns will likely be dismissed out of hand, then F it, no need to bother. Right, because when you make arrangements with people, it's like, it's more difficult because you have things to consider, like, you know, schedules, food preferences, etc., etc. But that's the price you pay. That's the cost of accommodating for other human beings. Like, you have to accommodate for other people because we were not created to be perfectly suitable with each other. Like, we piss each other off and we annoy each other and we were designed to get in each other's ways, and having to overcome that for this greater strength and bond is so difficult, but that difficulty is part of what makes it meaningful. Huge introvert, but when I got a customer service job in high school, I noticed my mental health improve a bit. Sure, interacting with people was draining, but I was happier for some reason. Now I have a career in marketing that comes with a perfect balance of socializing and alone time. Yeah, I think it's less like you can't enjoy alone time, be with other people, more like find a good balance for you. That, for me, the way I see it, right, is when you're alone, you're recharging your energy, and when you're with people, you're spending that energy for inspiration, and the inspiration helps you in your downtime when you're recharging your energy to think of more ideas and think of things to do, so that when you go out and like spend energy again, you're spending on things that are good and meaningful. All right, have to leave to socialize with other beings. That's good. See you. Be gone. Get out of here. I just accepted it and just deal with it. No, you should not just no, you should accept it, but you should also accept the possibility of there being better and more, and you should work towards that. That's what you should do. You should accept that you should accept your current circumstances and situation, But you should also accept that things can be better. I can 100% relate. I live by myself, work in an office with just a few other people, and COVID has made it so I don't see my friends much. Spending 90% of my time alone was trying at first, but now it's become less enjoyable to be around people. Sometimes I call a friend and realize during the conversation I don't really want to talk to anyone. Luckily, I function well by myself. I think it's really important for you to have alone time with yourself, but it's equally important to have time to spend with your friends. Damn, you hate me. I see how it is. Get out of here. It's about 10 years I live in the woods. So that I started by chance, but now it would be impossible for me to go back and leave it, even in a small town. But it seems to me it's not so much about being addicted, it's just incontrovertibly better. If you want to see people, you can still drive and meet them. As for people draining your energy, just cut toxic relationships and cherish healthy ones. I mean, like, if you are still meeting up with people by driving to meet them, I guess that's good. But yeah, I don't know. Cherish the healthy ones for sure, but also don't like overextend yourself. Extend yourself the right amount. I don't know if that makes any sense. But maybe also it's because, like, even though I want to see myself as relatively introverted, I do have, like, I think it's important to spend time with people to ground yourself in, like, the world. Because otherwise, if you spend too much time alone, you're alienated from the world. And when you're alienated from the world, your takes are nonsensical, you know? Like, you start to kind of think in your own bubble, and you don't realize that other people live in other different contexts and worlds and lifestyles that, like, is eye-opening and gives you newfound perspective. What I want to say more damningly is you're gonna sound like the average person on Twitter. So don't do that. Okay, what the hell's so all the Ask Men threads comments are like, yeah, it is. I relate to this. Jim Carrey has bipolar disorder, which for those unaware is a disease most often accompanied by crippling bouts of depression, which means it's kind of, yeah. I see quotes such as this as not being about solitude or introversion at all, but about depression, and how he's learned throughout his life that what factors he needs to manage that he knows would otherwise be triggers that would send him spiraling down another. Thank you for the context. That's good to know. Because without that context, I think it's very, like, it's just, which I think maybe sheds light on what that means to people who say, yeah, I can relate for real 100. All right, what's the Ask Women thread? This post has been removed by the moderators of our Ask Women. Damn. Oh well. Here's what I fear: indulging my happiness in solitude so much that I lose the capacity of my happiness. With peace and love, I'm absolutely already the average person on Twitter. Please do better. You would benefit a lot from new perspectives around you in the world that you have yet to see. About stuff. Like, and I don't just mean like, oh, travel to different countries. I don't mean that. I mean like just talking to different people. Even and especially people that are fucking awful to talk to. You don't have to hang out with them, but like being able to know where what's going on is frustrating, but is a useful skill to think about the world, I guess. If you care about thinking about the world. If you don't care about thinking about the way things are, I guess it actually doesn't matter. You really, now that I'm thinking about it, yeah. You unless you have certain ideas and ambitions about the world that you want to see realized, or you have a sort of insatiable curiosity. If you just kind of genuinely and of course, no offense to be taken by this, like, you don't have many, you're not that ambitious, and you're kind of content with the simple things around you, then I feel as though the solitude, in terms of yourself, would probably not be too bad if you just kind of stayed around, like, alone. But you have to ask yourself, you have to look inwards and introspect truthfully and think, am I okay with this? Am I happy right now? Am I content with the way things are going, or am I just coping because I'm used to them and they're comfortable? And if not, how do I overcome the discomfort that is necessary for me in order to make strides in what I want to pursue as a more meaningful existence for myself? And those are the harder questions to do than just like, you know, those are much harder questions because they also put yourself in a vulnerable position, and you kind of just have to do that. If it helps, you can do that with other people as well. It's a discussion people have with people who are willing to discuss this, I guess. Solo backcountry backpacker here. Every 3 or 4 years I'll take my vacation alone, disappearing in the North Woods for 2 weeks to get away. I love it. Each time I do this, I find it takes full 2 weeks afterwards to reacclimate to living with others around me. Home and work life is hard to readjust to, so many people demand so much of my time. Out there in the woods is the only place where I'm truly free. I get up when I want, I hike as far as I want, I stop to rest or not, whenever I want. I once went 3 full days without seeing another human being or even hearing a voice. I never take any electronics, including a radio. It's been 4 years since my trip. I'm due for another. As a sailor, I can relate. Love being out on my boat alone for long stretches. Coming back to port is somewhat daunting due to the adjustment period. Having to readjust coming on land is interesting. I don't think this is a universal human experience. Agreed. Introverts like myself will likely agree and relate, but I doubt extroverts will feel the same. I don't even think introverts would all agree. I don't agree with this. Fully, at least. Okay, no. I agree with it, but I don't think it's good. Okay. Yeah, I agree. I agree with it, but I think a lot of people miss the point when they agree. They're like, yes, like being alone is almost too good. But they don't quite articulate a response as to why that is the case. But I think it's important to connect with the world you live in, I guess. And just to be part of the world. You can start, you know, smaller steps, internet sub-communities, just talk online, and then just make sure you're making progress, I guess, and making strides. I don't know, join a book club. Terrible advice from Kara Shufenor. I'm sorry, I know. I think it's only dangerous if it's extended solitude, especially if it's self-imposed. Practically everybody, regardless of how willing they are to admit it, needs a little socialization every now and again. Yes, everyone needs to socialize no matter how you think you don't. But you don't just need like to talk to someone who's really rude, and has bigoted opinions. You need to socialize with people who are friends, and develop a sort of camaraderie and rapport and continue maintaining that, I guess. Agree with most of this. Love solitude. It's hard work to be social. Definitely don't hate it, but it does take effort. Oh yeah, it does. Also don't understand why solitude is dangerous. I'm not a person who's lonely in solitude. It's dangerous because you're out of touch with the world. And like it or not, you are a part of the world, and you need to be responsible for the part of the world that you're in. If not the whole world in itself. It's easy to look at things that are terrible and doom and gloom about it and post about it on Twitter and complain and say like, oh, I can't believe like X thing would happen. What a political travesty. But also not take any action to it. It is important really to be in touch with the world because you are part of it, and you should try and strive to make it a better place despite how much more difficult it is, and despite you may not necessarily benefiting it from that change directly or immediately, because change takes time, and you might not be able to see the fruits that the trees you plant grow, but you must kind of develop that empathy for the people around you to know that one day the trees will bear fruit and one day someone will enjoy it, and that someone does not have to be you, and that's okay. If not, in fact, it makes it more meaningful that that person is not you, because you're extending beyond yourself into a greater world, right? Into a greater picture. I don't know. Although it definitely feels like the wrong word here. Addictive as well. Avoidance behavior, that's the problem. If you continually dodge social interaction because it's frustrating and draining, you can get stuck in a downward spiral where that's all you do. It leads to people becoming shut-ins. There's nothing wrong or unhealthy in being an introvert and enjoying solitude. The only danger is when you give up on the world and isolate yourself because of it. But that's the whole thing. I think that's why the words are correct. I agree with the statement at the back. I agree that it is avoidance behavior. That is a problem. But the solitude and addiction is describing that avoidance behavior, I think. It's just different words, is what I'm trying to say. But like, this relates to people who are in this problem more than avoidance behavior. If you say avoidance behavior to someone who's in this, they're not going to relate to it as much as this, I think. Well, what do I know? I'm on r Ask Women now. Okay. Would you get offended if you notice a stranger woman taking safety precautions when she sees you? E.g. not going in the elevator with you, making sure a car is locked if you pass by in a parking lot, getting on the phone with someone. Would I be offended? I'd be offended by my own effort. In 6 hours, drink water. Thank you for the reminder. I'm gonna drink water now. I have water beside me, I just forget. It's interesting to see you deal with kind of poetic philosophy with more analytical approaches. No, but like my poetry is just different, okay? I have poetry as well. I'm not just analytic. I'm not just analyzing it strictly. But again, when the thumbnail shows and points that I'm a philosophy major, it's true. I did a good amount of time. I did my time in analytic philosophy. I did. I would be offended at myself, I think. Or rather, I wouldn't take offense to that by the other person. I would use it as a moment of introspection and be like, ah, fuck. I guess I look dangerous. Offended? No. Saddened a bit. I don't think of myself as threatening in any way, so when other people find me threatening, it can be disheartening. When I strive to be jovial, approachable, and make people feel safe. That being said, I'd rather a woman feel safe no matter what that looks like than feel good about not being threatening. Even if they know me really well, I try to take precautions to make people feel safe. I'll meet them outside my apartment if they're picking me up. Make sure to always invite, including any significant others. Yep. Yeah, I'm not offended. I'm saddened because I like to think that I take precautions and I like to think that I make strides to be approachable and not dangerous, like not imposing or threatening in any way. But you can't help who you are. So if you walk around and you look like a dude, I understand that. That said, I have never encountered this. I have never encountered a moment where someone, like a stranger, has taken precautions around me. That has never happened. I think. I'm pretty sure. I've gotten like looks, but not like, oh no, what's he gonna do? More like, who the fuck is this guy? Kind of looks. Like that's the extent of looks I get. So my response would be that I would be saddened, but I've never had the experience yet, fortunately, I suppose, which means I'm doing a good job, I think. Kind of expected as a huge black dude. Would be kind of worried if the sorts of people who typically avoid me go out of the way to be put in those situations with me. That's an interesting aspect I didn't think about. It's people who have certain predispositions might actually be scared back if, you know, the expected outcome of, yeah, people will avoid me, instead doesn't happen and they're actually quite friendly. Like that would actually be strange, if not a bit creepy. Yeah, it'd be worrying. Yeah, that's interesting. That, you know, people have kind of internalized this as a part of themselves. Wouldn't be offended. I remember one time on campus last year, it was cold and dark and I was walking back to my dorm wearing a hoodie. I saw a female friend of mine ahead of me and started jogging to catch up to her so we could walk and talk. I was confused at first when she started running too, until I realized what she must have been thinking. Realizing I was an idiot, I stopped running and called out to her. It was a good laugh of relief when she realized it was me. Yeah. That is sad, and it's good that there was a good outcome, but it's a good reflection of the poor circumstance of reality. Hurt, yes. Offended, no. Yeah, I don't think anyone's like offended. It's not really that. Okay. Man, my date booty called another dude in front of me mid-date last night and left. What's the worst that you've experienced? Oh shit. Well, that's not really like an ask for advice. That's more like a tell me your experiences so I feel less bad. I was invited on a date by a woman I met on Tinder. She said her friend was in town. They were going to see a live podcast and invited me with. It was a podcast I'd never heard of before, and honestly, I probably wouldn't be very interested in it if I wasn't invited, but it costs like $25 to get in. I get there and she meets me and we buy a drink and sit down. She introduces me to her friend. Then they proceed to talk to each other, not involving me in any conversation at all. Then some guy comes along and sits next to her friend. He introduces himself to me and I thought he was just being friendly. After the podcast, my date and her friend are still talking to each other and ignore me. The guy who introduced himself is kind of following us and he starts having a conversation with me, which is fine because my date wasn't talking to me at all. It turns out this guy was her friend's date, but I had no idea because no one was saying anything to me. The girls then wanted to meet the guy who was doing the podcast, so we waited in line for a while. Of course, the girls never said anything to us guys. The girls then started talking to another woman in line and seemed to make a friend. After they got to meet the guy who did the podcast, my date's friend turns to us guys and says, well, we think we're gonna have a girls' night out now. So our dates and the women they met just left to go get drinks or something. The other guy and I just turned to each other and said, what the fuck? We then decided to go to a nearby bar for a beer and have a bro date. He was a decent dude, but the whole situation was just so weird. That's... man. Hey, at least you got a story out of it, and the bro seems pretty chill, you know? That's not right. That's not right. I had like a much less like extreme version of this, a similar experience where I think I was like talking to someone on like a campus, and then it was years ago, and it was talking to someone on campus, and like after a lecture or something, I was just like, hey, you want to go grab lunch? And they're like, yeah, sure, okay. And we went to grab lunch. We sit down and it's a group of this person's friends that are not my friends, and they all start talking to each other in a different language that I don't speak, that was not English, which we were conversing it before then. And I was just, the whole time I was like, oh, all right, okay, I guess this is what it is. And then like I left, obviously. At least my food was paid for because I didn't bring my wallet or something. I forgot why, but like I think I forgot to bring my money, so they offered to pay for me as well. So I was like, all right, thank you, I guess. But then we sat down and just like, I was completely ignored for the whole thing. They were speaking a different language on the table. It is what it is. It is what I'm trying to say is, it is what it is. It happens. You cannot expect everyone to be socially amicable. It's fine. She stole my cell phone and wallet from the table after dinner. Oh, okay. Not me, but my wife and I observed this in a nice restaurant in Berkeley, California a long time ago. CA is California, right? I think. We were having the pre-fixed dinner and sat down a booth away from another younger couple, early 20s. After a while, the woman gets up and presumably goes to the bathroom. We're minding our own business, but after a while, we notice the guy is sitting there by himself for quite a long time. The waiter comes up to him and they have a serious conversation that we can't hear. They then get up together and leave. A few minutes later, they come back and the guy leaves. We finished and we were leaving. We asked the cashier what was going on. He said the couple were on a date, had agreed to go Dutch on the pre-fixed dinner for 2 plus wine would probably be 150-ish or so, and she ditched him after the main course. He did not have a credit card or enough cash to cover both the dinners, so the waiter escorted him to the nearest ATM outside where he got cash to pay for both their meals. Ah, no. Oh man, fuck. Oh, 07 indeed. 07 indeed. Had a lovely time eating and went on to have a cocktail at the River Bar. It's a popular place to have a date. After having a seat, she looked around and suddenly acted weird. At some point, she stood up and went to a table, arguing with a guy who was with a woman. She made a gesture and I went over. She was telling the guy she moved on and I'm her BF now. We haven't kissed before. It was our first date, but she tried to French kiss me and became quite forceful. Oh no. I pushed her back gently and told her to calm down. She was angry and went on to the bar to chat with a guy I assumed she didn't know, went with him to sit at a different table. Still standing next to the other couple, I didn't know how to feel, so we burst out laughing to shake the tension. I wished them a lovely evening and went. Ooh, fuck. Okay. Could have ended much worse, like her becoming my GF. Man, please stop, men, please. Oh no. Okay, I don't want to read these relatable experiences. I want to go back to like the questions. Men who talk at the urinals, what the fuck is wrong with you? True and real. Don't talk at the urinal. Nice cock. And that's how I met your Uncle Barney. Just drunk as fuck. Okay, fair enough. People who are drunk, like I get that, but like don't do it if you're not completely shit-faced. It's the rule. Don't talk at the urinal. Next question. Girlfriend asked for smart water. The gas station didn't have any, so I ordered Fiji instead. What have you guys done wrong lately? Okay, we're not doing that. How often do you change your walk because you're walking behind a woman late at night? That's a good question. Question is influenced by a video I saw where a guy explained that he was unintentionally the creepy guy because he was walking behind a woman in a park. As a woman, it honestly never occurred to me that innocent men can be deemed as creepy just because they just so happen to be walking in the same direction. Is this something you guys naturally take into consideration when walking? Yes. Women gossip in the restroom too. I don't know what it is for like women, right? But for men, the code is like, don't talk to people when you're at the urinal. And when you're going up to the urinal, make sure there's at least one space between you and the next urinal. Or rather, yeah. Oh, and alternatively, when you're going up to a urinal, make sure you're not right next to someone else if you can help it. Those are the rules. Those are the rules. Yeah. I don't think I do this for women in general. When I'm walking behind a woman late at night. When I'm walking late at night, though, what I do tend to do is I stick to like really bright areas, but it's less consciously for other people, although that helps, but it's more for myself. Like I'm just staying in well-lit areas. I want to make sure that I'm right next to where cars can be. Like I am not like because it's like if someone stabs me, someone else can call the police. That's the idea. It's like sitting on public transport. So don't sit directly next to someone unless there's no seats left. Exactly. Exactly. You follow the +1 space rule. And if you don't, immediately the alarm bell should signal. And if you accidentally do this with no malicious intent, that's fine. Don't worry. I understand social cues can be hard. I'm telling you right now, this is one of the social rules you're gonna have to learn. Okay? If you want to adapt into modern society, at least in the parts of the world where the Library of Alexandria is in. Okay? That's the etiquette. And you're gonna have to like learn it. Men who've caught all 809 Pokemon on Pokemon Go. How do you stop daily requests for sexual intercourse? Me when I tell people I have a philosophy degree. Fuck. How can you work a 9-to-5 job with only the weekends and 4 weeks per year off without getting the feeling of wasting your life? You do something meaningful in your spare time. Your hobbies, right? Your work is exactly that, your work. It's the 9-to-5. It's the thing that puts food on the table. But it's the stuff that puts the food on the table. But it's likely, maybe it is. If it is, that's fucking great. That's awesome. But for a lot of people, it's not, right? So if it's not, you do okay. 9-to-5 gives you the food for your stomach, and your hobbies and your passions and interests are your food for the soul, okay? And both your stomach and your soul need feeding. One more frequently than the other, probably, but you need both. You just don't neglect that. That's my answer. What are your instant regrets moments with your SO? GF showed me a picture of her college track star days. Over the last few years, we've grown more in love. Before my brain can process an intelligent response, I just blurted out, "Man, you used to be so skinny." Oh, okay, as she walks away. Okay, I'm not reading this out loud, but this is also kind of funny. Went to swipe a wasp away from my now wife on our first date. I accidentally slapped her, and then when I went to check if she was okay, elbowed her, bringing my arm back down. Also, around 50, I was carrying the bags back to the car, and my wife asked if she can help as she was only carrying one bag. I replied, "No, it's fine. You're carrying enough weight already." Uh-oh. Uh-oh. That's funny. Not me, but my sister. She and her boyfriend at the time had spent the night together for the first time. She had a sensitive stomach and is frequently gassy. She woke up early and felt the urge to fart and remembered that a friend told her that if she scooches the edge of the bed, putting her butt out of the covers and used her hand to slightly spread her butt cheeks, be silent and wouldn't be trapped under the covers. So she did exactly that and heard her new boyfriend say, what just happened? Apparently she didn't realize there was a mirrored closet behind her and she had watched the entire thing. They are now happily married and trying to start a family. That's great. Husband says it doesn't usually opening in the underwear when peeing, just pulls them down a little. Do most men do this? What even is the purpose of the little hole then? It depends on the pants you're wearing. It depends on the pants you're wearing and what's more comfortable. That's what it depends on. What's the answer? Over the fence or through the gate is the official name of this debate. Told us for sticking your finger through as a joke. Imagine trying to pull a Vienna sausage through the hole with Wreck-It Ralph hands, easy to go over the top. Okay, it depends on what you're wearing. Nobody's saying that. Depends on the type of underwear. No. Well, that too, but it depends on the pants as well. Yes, them on backwards. I used the leg hole. That's crazy. I'm not saying it's impossible. I'm saying you kind of go out of your way for that. Okay. Okay, we're getting out of this thread. We're getting out of this thread. I'm not ready. When Chip just went back to the yelled jetpack on then farted. What weird stuff does your SO do? That is kind of funny. Terrifying. A girl approaches you and says pretend her friends are being followed. What do you do? Good question. Excellent fucking question. You immediately try to make it so that try to remember that you do not know this person's motives as well, as much as you want to be helpful. And what's good for both of you is going into a well-lit area in public and making sure your presence is around other people and you're not at all isolating yourself in any situation. What is it? Pretend we're friends but not follow her to second location? Exactly. So play along, but don't go to an isolated second location. Stay where you are, or go to somewhere like, or go somewhere you know that's like well lit and has a lot of foot traffic. Wait, hold on, let me read the stories. I was in Chicago a few years back. Fiance and I owned a little clothing shop in a pretty nice area. Not that it helped us any. And a woman who was pushing a stroller walked up to me and put her arm in mine and whispered, "Please walk with me." She discreetly pointed to a pretty sketchy looking dude down the alley. He'd been following her for a few blocks. She told me she's seen him before and she's very worried that he wanted her purse or worse. I walked her to the Starbucks 2 blocks down where she was meeting a group of friends. The guy stopped following when he saw she was with a dude. I'm not huge by any means, but I'm 6'1", so at least there's that. I was just so glad it worked. Poor woman, can't imagine that fear, especially when you've got a newborn with you. I'm glad that worked out. Holy shit. That is terrifying. It happened to me about 3 years ago. I was in Home Depot and a young woman about half my age walked up to me with a guy right on her shoulder blabbling about something, and she said, "Uncle Steve, I don't think I'd see you until Mom's birthday." I looked at her a little confused, but she made a help me face, so I said, "Well, you're in town already. This is a fun surprise. You want to shop together? We can talk a little while we get our stuff." She gave the kind of look I expect Superman gets when he plucks someone from a burning building. Creepy guy was still there, so I made my voice a little gruff and said, "You need anything?" He said no and went away. We shopped and got our stuff, checked out. I walked her to her car and watched her while she drove away. That's good. Men, be like diligent while you do this, but also be diligent while you do this so you don't lose a kidney. Don't lose a kidney. But that's good. Yeah. Don't follow anyone to a second location. Look out after yourself as well. My best friend lost a bunch of weight and now he's expecting women to go crazy for him, yet they aren't because he became the ultimate nice guy in a Chad body. How do I bring this up without sounding like an asshole? Before losing weight, he treated women well and had a normal and healthy mindset. Now he almost expects attractive women to want to date with him, and he gets extremely upset when they turn him down. Extremely upset as in going to the basement and punching a pillow for God knows how long. Oh God. Well, I guess that answers the question. He no longer wants to have female friends. Another change. Unless they're dating and saying, why do I have to keep up with a bitchy woman if I'm not fucking her? Also, if we're out and he sees a cute girl walking alone, he's like, I'll go ask her out, which I've stopped him from doing because it's a bit much to get asked out when you're shopping for groceries. He follows people on TikTok and Facebook who have been getting arrested for radical views. He's been reflecting that as well. How do I snap him out of this? Ah, fuck. How do you snap someone out of this? Christ. Talking to a mutual friend that's attending the same PhD program, and she said there's a girl in class that keeps hyping up his toxic masculinity, and she tells him he's the most masculine man she's met. Why? The only time he's told me about her is when he said there's this girl in class that's not worth asking out because she's too fat. I think that accounts for the sudden change in behavior over the last month. Oh God. Oh fuck. What do you do with this? What do you do with this? Let me think. You gotta have that chat. You gotta have a heart-to-heart. You really have to have a heart-to-heart. I don't know how. It depends on how you connect and with this friend and like how you bond and like what your socializing is. But you kind of have to start with something really light and easy, and then kind of just approach and talk about maybe like shared experiences of loneliness or something. I don't know. And then you kind of get to them through the relatable thing first. Tell them straight up. Sugarcoating when someone is being a bad person helps no one. Yeah, you need to tell them straight up, but you have to ease into it. Like, but you don't like hide anything. You ease into it as in like you don't immediately go like, hey, like you are an awful person, because I think there are good chances, and that might be disagreeing with this guy here, right? But what I'm saying is your friend might see this as like, oh, you're just jealous of me or whatever, and like just shut you off. There's a pretty good chance that it happens, and you don't want that to happen. So you want to get a feel for it, but you don't want to hide anything. You want to be very straightforward and be like, hey, this is not the way you should go about things. This is not right. I'm concerned with you as a friend, and I want to help you. You know? I want to know if I become a prick. He sounds like he doesn't truly improve his confidence. Shell is a difference. Yeah, but like that's because some people want to know if they're being an asshole because they care if people think that. But some people don't care that they're an asshole because they think it is what it is, or like maybe because they're being brainwashed by the fucking terrible TikTok and Facebook content that they're consuming, that this is the way to go. And when you have to deal with people like that, it's hard. It's a lot harder. But I do think maybe there's a point to this in like you have to let them know, hey, you are being a fucking raging asshole right now. And that's not good. And I guess maybe talk about not just how it makes other women uncomfortable, but also how it makes you uncomfortable as the friend, right? Maybe that can help as well. Napoleon Bonaparte, black pilled moment. Yeah, it is. It's a fight every day. It's a fucking war, man. Pushing this rock up the hill. Napoleon Bonaparte is quoted as saying, "To understand the man, you have to know what was happening in the world when he was 20. What was going on in the world when you were 18 to 20, and how did it influence your worldview?" Well, that would be 40 years ago, so I don't remember. Just learn that that's why you need to yawn. You will yawn 100% of the time. 20 times in the last hour I've done this. What is the least amount of power that's stuck on your head? What was the stupid game your friends played growing up? Buddies and I used to turn all the lights out in the basement and throw those giant exercise balls through the pitch blackness in random directions, trying to hit each other. The fear, the anticipation, and the sound of the ball whistling through the dark. The game had only downsides and shouldn't ever have been created. That's kind of funny, though. The game had only downsides, shouldn't have been created. No, the game is funny. It's a little dangerous, but the game is funny. How many kindergartens do you think you could personally take on in a fight before being overpowered? Yes, we've arrived at this question. The kindergartners are released 5 at a time every 30 seconds. Here are the stipulations. The arena is a standard sized classroom, let's say 40 feet wide by 25 feet deep. However, the room is completely empty. The kindergartners are unarmed. They're just going to run at you, attempting to punch, kick, bite, and scratch you. Their ultimate goal is to cumulatively dogpile on you and pin you to the ground. If they can pin you for 15 consecutive seconds, you lose. You have to knock a kindergartner unconscious in order to defeat them. Once they are knocked unconscious, they vanish from the classroom arena. You can use any strategy you want to fend them off, but you're also unarmed and you are not allowed to leave the room. I'm also unarmed? Fuck. Okay. How many kindergartners can it take? They're 5 at once every 30 seconds. How tall is a kindergartner? Let me think. So it's a war of attrition, right? Because it's like it probably just takes one kind of swoop. Like you can kind of like you can just trip the easiest. So a lot of people are thinking like unarmed, like you're gonna just hit the child in the face or whatever. But I don't think that's the best way to conserve energy. I think actually the best way to do that, because they're kindergartners, right? I think you should make it so that you just trip them over. Just trip them over hard enough, they'll fall unconscious, and then they disappear from the arena. And I think given that strategy, that's the strategy I will go with. I would try to trip them. Maybe like so 5 every 30 seconds. How long would it take for me to get tired? Maybe like 5 minutes I would get tired. So that's like 50. Yeah, like 50. What if I don't want to beat up kids? The assumption is you have to. Or if it, maybe to add to the question, they're not real kindergartners. They're robots that simulate the exact flesh composition of children. So it's morally okay. Without moral restraints, probably like 50 plus TBH. Like I don't have to worry about getting yelled at by parents or having the cops yell at me, then have a field day. Yeah, the assumption is obviously like no moral constraints, right? Yeah, of course it is. Given the context, ensuring that you use killing strikes would be the best bet. 1 punch per kindergarten would make it easy to last a while. Their bones are small and flexible, but haven't had years of wear to strengthen them. Nor do they have the advantage of an adult male's natural bone density. A simple swift kick to each kid would do the job, and that leaves your hands free to murder more children. What if you use the kid as a weapon? Then they can't. You can, I think, but they're not gonna be unconscious. Because the moment they're unconscious, they vanish from the arena. Wait, One Punch Man? You don't have to be One Punch Man. It's a kindergartner. Kindergartners are really young. And it's really easy. Like even an adult is not that hard to knock out if they're like uncoordinated. Like if given the same, like, so if you put like the mind of a kindergartner in an adult, and the adult is running towards you, it's actually not that difficult probably to, you know, knock them unconscious. So it's not the body so much as it is the mind. Like I think that is the difficulty, but because they're kindergartners' minds and bodies, I think you can go, you can go like a field day. I would say 50 plus, but it's more like a 5 minutes is probably like how long I would last in that, I think. Like you wanted to look at Ask Women as a treat, and now you're just scrolling down Ask Men because it's fun. Well, because like if I go on Ask Women, I'm just gonna be like, yes, That's like me going to a feminist book club and like talking. It's like I could do that, but you know, and like, okay, how long have I been streaming? It's like 6 hours. Okay, I'm gonna like leave. Don't know if it's just me, but weighing the logistics of taking kindergartners in a fight makes you feel insanely guilty, morally reprehensible. That is good. that it makes you feel that, you should feel like that isn't, or rather that's like a normal, like empathetic human response. But also at the same time, it's like in your head, if you can, you should, like, you can cultivate the ability to just differentiate between this being a hypothetical that is clearly a dumb fun question. Because in my head, I'm not thinking I'm knocking down like an actual kid. When I'm picturing it in my mind palace, right? I'm not thinking like I'm knocking down like actual kids that have like their parents are gonna go pick them up. I'm thinking like I'm knocking down a bunch of robots that are like that sized and they have that much bone density and they behave in a certain behavioral pattern. That's what I'm thinking. I want to fight them just a little. I would, so that's my hypothetical answer, is like I could probably take 50. But if you put me in a room and you sent robots my way that are like kids and they look like kids and they are too convincing, like if they're just robots and they look clearly like robots, I'd be okay with it. If they look convincingly like actual kids though, I wouldn't be able to do it. I think I would just surrender immediately, probably. But like, I'm trying to think like, what if I had no guilt when I was doing, what if I am bloodlusted? You know the term bloodlusted? I'm like, okay, this, I swear I'm not a Redditor, but like, I just scroll it sometimes. But if you go to r/who would win, there's like a term they use, which is like bloodlusted, which is essentially just you ignoring all moral constraints and like, you know, feelings that would restrain you from being able to participate in this combat. And although he didn't put this stipulation in the question, although this person didn't put the stipulation here, I'm assuming that's what it is. That's what I'm assuming. Yeah. I was gonna say something, but I forgot. I was gonna say something, but I completely forgot what I was gonna say. What the hell was I talking about? Oh yeah. Like why I'm not scrolling r/askwomen now. Or it's kind of like, okay, I want to share this. Some men don't know this, so this is advice to you as well. But it's great if you show up to a feminist philosophy class. Know to shut the fuck up for 90% of the time. Unless you are specifically prompted for your input, generally just keep your thoughts to yourself. It's a little safe. It's just safer that way. It just makes it easier. It just makes it easier. And be very extra careful if you are citing a disagreement. You have to. It's annoying, but you know, thankfully I had the good, like I had the ability to recognize that that's what I should be doing in that scenario. But like, attend it, it's good, but don't, you know, don't go there and debate people even in good faith. Just kind of nod along and offer very little conflicting opinions. And unless it's something that's really egregious, like unless there's just certain angles of misandry, in which case you should speak up, but you also should be a little careful about it. So don't, which is why when I bring this up, because when I say I go and ask women, I'm not giving my input. I'm just like, I'm just scrolling. I'm just scrolling top of this year, and all I'm doing is I'm reading the threads and going like, yeah, okay. You have a friend who can't figure out why they're single, but you know why. What's the reason? Oh shit. Okay, that's a good thread. That's a good thread. Because they complain 24 hours a day about everything. Oh fuck. Okay. I didn't say this. Women have said this. Women are saying this. I'm not saying this, okay? But it's interesting to read. It's interesting to read. Brenda says this all the time, but never does anything about it. So there are no dating apps and won't go when invited, and won't go out when invited. Work in a pretty much all-female environment, and they're straight. They seem to think a man will land on their door. What I think is really the issue is they don't actually want a relationship right now. They just miss elements of it, which is okay. I mean, yeah, you can miss elements of it. That is okay. But as long as you're honest with yourself, I guess you just have to be honest. Who would win, one Goku or or bloodlusted Karasufunor. Bloodlusted Karasufunor is not that adept at combat, and probably would lose to the. No, hold on. You're saying bloodlusted. Okay, bloodlusted Karasufunor would probably be about even with other men that are 60 years old. And that's all I can say. Her insecurities and low self-esteem scare her partners off, unfortunately. She spends so much time wondering if people really want to be with her or they do it out of pity. It can be draining. It's a real shame because she's a lovely person and it's really good to have her around. That is, I think, a little sad but true as well, where I notice some of my friends just have a lower self-esteem than they should have about themselves, where they are really nice people, but unfortunately due to a myriad of factors don't have it known that you're a great person, and they kind of are pushed into walls of like, am I good enough, or do people like me and hang out with me because, you know, they want to hang out with me, or, you know, is it just convenient for them, or whatever. It's tough. And I think the only real way out of that as a friend, if you want to help a friend, is like you just have to reaffirm that you're there for them and constantly bring these things up to talk about, or maybe not constantly, but like bring these things up from time to time and be totally upfront and honest, but also be very reassuring, I think, and caring. I think it's probably the way to do it. My mouse battery died. I think it's time to stop reading Reddit now. I'm a little too lost in this. I'm sorry. Uh-oh. Fuck. Okay. Lack of self-reflection dominates every conversation but doesn't have much interesting to say. Extreme attachment issues. Musk fanboy. Questionable hygiene to say the least. Manipulative. Poor communicator. Cheap. Doesn't believe in therapy. Doesn't respect boundaries. Friend is a strong word. It's my ex that still hangs around in the same friend group. Oh, so this is about like a guy. Yeah, that makes sense then. I was like, Musk fanboy. That sounds unusual. Oh, okay. He's almost 30 and hasn't had any relationships, and doesn't understand why. Oh, there it is. Been stuck in the if they wanted to hang out, they would have reached out to me conundrum for like years. No, I mean, okay. Just ask yourself that question, right? Like, I want to hang out. Am I reaching out to them right now? If not, why? Oh, well, because you're busy, or maybe you're doing something, or you are preoccupied, or you don't have enough energy or whatever, but you would like to hang out with like a friend. There you go. Like, and it goes both ways, right? Every time they're near another single person of their preferred gender, they become a completely different person. Oh, I see. I know that, yeah. Like they turn into a comic strip caricature of desperate single person frantically looking for love. They come on so strong and the personality changes so abruptly, it's incredibly off-putting to observe, and it seems to make others uncomfortable. Trying so hard that's actually having the opposite effect. People can smell desperation. I don't think it's just desperation though. I think it's desperation, but also like, it's the lack of like self-worth, I suppose. Because I think when you do that, it's like you're clinging on because you're thinking, I am an incomplete person without someone else, so I need to look ASAP for a different person, rather than being okay and comfortable and secure and being by yourself. Which is also why like there's this like mythos, this harmful like saying perpetuated among male groups that's like, oh, you just gotta play it cool, you know, just don't, yeah, you can't be into it, you gotta pretend like you're not into it, that's how women will like you. That's only like a quarter true because of this scenario, right? It's only a quarter true because it's not that you should be cool, play it off cool and be be dispassionate about the engagement at all. No. But you should be very comfortable with yourself. You should be very comfortable just being by yourself and the prospect of, okay, maybe I am gonna pursue something romantic with this person, but if not, it is what it is, whatever, right? That's not a big deal. And if you make it like it's the end of the world, then that's the issue. It's not so much the, oh, you were too into it, you gotta be cool, man. Like, that's not the way to go. Get stuck in the I should call but they might be busy mindset. Just text, send an invite. It's never unwelcome. I don't know, send a meme. What helps is sending memes. Sending memes really helps me connect with people. It's a very easy, like you send a relatable, you find a meme that makes you think of a person, or it has to come naturally. You see me and you're like, this reminds you of this person. Oh, we haven't talked in a while. Send it to them. Go like, this literally you for real, and then go like, yo, by the way, are you free like next week to hang out or something? You know, just do that, I guess. And then if not, like, no, but it's like, it's not awkward because it's like at the end of the day there was still some sort of rapport and exchange, right? So have some people that I would love to hear from. I get that, but it's also like, I'm not too pressed about it, because when I do finally like hear from the people like who I haven't talked to in years, it's almost as if nothing has changed and we're like back to just talking, and life gets in the way and stuff, and you know, people are busy. But when there is finally a time to reconnect, it does feel like, yeah, we're reconnecting and it's not just whatever. Got a text your birthday from one of the friends when I was like 10 and was just surprised. It's like, it's weird because the hesitation to like reach out is also something other people feel, which is strange because when we think about our hesitation to reach out, it's always from our perspective, right? Never like, what about the other person? When we think about other people, like bad thought patterns tend to move our thoughts down sometimes to like, oh, maybe they don't care and they don't want to talk to us. You're thinking of like the bad outcomes, but that's not entirely, that may not be true. It could be true, but it's not necessarily true. Just bad at being the first one to reach out. I make that, so I am too, but I make it very clear to people. Like when I'm talking to people, I will make it very clear. I'm like, I'm awful at reaching out first because there's just, and the people understand because it's like, I have a lot going on. More than the average person. I have things going, I have more things going on than the average person. And like even outside of the VTubing, which is funny, but like anyways, and people understand that. So when I tell them I have trouble reaching out, please don't like, you know, feel bad if I don't. It's not because I'm not thinking of you, it's because I have so much to juggle, and people get it usually. And then I also go like, but if you ask me onto something, I'll be able to put that in my priority list and then like have that set up. And I do want to hang out. Like, just like, if you just make it clear and you communicate it clearly, people are willing to make accommodations. Likewise, if someone else told you that, hey, oh, I'm sorry, I really like hanging out with you, but like, I'm just bad at reaching out. Could you do that? Or could you do more of it? I want to like, you know, show up and stuff. Then you would naturally also accommodate for that, I would assume, probably, right? So for me, it's like, or rather like, the being able to accommodate for other people is the whole point of it's the part of like the friendship and the rapport, right? Is that you're willing to do that. Also though, if you're like me and you're bad at reaching out first, you would much rather other people reach out, make it very well known and clear, and make it super easy. So I personally struggle with like making plans for stuff. I just can't, like, I'm just so swamped with things all the time that I can't really make time to be like, I'm gonna plan this hangout, we're gonna go do this, we're gonna go here, we're gonna like find these, we're gonna like have a good time doing these things, we're gonna watch this movie, whatever. But in order to compensate for that, for my lack of ability to plan and coordinate and lead and like, you know, organize things, I make it super easy for anyone else who's asking me out for something to do that, because I'll give them very straightforward responses immediately. If I'm free or not, I'll be like, yes, let's do it, or no, I'm busy, but maybe I'll be free these dates. If yes, then I'll be like, okay, what do you need from me? Let's go do this thing, sure, whatever. Like, and if it's even if it's something that, even if it's, for example, hanging out for something I'm not particularly into, I probably enjoy socializing with the other person anyways, that I'll be like, I don't really care what we're doing, I just want to hang out. And so even though I don't initiate hangouts with people, because, you know, I'm just fucking terrible at it, I nonetheless do hang out with people a lot because I have made it super easy for people to do the same for me, I guess. You're in a group chat and the habit is sending an interesting fact or news article for the day to initiate conversation. That's cool. That's cool. I like to send memes from time to time, but I usually also don't engage too much in group chats unless I'm responding to something. But likewise, when I respond to something, because I don't often initiate too much, I try to make it funny. I try to make it clear that I'm willing to engage in it further. I just am bad at starting it, I guess. Like, you can be bad, I think, at reaching out and compensate for it by being super easy to be reached out to. That's one of the ways around it. That's the way I deal with it personally, because I do have problems not problems. I don't have problems doing it. I have difficulty. I don't do it a lot. That's not like because I guess I just can't very often. Yeah, but making time for people is also important. So just make it so that you're super easy to deal with and work with. No one doesn't like that. No one dislikes someone who's easy to work with, who is like, you know, also fun to hang around. But don't be like a doormat, of course. Like, don't be like, okay, yeah, whatever you say, we'll do whatever you want, bestie, and then like have no opinion. Make your opinions heard and stand by them, but also be flexible and willing to accommodate for other people's needs and necessities, I suppose. A lot of people you wish would reach out to people you haven't talked to in a year. I mean, if you really want to, you can reach out back to them. And if you feel as though that's like, you don't want to do that for embarrassment reasons, then again, you can just send memes. You can ask questions about, hey, yo, I've got a question on my mind that I wanted to ask you. I was just wondering what you think about this, this, and this, or whatever. And then you can just catch up. And then that can evolve into, hey, you want to hang out sometime or something? If that's not the issue, I don't know what the issue would be. If the issue is just like you don't care enough to hang out with them, or like you just don't really want to go outside, then that's the, I guess, more the isolation issue, which like we talked about earlier. Need to be better. It's so isolating, so bad. I feel that. I do struggle with it. I do struggle with it as well. I think I personally compensate enough that it's never been a problem, because like, even though I don't initiate, I'm always quick to respond, and I'm always like super easy to make plans with that. And during like the hangout, I'm relatively amicable to be around. I would like to think. I hope people don't hate me. Probably not, because people invite me to stuff repeatedly after the experience. Usually it's like, hey, are you free to do something in the future? I'll be like, yeah, sure, of course, just hit me up, right? Let me know. So I like to think that people don't just hang out with me because out of obligation. Incredibly indecisive, default to being a doormat. What happens? What do you do when you're indecisive? Let me think. When you're indecisive, it could just be because you don't mind it that much and you're not that convicted. Like, for example, I'm relatively indecisive when it comes to food, for example. But it's not because I like, but it is because I don't mind generally what goes on with it. And I don't have strong opinions on food. Like, I'll be like, yeah, we'll have this and it's good. Okay, great. Whatever your preferences are, I'm cool with that. Or maybe I'll think, okay, like, I don't have a strong preference for anything, but maybe not something I've had recently. Like, what I do if I don't, okay, here's what I do. Here's my tip for if you're indecisive. I'm indecisive for certain things, like, for example, food. So what I do is, instead of offer what I want, I will just offer, my contribution is what I don't want. I'll say, okay, I don't want this because I had it recently, or I don't want this because I had it too much, you know, whatever. It's people that would probably be happy to talk if I did reach out, but I've convinced myself that because they haven't made the decision to message me, they don't really care enough, which is objectively not true. I'm just stuck in my head. Well, I mean, the fact that you know that you're just stuck in your own head and this is not true objectively means you're pretty much like 80% of the way there. I guess you just need a push. I don't know what that push would be though. It's different for everyone. But yeah, my tip for indecisiveness is, instead of offering what to do, because, you know, making that decision sucks, just blacklist like 2-3 things. That's how you do it. It's getting late. Goodbye. Oh shit, it is getting late. Oh god, I haven't. Okay, I gotta go too. It is getting late. It is getting late. Anyways, this was too long of a time scrolling Reddit. I'm so sorry. Another 7-hour stream, truly on a roll. I need to stop. I need to stop doing this. I need to stop. It's too much. Because nobody's gonna watch all of this. Who the hell's gonna watch through all of this? It's crazy. You're all crazy, is what I'm trying to say. That was good though. I really enjoyed reading r/relationship advice and then r/dating advice. I think it's funny. Okay, you know what? I want to read one more r/dating advice post. I want to read one more. Okay, let's read this one. Just one more. Just one more. Let's read one more. I'm gonna read one more, and then I'm gonna leave. Okay, just one more, because I really want to read it. I really want to read one more. A handy guide on how to ask a girl out, yet save face for both of you if she isn't interested. By Leo Cohen. When a girl says she's too busy to hang out with you, have you ever wondered whether she's uninterested in you or actually busy that week with PSCTs and exams? Based on extensive research, interviews with fellow female friends, and personal experience, I'm a girl, I've determined 100% a foolproof way to tell. Ready to hear the secret? Here it is. She's interested, but actually busy if and only if she tells you that she's busy but suggests an alternate day to hang out with you. Otherwise, if she just leaves her response as a simple "sorry, I'm busy" without a follow-up, she's not interested. True and real, 100%. I can agree with this. I can vouch for this. Even worse is when she gives you the second response, but then you then ask her, "So when are you free?" Because this puts her in an extremely uncomfortable situation because it doesn't give her the option to decline unless she says something like, "Oh, sorry, I'm never free," which she obviously would want to avoid because it's impolite. So then she panics and says, "I'm not sure," to avoid explicitly telling you that she doesn't want to hang out with you ever, and you are bewildered by her response and think that women are confusing. Absolutely facts. Great fucking guide. Great guide. 6 years ago. Ask the girl the following. Hey, was wondering if you'd be free at this time to get dinner. Extremely specific. Don't say, hey, are you free in the next decade, or worse, when are you free? It's much better to say, are you free this Saturday 6? Yeah, so I don't do like the exact like clock, but I do like day and then time of day. Like Saturday afternoon. This is not just for girls, this is for like people in general. This is not just for asking girls out as a guy. This is for people in general. When they don't feel like hanging out, or like they just like for whatever reason, maybe like you don't know if they have something going on and how committed they are to the friendship that they want to hang out. Just ask this. Leonard Cohen is on Reddit +2. Wait, what? Leonard Cohen is here? This is not Leonard Cohen. Why does Leonard Cohen sound so familiar again? I feel like I encountered the name the other day. Just the other day I encountered the name. Oh yeah, someone mentioned this guy as a Canadian songwriter, singer, poet, and novelist. Yep, okay. Okay. So that's how you know. Just saying +2 to the post. Yeah, +2. Yeah. This is a +2 for me. You kidding? I didn't like. I was looking. I was like, oh shit, he is, and I was like, never mind. Oh yeah, he was the guy who sang one of the songs at karaoke. Yeah, that's right. That's right. I forgot he sang one of the songs I did for karaoke. I completely forgot. I'm sorry. I don't remember. I'm name blind. I am name blind as hell. I'm not face blind. I'll remember your face, but I am not but I am super name blind. I will not remember people's names, because I just can't. It's unfortunate. I'll remember everything else about you except your face, except your name. I'll remember your face. I'll remember what you're interested in. I'll remember what you do. I'll remember what things you like or dislike. I'll remember like the way you were at a social event and interaction. I will not remember your fucking name. I can go, hey, you're the person who likes this and does this and has this habit of doing this with their arms sometimes, and like etc, but I will not remember your name. You're so gullible, you should check the ceiling. Well, I know what's on the ceiling. There's a spider on my ceiling. Have I mentioned that there's a spider on my ceiling for the past like week or so? It's just like where I sleep. I look up above the the light lamp. There's like a small spider, and it just hangs out there. That hasn't done anything so far, but it's just there. Anyways, yeah, like do this. It's so easy. If the girl just does not want it, like don't ask when are you free. Don't ask when are you free. Go like, just let me know when you're free. Yeah, change it slightly. Just say, just let me know when you're free. If you initiate and they're busy, throw the ball in their court. Tell them, okay, now you pick out a date or something if you are free, because I don't know your schedule. You know your schedule. Just let me know when you are free. There you go. And they'll be like, all right, sure, no problem. Because they're probably busy with something too, right? If they are genuinely busy, it's still probably hard for them to respond to, so when are you free, right? Even if they were not like, even if they were actually busy and wanted to hang out with you, they could be so busy they don't know when they'll be free. So, just to add on to this post, tell me when you're, just let me know when you're free is a great substitute. That's much better. Science has truly come far. It has. You think this works on guys? Yeah. Yeah. This works on everyone. As meant to, exactly. You have a roommate, respect to space? I just don't think a spider needs to be in my room personally. I want to think that like there should be no living thing around my quarters. It is me and me alone in my quarters. That is how it must be. But I recognize it's not always entirely possible and economical. So maybe the spider is worried about rent. In which case, I get it, man. Okay, that's the last our dating. No, hold on. That wasn't a question though. I want to see a question. Where are the questions? When someone really likes you, it's effortless. Maybe she's not effortless since you. Normal single moms for me. Can I read? Hold on, let me read this. Broke up with my girlfriend this morning. Turned 25 with a 7-year-old son. Just couldn't do it anymore. I had started dating since the beginning of the year, and the kid was a burden every step of the way. Dad is in the picture, so all he has is his mom. I get it. But everything we did, and I mean everything, revolved around the kid. Kid's adorable. Okay. Don't. Oh, I thought it was like. Okay, that's just kind of sad. Never mind. I thought the post was like, oh, no more single moms for me, like they're kakyoin from part 3 JoJo's. That's not the case. No, it's just like I can't deal with this personally, which is understandable. Okay. Where's the question? Where are the questions? Where are the questions? Date someone who will sit down and say, let's fix this instead of being a child and ignoring you. You should, yes, and befriend people who do that. And if they don't do that, encourage them to do that. There you go. Sometimes people just haven't learned to do this. Make it known. Teach them that if they don't care to learn, walk away. Please compliment the men that you date. True. Where are the questions? Don't 10 unattractive things they put in their Tinder bio. Okay, I'm not looking at. I don't care. Where is the where? God damn it. This is just people giving advice, not asking for advice. That's not right. No, I want to answer questions. Good thing he ended it before kid gets too attached. That's true. Like it's definitely gonna be weird if you're dating in a dynamic like that, and the kid gets too attached. Men's advice: make a habit of talking to all strangers, not just attractive women. Yeah, talk to people. End of story. What the hell? That's not. That shouldn't be like a thing. That's not. That should be advice. It is. It is, unfortunately. "22F, why does every guy my age want a threesome? God, it's fucking annoying. Men, please share why you think that's funny or attractive." It's not. I don't think every guy wants this, but I think a lot of guys want this because of this sort of, there's an inner kind of like, not homophobia, but a lack of, yeah, it is homophobia actually. There's an implicit homophobia in men who want threesomes, specifically threesomes, men being in a threesome with like 2 other women as like a sexual encounter. I think there is an implicit homophobia in this because to them they think like, oh, it's just me as the guy and there's 2 women, but if there's like 2 men in the dynamic, it is not the case. I don't need to disappoint my girlfriend or friend in one setting. Say sure, then bring a male friend. Yeah, that's the thing. The idea is like they want like the other person to also be a woman, because to them it's like just, oh, there's 2 other people for me, instead of like, you know, this is a cooperative exercise, I guess is the way I can put it. I don't know. There's no good questions. Do people honestly think putting misleading photos of themselves in dating apps will end well? True, good question. Yes. Some people think that that's fine because, oh, well, when they meet you, they'll like, it'll be too late or something, you know, they'll be like, oh, I guess it is what it is. Last week, I-24M matched with the 23F woman on Bumble. Conversation goes well and we agree to meet up. It's very attractive pictures. Show up and she looks nothing like her profile. Because yeah, people tend to think, I think it goes for men and women though. I do think it goes for men and women to do this on dating profiles, but the larger issue is that dating apps are terrible and shallow, and no attempt at fixing that has ever worked at the end of the day. I know there are some that's like good, there are some where, you know, certain rules for messaging first are applied. There are some where, oh, it's not just for hooking up, it's for long-term relationships as well. At the end of the day, you are filtering your human experience to like an app, and the app is designed to make money off of you. And on top of that, the app is probably designed to make money off of you efficiently and putting you in an efficient system. And frankly, I think that the aspect of human socialization should not be under the confines of like what is deemed efficient by a market. It is what it is. Team building, yeah, that was a funny comment. Guys, cooperating is more appealing than doing. It's like, I don't have the perfect answer to this question because I don't get it either. So I'm not gonna like not gonna pretend like I have a good answer. She canceled our date because of my zodiac sign. Yes, the zodiac sign. And with that, I'm not even gonna read it. I just think it's funny. Okay, you know what? I'll read it. No, I will read it actually. I'm a bit thrown off by this, but I was canceled due to my zodiac sign. Throughout the week before work, I visit a coffee shop. I go practically every weekday. I've been seeing the same barista there every morning. We seem to click well with a small conversation. After chatting, I decided to offer my number since she was on the clock. She declined to take my number but gave me her Snapchat. We chatted a bit on Snapchat and agreed to go on a date Friday. About an hour after that, she said she wouldn't be able to go out with me because she saw my Snapper with that it was an Aries. She said she doesn't date Aries, but it was nice meeting me. Is this something that is common in the dating world? Never rejected. Okay, no. Like, unironically for a moment, it's probably not because of your zodiac sign. It is just an excuse. She just is not vibing with you. It is what it is. But some people might do that. Someone was here before they met the girl and went on a date. The first thing she asked was a zodiac sign. She just got up without saying another word. Keep dodging those bullets, Ancient Smith. She sounds like a Scorpio. She was a Scorpio. It's probably, I think realistically, it's probably an excuse. Like, I don't think, but at the same time, maybe I don't know of anyone personally, but I'm made aware of people that are like this, and I just constantly resist the urge to like go on a whole tirade about zodiac signs, because I'm just ruining the fun. Because some people do, a lot of people just read it and do it like knowing it's not real, but it's like there is some comfort in this fictional like pursuit of what these star signs means, and like it being like not so much as a defined guide for life, but more like a, oh, I haven't thought about it in this way, let me try thinking about it this way, like as you read the Aries horoscope, I guess, or whatever. But I don't do this, but it's a conscious effort for me not to explode into like a tirade. Space racism is what it is. In certain versions, yeah, I think that's probably true. I just hate it. I just dislike it extremely. But I understand that it's not like, if someone asks me how I feel, I'll say it. But if nobody asks me, I'm not gonna give my input. If somebody asks me, I'll be like, that's not real, I'm not, you know, I'll sit down and I'll make fun of it. But yeah. Which one was true in concrete stuff like philosophy? Absolutely. Absolutely. Go ahead with the tirade so you can log in 7 hours. I'm not logging in 7 hours. I'm going right now real soon. But I already went on that tirade earlier, okay? I already went on that brief tirade. I think it's fun. Like if I find someone's sign and I'm like, oh, we're compatible, but we're not astrologically compatible, I don't give a fuck, it's pseudoscience. I think it is. I think there is the capacity for people to enjoy it. But I also think there should be a screening for, okay, is it weird that I think this? I think you can talk about like star signs or whatever, but I kind of want there to be like, in order to access star sign resources, you need to pass like the cognitive test. Like there needs to be some sort of confirmation that you are not gonna take this to heart and this is just for fun. And you know it's pseudo bullshit. And we all know it's pseudo bullshit, but we're just engaging in it for fun. In the same way that there should be like laws. Okay, I don't know. That's too far. That's a bad opinion. That's a bad take. That's not a good take. That's not a good take. Excusing your bad behavior in your astrological sign violates the Geneva Convention. It's also a self-report. I think it's a self-report similar to like the thing we went on earlier on like our, was it dating advice or like Ask Men? That's like, I think it was our size dating advice. That's like, oh, you're pretty, but for a, and then insert race here, right? It's a self-report thing. So it's bad. The symptoms, the root of it is bad, but the symptom does kind of make it a little convenient to filter out people. It does. Locking zodiac signs but not IQ test. Okay, not like, I don't know where I'm going with it. I just want like to make sure people know what they're getting into when they look into that stuff. Because some people don't, and they end up like buying fucking crystals. Like I've seen it. Like they will buy crystals, healing crystals that think that will heal them, and it fucking won't. And like they'll, instead of introspecting and thinking about their life and thinking about how to move forward, they'll like rub the little crystal and be like, yeah, this is gonna give me good fortune, and I'm gonna meet like the guy of my dreams and all my problems will be solved. Like, no, it won't. Look inwards and think of the difficult questions. You should do that. You should think about the stuff that makes you cringe and makes you struggle, and you should embrace that struggle. You should push the rock up the, you should push the boulder up the hill only to see it roll back down again and realize, aha, this is the human experience. That's what you should do. Use it as a bargaining chip to talk about being a weirdo. I mean, like, I'm not telling you what you can or can't do. You can do that if you want. It's just like, I personally find it a little troubling even to engage with it even innocently, because I think there is a way to do that. You can engage in it like in a way that's just like, it's just entertainment. It's just, you're just reading something. Why not? It's just something stupid to read, right? You can do that, but the existence of it in this way and the continued consumption of it leads a minority of people, yes, it's a minority, but it nonetheless leads that minority of people down a hole where they genuinely cling on to this and actually base their life around this and think this is how things work, when in reality it's their flawed perspectives on the world as they know it, right? That's the way I like perceive it. But I don't think I'm talking to anyone who needs to hear it. Like, yeah, in itself, it's probably fine, but it also does fuel a discomforting, to me at least, a discomforting amount of fire for the people who do get easily manipulated psychologically by marketing tactics to sell you more magic rocks, you know? And I don't want to see people buy magic rocks. But at the same time, is it... Okay. Yes, I get the angle of like, it's survival of the fittest. Well, it is what it is. Stupid people make stupid choices, win stupid prizes, I think, or something is like the Reddit subreddit for this. I don't know. But, or is like the saying. But I want people not to be stupid anymore because I'm fucking tired of it. I don't know. Anyways, okay, that's everything. I'm not gonna talk anymore. This is a long time to spend on Reddit. I should not be doing this. I am going to go now after having given sufficient amount of advice as M60 philosophy major on r/relationship advice, r/dating advice, etc., etc. Thank you everyone for joining me. I'm actually gonna go now. I need to go do things. And I will see everyone tomorrow, hopefully for a much shorter stream tomorrow. I'll do what about like women. Tomorrow's stream is about women because it's International Women's Day, and I forgot who it was, but someone asked me if I'll do like a stream for International Women's Day, and now I feel like I can't not do it because whatever. Here's the thing: is like I could not do it, but if I don't do it, you are all gonna bombard me on stream for like, where's the stream for International Women's Day, Kara Juvenor? And I go, fuck. I don't know, I got nothing to say. I've already said everything I wanted to say. But like, that's not true. I do have some things to say, but like, anyways. That's gonna happen tomorrow. Zhu, well, congratulations, your ideas come to fruition. I'm gonna do a stream tomorrow for International Women's Day. I think it's like people to read is the theme of it. Just, you know, here's some people to read, and that's it. And then it's gonna be very short. I'm just introducing them and ideas, and it's just like, do you hate women? Not yet. All right, I'm going. Goodbye. Thank you, everyone. It's not 6 hours. It's not 7 hours, isn't it? Like 6 hours and 51 minutes. No, I had to reset my stream earlier today. I just remembered. So it is 7 hours. Fuck. I should stop. I really should. This is like How is anyone gonna go through this VOD? It's too damn long. I should make myself scarce. Okay, I'm definitely making myself more scarce in like 2 weeks, like once I'm done with this. That's why I wanted to set a hard deadline for like 14th. After that, I'm not gonna stream as nearly as much in terms of length. I hope, I think, I don't know. 10 more minutes, if it's, yeah, so I see it as like 10 more minutes, right? But I'm not. But I also restarted the stream, so it, like, my OBS is not showing me the right time. I don't know, it doesn't matter.